You are listening to 48 Hours a Day by Little Bleary Zhao. Novels from Novel Fire. Thanks for listening. Hope you enjoy the story. Chapter 1101, Pebbles and Handwriting. It was a world devoid of life. When Zhang Heng first saw it, he thought he had returned to the moon. Other than the bumpy surface, there was nothing else save for a deathly stillness and desolation. Whether it was soil or rocks, they were all dark red. It was as if someone had deliberately painted them with fuel. Furthermore, when Zhang Heng tried to cut off a piece of rock with the hidden scabbard, he noticed a viscous red liquid flowing out from the bottom of the cut. It was as if blood was flowing through his blood vessels. There were lots of these red rocks on the island. Scattered all over the place, they were covered with red pebbles. However, these pebbles were generally larger than normal pebbles. They looked fuller, but they actually looked more like eggs. Zhang Heng picked one up and hit it against the red rock. In the end, a corner of the rock was knocked off, but the egg-shaped pebble was unscathed. So Zhang Heng used the hidden scabbard again. This time, it took a bit of effort to cut open the red pebble, revealing what was inside. It was a newly formed snake embryo, and surprisingly, it was still alive. At least, when Zhang Heng cut open the pebble, it was still alive. Its body twisted a few times, but it was clearly not mature enough to break out of its shell. Because it was released early, it could no longer absorb nutrients from the egg. It struggled on the ground as if trying to crawl back into the cut red pebble, but Zhang Heng stepped on its tail the next moment. Zhang Heng wanted to see what the little snake in the red pebble was capable of, but in the end, the little snake's struggle became slower and slower. After less than a minute, it lay on the ground and stopped moving. After that, Zhang Heng tried to kick the little snake with the tip of his foot, but the latter did not respond. Considering its age, he basically ruled out the possibility of faking its death. Therefore, Zhang Heng stabbed the tip of his hidden scabbard into the little snake's abdomen. From there, he went all the way up until he cut open its upper jaw. Zhang Heng squatted down and examined the snake's body. He found that other than living inside the incredibly hard red pebble, its physiology did not seem to be different from that of an ordinary snake. This came as good news to Zhang Heng. There were many red rocks on the island, and there were countless red pebbles around the rocks. If each pebble contained a small snake, and these small snakes had some kind of special attack method, then when they broke out of their shells, even with the T-148 in his hands, Zhang Heng's only option was to jump into the sea and escape. However, at least it seemed that this worry would not happen. The other dead snake reminded Zhang Heng of something. He closed his eyes and thought for a moment. He put the hidden scabbard back on his waist and continued to walk toward the center of the island. Zhang Heng had a feeling that something was waiting for him there. Inside the station, even though Fan Meinan had no choice but to agree to Zhang Heng's request and stay up there, she didn't intend to just sit and wait. Even if this station wasn't the home of the Nightmare Gad, it was still its important place of activity. Fan Meinan still hoped to find some clues to deal with the Nightmare Gad. The gods and creatures that appeared in Norse mythology were probably the most human-like of all the myths. Almost every one of them had all kinds of emotions, jealousy and anger. At the same time, they also had weaknesses. Just like humans, and some seemingly powerful gods or creatures even had instant death weaknesses. The most famous one was probably Bader, whom Mistletoe had killed. One day, Bader, the god of light, dreamt that he died. His mother was terrified when she found out, so she asked everything in the world to swear to her. Never hurt Bader. Weapons, stones, even diseases, and flowers had all sworn to her. Mistletoe, however, was too weak and was not required to swear. This matter was later found out by Loki. So Loki, who felt that the matter was not big enough, urged the god of darkness, Hodel, who had always had a conflict with the god of light, to throw a mistletoe at Bader. In the end, the god of light, Bader, was pierced through the chest and died, and Loki was also expelled and punished by the gods because of this matter. In the end, he became enemies with the gods. But these were all things that would come later. In short, this story seemed to imply that the Nordic gods each had their own Achilles heel. Fan Meinan recalled the Norse myths related to Jemingard, finding the latter's weakness while checking the station. Malu also wanted to help, but was rejected by Fan Meinan. The main reason was that even if the latter joined in, he did not know what to investigate. However, Fan Manen also found some work for aboard Malu. She made him rummage through the snake corpses and see if he could find long enough snake corpses to climb down the pit. Thus, the two of them began to move separately. Malu rummaged through the snake corpses on the second floor, while Fan Manen returned to the first floor. She held her flashlight and swept through every corner of the station bit by bit, not letting go of any traces. In the end, her web-like search really paid off. Fan Manen found a mark behind a load-bearing pillar. At first, she didn't pay much attention to that mark, thinking that it was just normal wear and tear during the construction process. But Fan Manen noticed the pattern contained in those marks when she took a second look. These marks were not caused by accident, but were deliberately left by someone. Fan Manen tried to wipe away the accumulated dust on the pillar, revealing a line of crooked handwriting below. "It's there. It's dangerous. It's there. It's dangerous." Fan Manen did not expect to see other people's handwriting here. Considering that this place had been abandoned for more than 50 years and had been completely turned into a snake pit, this line could probably be traced back to more than 50 years ago when it was still under construction. Who could its owner be? Some construction worker back then. Fan Manen remembered the missing worker in the story of Malu. He wondered if this line of words was left behind by him as a warning to future generations. However, this sentence was a bit too vague. He didn't know who it was referring to. Was it Yemengad? And he didn't know where it was in the second half of the sentence. But Fan Manen read from this sentence that someone had been here before them, and the last dangerous word was carved very hard. It could be seen that the person who left this sentence was nervous at the time. It was as if something terrible was about to happen to him. While Fan Manen was squatting there studying the words on the load-bearing column, a pair of eyes was quietly sizing her up in the tunnel on the other side of the platform. Chapter 1102 Cats. At this moment, Fan Manen seemed to know nothing about the unexpected guest behind her. She seemed to be completely attracted by the words on the load-bearing pillar and ignored the other things around her. In the next moment, Fan Manen suddenly turned around without any warning. At the same time, she turned the flashlight behind her. The place that was hit by the light beam was empty. She didn't let her guard down. Not long ago, a feeling of being spied on arose in her heart. Considering where she was now, it was apparent that the intruder was not a kind person. However, Fan Manen did not show any panic-stricken expression like an ordinary person. On the contrary, she continued to pretend to observe the words. At the same time, she quickly turned around when the guy behind her gradually let his guard down and became numb. Unfortunately, this trick did not help her catch the peeping Tom. Was it an illusion? Fan Manen did not think so. She raised the flashlight again and shone it on the tunnel that the snakes had rushed out of earlier. Fan Manen was a little hesitant. She felt that the person who wrote the words on the load-bearing column earlier probably referred to this tunnel. It was different from the endless loop they had taken when they came. Since snakes could freely climb out of this tunnel, it should not be a problem for them to be trapped. However, there might be other dangers inside. Just as Fan Manen was hesitating whether she should go in and take a look, she heard a clinking sound coming from behind her. The sound was very close to her. It was less than 2 meters away. Fan Manen's vigilance had also reached its peak. Without hesitation, she rolled forward and pulled away from the person before turning around. However, she was immediately stunned because what appeared in front of her was not a terrifying monster, but a white kitten. The white kitten's fur was neatly combed and was without a trace of color. Its nails were carefully trimmed, and there was a small yellow bell around its neck. The tinkling sound from before came from there. When Fan Manen turned to look at the little white cat, it also looked at her. The human and the cat's eyes met, and the little white cat licked its paws leisurely. Fan Manen vigilantly took another half-step back. The subway line had been abandoned for more than 50 years, and no one had come down during that time. They had not seen any creatures in the tunnel they had walked through previously, and the other tunnel was the nest of snakes. So where did this little white cat come from? Moreover, it did not look like a stray cat running around on the road. It was abnormal for a well-taken-care-of domestic cat to appear here. Fan Manen had recalled the Norse myths and records related to Jemengard. When she saw this white cat, she suddenly remembered one of the stories. It was said that Thor had visited the giant kingdom once. The giant king knew that Thor was born with divine power and was the strongest among the gods. So he tested him with a question to make things difficult for him. He wanted Thor to raise his cat. Thor was also very confident in his own strength. When he heard this, he walked up confidently. However, no matter how hard he tried, he could only lift one of the cat's legs. This made Thor very surprised. After he asked, again and again, the giant king finally told him the truth. He said that the cat was actually transformed by the strongest monster of the giant race, Jemingard. This was also the first time Thor and the giant python had met. Thinking of this story and looking at the little white cat in front of him, Fan Mainon's hair stood on end. It had been 2 hours since Zhang Heng arrived on the island. Of course, he spent most of his time drying his clothes and equipment, and he had only left the beach 40 minutes ago. He had taken some time to study the red pebbles, and thankfully, the island wasn't particularly large, and Zhang Heng had picked up the pace. By now, he was almost at the center of the island. It wasn't that he was hasty or anything, but he didn't want to take things one step at a time. Other than the rocks and pebbles, there was nothing else on the island. The scenery on the road was pretty much the same, so there wasn't much for Zhang Heng to study even if he wanted to. He decided not to waste any more time. After another 15 minutes, a huge red mud wall appeared in front of Zhang Heng. The wall was about 7 to 8 meters high, completely surrounding the center of the island. Because the wall was located in a low-lying area, it wasn't easy to see it outside the island unless one walked here. However, Zhang Heng circled the wall for half a circle and did not see the entrance there. It was not until he reached a small hill that he unexpectedly met a human. It was an old man with a white beard and ragged clothes. He had not showered for an unknown period of time, and his hair and beard were stuck in clumps, sticking to his tanned skin. However, he looked fine, and he was not surprised to see Zhang Heng. Instead, he nodded at Zhang Heng. "You're here? You know me?" "No." The old man shook his head. "But I know why you're here." "Oh." Zhang Heng raised his eyebrows. "To see it, you need to go through the maze behind me." Zhang Heng was a little surprised. "You know why I'm here, but you're not going to stop me?" "Stop me? No, my job is to provide guidance to the people on the island and help them find what they're looking for." "Other than me, do you think there are other people on the island?" Zhang Heng caught the old man's main point. "Of course. Do you know Kekule, the German organic chemist? He came to this island before, and not long after he returned, he discovered the simple structure of benzene. Beethoven, who came earlier, wrote the famous Fifth Symphony in C minor. Here, and Van Gogh. Well, his condition wasn't too good. Not long after he returned, he was admitted to a mental hospital. However, it was also there that he completed Starry Night. However, all of this happened before I arrived on the island." The old man paused. "During my time here, I received a total of 16 guests. Unfortunately, more than half of them failed to pass through the maze behind me. 3 of them were eaten by it, but the remaining 3 returned home with great rewards. I bet you've heard of them, but according to the agreement, I can't tell you their names." Zhang Heng realized that the old man might have misunderstood something and mistook him for a disciple of Jemingard. It seemed that the giant python was also unwilling to be left alone. It had been using some method to attract ordinary people to this island, and it had made some deal with them. Chapter 1103, Guest 17. Similar methods were used quite commonly among gods. Through dreams, they could establish a preliminary connection with selected potential believers, allowing them to arrive at a specific location. Then, through performing miracles, they turned potential believers into true believers. There were basically similar stories in different mythological systems. As one of the most established Norse mythological monsters, it was not surprising that Jemingard would use such a method to select believers. Moreover, the death rate of its potential believers was shockingly high. According to the old man, he had contacted a total of 16 potential believers. In the end, only 3 of them managed to leave the island and return to human society. The remaining people would either be lost in the maze forever or swallowed whole by Nightmare Cadet. And now, he regarded Zhang Heng as the 17th potential believer on the island. This was not his fault for being careless. The main reason was that the island was unusually desolate. There was nothing on it, and sometimes, no one would come for more than 10 years. As the most ferocious monster of the giant race, Nightmare Gad had always been the only one who targeted others. No one had ever provoked it. The old man never expected that there would be such a person in this world, so he firmly believed in Zhang Heng's identity. Since that was the case, Zhang Heng decided to accept his new identity. He asked the old man politely, "Is this maze difficult to walk through?" The old man nodded. "I know what you're thinking. This is not a big island, and the central maze takes up even less space. No matter how complicated the maze, as long as you try the dumbest method, you'll always find the right path." "Is that so?" "A normal labyrinth might be like this, but if you use this method in the one behind me, you'll never find the right path." "Huh. This labyrinth keeps changing," the old man added. "So the wrong way to go back and try the wrong way again won't work here. Moreover, not only will the place you walk through change, but the labyrinth in front of you will also keep changing. So it's purely a matter of luck?" "No, it is actually to test if you have a strong enough mental connection with it. The previous 3 people who passed through the maze didn't really put in much effort. The slowest one took less than half an hour, and the fastest one only took 10 minutes. The old man said, "As long as your mental connection with it is strong enough, the moment you step into the maze, you'll naturally know where to go." This was not good news for Zhang Heng, because he was not a true believer. There was no spiritual connection between him and Yemengard. The only connection between the two was that Zhang Heng planned to go in and kill it. If Cheng Sahan was still alive, he could save her, then leave the subway line with the Fan sisters and Ma Lu. If possible, he could get Loki's whereabouts from Yemengard. However, Zhang Heng didn't show any signs of anxiety or depression. Instead, he continued chatting with the old man. The old man seemed to have stayed on the island for a long time. Typically, it was difficult for him to meet people, so he was happy to continue chatting with Zhang Heng. He wasn't sure if it was because of Zhang Heng's identity as a potential believer, but his attitude was also very good. He answered almost every question he asked. After all, if Zhang Heng passed the maze, he would become a believer, and from then on, he would be one of them. And if Zhang Heng did not pass through the maze and hang himself inside, then the things he knew would not reach the ears of a third person. But even so, the old man still chose to avoid answering some of the more core questions. For example, Zhang Heng asked the old man how big Yemengard was, how often it moved, how often it left the maze, and so on. Once the old man heard such questions, he would shut his mouth. Therefore, Zhang Heng changed his direction and started to talk to the old man about his own matters. This time, the old man's words were clearly more frequent. "I've been on the island for 51 years. Before I came here, I was a construction worker. Our team was fast, and the build quality was good. We won many awards and even appeared in the newspapers. At that time, when the capital was going to build a subway, our construction team was the first thing the leaders thought of. In the end, the noise during the construction attracted its attention. After that, it summoned me here and to become a receptionist." Even though Zhang Heng had already guessed the old man's identity, this was the first time the latter had personally admitted that he was the missing worker from more than 50 years ago. The old man's expression became complicated as he talked about the incident. It was clear that he missed the old days. Even though that was over 50 years ago when resources were scarce, and there was neither telephone nor computer, but no matter how scarce it was still much better than this small red island with nothing. Furthermore, he still had his family and friends back then. Now, many of them were no longer around. However, after such a long time, he seemed to have accepted his fate. The nostalgic look on his face disappeared for a moment, and he returned to his usual self. "Have you entered this maze before?" Zhang Heng asked. "Unfortunately, I'm not qualified. I can only do some menial work outside," the old man said. "I know you're probably feeling a little apprehensive right now. Maybe you're scared by the numbers I mentioned earlier and are hesitating whether to enter the maze or not. But in fact, I don't think you need to be so worried because this might be the biggest opportunity in your life. It has always been very picky, and not many people can catch its eye. I've been here for more than 50 years, and I've only received 17 people, and that includes you. The last time I received a guest on the island was 12 years ago. 12 years ago? Zhang Heng raised his eyebrows. That's right, and that guy is a hothead. He looked like he was in some kind of trouble. We only talked for less than 5 sentences, and then he plunged into the maze. The old man said. He's also the person I told you about who only took 10 minutes to complete the maze. I don't know how he's doing now, but he was still an unknown singer when he came to the island. He sang in a bar. If you can pass through the maze, I'll tell you his name. I'm actually curious about how everyone on the island is doing after they leave, but I can only ask the next person about them. Zhang Hing thought about it for a moment before asking another question. Can we use tools to get through this maze? Tools? The old man was taken aback. What tools? Ladders? But you don't have any ladders. In this regard, it hasn't made any requests, so I won't stop you if you need any tools. Chapter 1104, Labyrinth. Zhang Heng didn't avoid the old man deliberately, opening the bag in front of him and taking out the Lego instead. The thing he was trying to piece together this time wasn't complicated, so it didn't take long. Very quickly, he reached the final step and inserted the infinite building block into it. The next moment, a brand new drone appeared in his hand. The drone took off under Zhang Heng's control, and under the old man's stunned gaze, he flew to the top of the maze. From there, he could clearly see the entire maze and see the changes in there. Zhang Heng silently calculated the time of each change, trying to plan a path from the middle to the center while factoring in his own speed into the maze. UAVs had actually been around since the 1920s. Initially, they were primarily used for military purposes or scientific research and mapping missions. It wasn't until about 10 years ago that they were opened up to the consumer market. In recent years, they finally became widespread and accepted by consumers. The old man had arrived on the island more than 50 years ago, and the last person he had met was also 12 years ago. Furthermore, the two of them had only spoken a few words, so he had never seen a UAV before meeting Zhang Heng. When he saw the drone rise from Zhang Heng's hand and fly all the way to the top of the labyrinth, he thought he had just witnessed a supernatural phenomenon. After that, he noticed the image on the remote control in Zhang Heng's hand. The expression on his face became even more shocked. Previously, when Zhang Heng asked him if he could use tools, his understanding was still limited to things like ladders, and he didn't pay too much attention to it. In fact, not to mention that Zhang Heng didn't have a ladder. Even if he had, he wouldn't have been able to pass through the maze because the changes weren't just the movement of the red mud walls. Even the ground beneath his feet moved slowly. In other words, even if you stood still, your position would change constantly. This was also the reason why the old man wasn't worried about Zhang Heng using tools. However, the drone in front of him was clearly not what he had expected. With this drone occupying the high ground, Zhang Heng would directly obtain a map of the maze. He would be able to observe the results of every change, and he would keep track of his position at all times. This also made it possible for him to reach the maze's center without relying on his connection to Gemengard. The old man subconsciously felt that this matter was inappropriate, but he was also at a loss. He didn't know what to do now. Gemengard's order was to welcome the potential believers to the island in front of the labyrinth. However, it didn't give him the right to search the potential believers or seize any items. Furthermore, the old man could tell from the scabbard and longbow on his back that this young man was unlike the others who had come to the island before. Even though he looked very polite, this did not mean that he would always be so polite. In fact, the old man could usually tell the identity and occupation of every new visitor. But for Zhang Heng, from the first time he saw him, he was still unable to figure out who he was. Hence, the old man did nothing in the end. He just stood by the side and allowed Zhang Heng to operate the drone to study the maze from high up in the sky. Gemengard and his ushers were at a disadvantage because of their lack of culture. In fact, many of the tests and rituals of older gods were no longer suitable for modern society. For example, when Gemengard built the labyrinth on this island, he did not expect humans to invent something like the drone one day. Of course, as time went by, some of the more open-minded gods would adjust themselves as the society progressed and developed. For example, Kronos, who Zhang Heng had met before, had even worn a Tang suit to open up to the Eastern market. Of course, the combination was a little out of place. Or perhaps the self-proclaimed Einstein that Zhang Heng had met in the Apollo dungeon was a god. The latter was born with modern technology, and his power grew with the development of science and technology. On the other hand, some ancient gods were gradually forgotten by mankind as technology progressed. However, the situation of the nightmare god was more special. Its name was not forgotten by the world. Zhang Heng could not even tell whether its power had become weaker or stronger than when it was at its peak. Because of the unprecedented development of entertainment and media, its popularity had increased more than in the past. However, the problem with Jemingard was that in the original Norse mythology, it was a monster trapped in the deep sea. It did not really emerge until the twilight of the gods. Thus, it belonged to the type of autistic player who was relatively far away from human society in current terms. Although it had not been forgotten to select believers from the humans over the years, there was nothing impressive about the speed and number of believers. After all, only 16 people had come to the island in 50 years, which was a little too shabby. It had also eaten 3 people. In the end, only 3 of its followers had left the island. It was hard to say how much its understanding of modern society had improved from such a small number of people. This led to the very retro construction of the maze. About half an hour later, Zhang Heng put away the drone. He tried to simulate his move a few times and successfully reached the center of the labyrinth. The time it took varied, mainly due to the uncertainty of the labyrinth's changes. However, in general, the difficulty of the maze was greatly reduced with his field of vision opening. After waiting for another 10 minutes, Zhang Heng re-released the drone, and he finally stepped into the maze himself. Zhang Heng moved extremely swiftly. As soon as he entered the maze, he started running immediately. The main reason was that the maze would change every 90 seconds, so he needed to replan the route to the center. Even for Zhang Heng, it would take time to plan the route. Through this, he would use even less time to move the time he could use to move, making every second between each change extremely precious to Zhang Heng. With the drone as an eye, Zhang Heng's initial movement was relatively smooth. Soon, he was less than half a distance away from the center of the maze. However, following that, the speed of the change in the maze actually increased, and the interval between the changes was shortened to only 60 seconds. This was a new situation that Zhang Heng had not encountered during the simulation test. It was also a challenge because he had less time to plan his route and move. Fortunately, the situation was still under Zhang Heng's control. Even if the time was reduced to 60 seconds, he was still moving toward the center of the maze. However, at this time, Zhang Heng did feel a sense of wariness rise in his heart because he was not sure if the time would change as he continued to move forward. Chapter 1105, Reunion. Even though the old man did not enter the maze with Zhang Heng, he could still hear the constant rumbling from the outside. He knew that it was the sound of the red mud walls changing their positions. Not long after, the interval between the rumbling became shorter. The old man had been a receptionist here for more than 50 years. Of course, he knew what this meant. He just did not expect Zhang Heng to finish half of the maze in only 3.5 minutes. At least for the first half of the journey, his speed was unparalleled, even faster than the one who completed the maze in 10 minutes. In the past, this kind of situation usually meant that the people in the maze had a very close spiritual connection with Jemingard. However, the old man was a little confused this time because the flying machine was still hovering above the maze. He didn't know whether Zhang Heng's current success was due to the spiritual connection with Jemingard or the strange machine. On the other hand, Zhang Heng's footsteps didn't slow. Although the changes in the labyrinth were accelerating, the number of calculations he needed to do as he continued advancing was also decreasing. After half the journey, he only needed to consider the changes in the second half of the route. Thus, he was still able to cope until now. However, after he walked another 400 meters, the changes in the maze accelerated again. This time, the changes on the red mud wall were shortened to 15 seconds. Zhang Heng did not have time to think. Zhang Heng did not know whether this was the rule of the maze itself or the chain reaction caused by the use of the drone. He could also feel the repulsion of the maze. However, Zhang Heng was now less than 50 meters away from the center of the maze. Putting aside if he could leave the maze safely if he turned around, he wouldn't give up on such a short distance. As a result, not only did Zhang Heng not retreat, he even quickened his pace. At this point, he no longer needed to figure out how to get to the center of the maze because time didn't allow it. By the time he was done, it was almost time for the next change. Therefore, he used the drone above his head to determine the direction of the center before he ran straight in that direction. His reckless move quickly brought about its consequences. Not long after, Zhang Heng ran into a dead end. A red mud wall appeared in front of him, and there was no other path on either side. Other than turning back, there seemed to be nowhere else to go. However, Zhang Heng did not seem to have any intention of turning back. Not stopping, He pulled out the hidden scabbard from his waist, took a deep breath, and directly hacked at the red mud wall in front of him. At the last moment, Zhang Heng abandoned all his calculations and predictions and chose to use the simplest and most violent method to crack the maze in front of him. In front of the hidden scabbard, not to mention a mere mud wall, even a steel bar like Zhang Heng could cut through it. However, just as Zhang Heng forcefully cut down a door that could allow access, there was another red mud wall behind the door. Zhang Heng did not feel discouraged or surprised by this scene. From the looks of it, the center of this ever-changing maze should be the lair of Gemengard. Even though it might not know the existence of drones, it shouldn't be unprepared for such a destructive attack. This was also why Zhang Heng didn't attack the labyrinth directly in the first place. Even though the labyrinth didn't take up much space, the distance between the entrance and the center was about a kilometer. If this distance were covered in red mud walls, Zhang Heng would be worn out, even if the hidden scabbard could withstand it. But now, Zhang Heng had already swung the hidden scabbard in his hand once more. He slashed at the second red mud wall in front of him, revealing the third wall behind him, then the fourth wall. And just like that, Zhang Heng cut through 15 red mud walls, forcibly traversing the last 20 meters before finally arriving at the center of the maze. Unlike the barren and lifeless island, the maze's center was actually a garden full of flowers. Fan Meinan looked at the white kitten in front of her, and her whole body tensed. Although she tried her best to control her expression and show no signs of fear, her trembling bones betrayed her true thoughts. At that moment, Fan Meinan heard another set of footsteps. The footsteps did not come from Ma Lu on the second floor, but still came from the tunnel behind her. Fan Meinan did not know if she should continue staring at the little white cat in front of her or turn around to face the new, uninvited guest. Unexpectedly, the owner of the footsteps spoke first. She let out a soft laugh. "Why? Does senior sister not want to see me?" Fan Meinan was stunned when she heard that. Then, she turned her head and saw the figure walking out of the tunnel. It was a pure and sweet-looking girl she had never seen before. When she smiled, 2 dimples appeared. Her eyes, however, were especially cunning. Seeing Fan Meinan's surprise, she added, "Senior sister, you and I were friends for a night. Have you forgotten me so quickly?" "It's you." Fan Meinan finally realized who this girl who suddenly appeared in front of him was. Previously, she had come to the subway station with Chung Sahan. She was Loki's third representative and also Loki's chosen representative, Beta. "If you're here, then where's my sister?" Fan Meinan frowned. I know what you're thinking with that expression, but strictly speaking, you were the ones who lied to me first. In order to find my teacher in the hospital, you worked together to put on a show of faking your death. But I have to admit that it was quite wonderful. At that time, I was really deceived by you. It seems that I underestimated you before. After losing the strength that teacher gave you, you were still able to deceive me. That alone is enough to make you proud. Did Loki choose you because you're narcissistic enough for him? Fan Meinan asked coldly. Interesting. Has anyone ever told you that although you and your sister look like 2 different types of people on the surface, there are actually quite a few similarities between the 2 of you? Both of your mouths are quite vicious. They're practically the same. After saying that, she bent down and half-squatted, letting the white kitten with the bell jump onto her lap. The kitten then jumped onto her arm and was finally carried in front of her. "Are you afraid of it? Don't worry. It's not that python." "Huh?" Fan Meinan raised her eyebrows. "You and your sister joined hands to deceive me just to see teacher again. Not only did I forget about the past, but I also fulfilled your wish. Now, don't you owe me a thank you?" Beta blinked and said, Chapter 1106, Snake in the Atrium. Fan Meinan's expression changed again. She shifted her gaze from Beta to the white kitten in her arms. Coincidentally, the kitten was also looking at her, but there was no expression in its green pupils. They looked like 2 green agates without any impurities. Fan Meinan knew that Loki was the world's most outstanding transformation master. When Chung Sahan brought her to meet Loki for the first time, the kitten had transformed into a Scottish fold. Thus, it would be unsurprising if Loki transformed into a little white kitten and appeared here tonight. In fact, this was also why Fan Meinan couldn't recognize Beta immediately. Beta entered the abandoned subway line with Chung Sahan. At that time, She didn't bring the cat with her, and Beta never went out again. The chances of her picking up a cat here were basically zero. Of course, if the cat were Loki, then it would be a different story. However, faced with Fan Mainon's questioning gaze, Beta neither admitted nor denied it. She just smiled. Teacher knows why you came to him. You probably don't have much time left. TSK. How pitiful. You hope teacher can find you a way to cheat death. Fan Mainon didn't deny it. What happened to her wasn't a secret, to begin with. She had known from since she first met Loki, but Loki's stance had always been very ambiguous until now. He didn't say if he had a way to help her, nor did he say that he couldn't help her. Fan Mainon wanted to fight for the agent position because she knew that if she became Loki's agent, Loki would definitely not let her die. If she died on the hospital bed before fighting with other agents, Loki would be in big trouble. However, Fan Mainon didn't know why Loki would help him. Loki had already withdrawn the power he had given her and had chosen his agent. Based on Fan Mainon's understanding of Loki, although he did at times help strangers just for fun, deceiving the Grim Reaper, for instance, it was impossible for him to do it on a whim or out of concern for their previous friendship. Moreover, judging from the test he gave to Chung Sahan to kill her own sister, Loki really didn't care about her life just because Fan Mainon had been his agent for a period of time. However, Fan Mainon didn't expect Beta to continue. The goddess of death, Hela, is Teacher's daughter. No one in this world knows Hela better than him. So if anyone can help you, it has to be Teacher. After saying that, Beta looked at Fan Mainon, hoping to see the fervent eyes or excitement on the latter's face. It was as though an oasis suddenly appeared in front of a traveler who had been trekking in the desert for 2 whole days without a drop of water, or a shipwreck survivor spotting a passing ship, enough to rekindle their hope of survival in a time of complete desolation and despair. To Beta's surprise, although Fan Mainon's eyes lit up, she quickly regained her calm. What's the price? It's a relief to talk to senior sister, Chung Sahan said. But don't worry, it's different from the previous test. What teacher asked you to do this time is very simple. It's a piece of cake for you. A piece of cake in exchange for your life. There's no better deal than this, right? Is that what you and my sister said? Fan Mainon asked in return. She glanced at the white cat in Beta's arms. If Loki has something to do, why not just send you to do it? Or find my sister? She's much better than me. Wouldn't it be safer to hand it over to her? Teacher isn't Santa Claus. He rides a reindeer carriage on the roof of every child who wishes for something. Then, he goes down the chimney and puts the gift into their socks. Beta said, Teacher has especially provided you with this transaction, and only you can complete it. As for your sister? Beta paused. Teacher has some opinions about her this time. It's not because she wanted to force me to find him, and she even showed disrespect to Teacher. You know, Teacher has never cared about these things. If we can really deceive Teacher one day, he will definitely be happy for us. What made Teacher unhappy this time was your sister's stubbornness. You have sufficient reason for wanting to become an agent, but your sister lives for others. After such a long time, she still hasn't improved after all. Otherwise, Teacher wouldn't have lost patience with her and come to me again. I don't think living for others is a sad thing. Fan Mainon said plainly. Beta shrugged. I don't intend to argue with you, senior sister, because we're not here tonight to discuss some philosophical proposition. Why don't you listen to what Teacher wants you to do? Fan Mainon was silent for a moment. Before agreeing to your request, I need to ask you a few questions. Beta was stunned for a moment, then nodded. Sure, I'm not in a hurry anyway, but I'll only answer the questions I know. If your question is beyond my understanding, then there's nothing I can do. My sister came down with you. Where is she now? Oh, this. Beta scratched her head. I don't know. We were separated in that infinite loop tunnel before. I thought your sister would be trapped in that tunnel, but I went back later and found that she was no longer there. As for where she went, I'm not sure if she's still alive. You should know whose territory this is now. I'm actually just a guest here like you guys. Then how did you get out of that endless tunnel? Fan Mainon asked. I'm sorry, this is my secret. Just like how I know that you actually have a very powerful tool hidden on you, ready to give me a fatal blow at any time, but I won't ask you how you plan to kill me. I can't tell you how I got out of that tunnel. What's under the hole on the second floor? They couldn't get any valuable answers about Chung Sahan, so Fan Meinan changed the question. It's a pool, Beta said honestly. Before Fan Meinan could ask her any more questions, he continued. You'll definitely ask me what's under the pool, but I don't know. The water is a little cold, and I didn't bring my swimsuit, so I didn't have any intention of going down for a swim. But I know your boyfriend went down, and he didn't come out. He must have found something down there. Jemingard is at the bottom of the pool, right? Jemingard? Beta's face showed a hint of amusement. Of course the snake of the atrium is in the atrium. Chapter 11:07, Giant Waves. Previously, Zhang Heng could see the garden at the center of the maze through the drone's camera even before he entered it. However, if he hadn't stood there himself, it would have been hard to believe that such a beautiful garden could be hidden amid a desolate red island that had nothing but snake embryos in the pebbles. It was like an oasis in the desert. When Zhang Heng reached the entrance of the garden, the rumbling sound behind him disappeared. As if realizing that it was impossible to stop Zhang Heng, the red mud walls stopped changing. The entire maze returned to its initial state of stillness. Just then, a gentle breeze blew past, and the plants in the garden started swaying as if welcoming a new guest. However, Zhang Heng didn't seem to be a guest at all. He put the hidden scabbard back on his waist, removed the pestilence bone bow from his back, and placed the Paris arrow on the bowstring, maintaining a half-drawn posture. He then walked into the garden. The fragrance of flowers greeted him, the air mixed with the scent of jasmine and osmanthus. These two plants had different flowering periods, and it was rare to see them blooming simultaneously. However, the garden seemed to contain some kind of magic. In fact, Zhang Heng didn't just see jasmine and osmanthus, but he even saw tulips, roses, and other flowers a little further away. Moreover, each flower seemed to be in good condition, and there was no sign of decay. However, as Zhang Heng went deeper, he could still smell a faint fishy smell in the air. It wasn't overbearing, but even the scent of flowers in the yard could not hide it. To Zhang Heng, this fishy smell was the best signpost, guiding him into the depths of the flowers. He noticed that the deeper he moved, the lower the terrain became. At the same time, the flowers and trees around him grew in lushness. Some tree branches extended to cover a radius of 100 meters. The drone overhead could no longer provide any vision, so Zhang Heng simply put it back into his travel bag. After walking for about 5 minutes, the stench only became stronger, prompting Zhang Heng to raise his alertness. The opponent he was about to face this time was the famous Norse mythical monster, the giant python Jemingard. Now in its lair, Zhang Heng naturally wasn't naive enough to think that Jemingard would be oblivious to his arrival and treat him like the old man outside the maze, a potential believer of the new island. So far, the giant python has made no movements. It either didn't care and was waiting for Zhang Heng to come over and give it more food, or it was hiding somewhere in the garden, quietly observing the new enemy. In comparison, Zhang Heng naturally hoped that Jemingard would choose the first option. According to legend, the power of the giant python was unrivaled. Coupled with its cautious and cunning personality, this battle would probably be more difficult than expected. Zhang Heng was about to pass through more than half of the garden. Due to the sinking terrain, he estimated that he should be reaching sea level by now. Zhang Heng even heard the sound of the waves hitting the reefs. After another 20 meters, the trees and plants in front of him finally disappeared. It was only then that Zhang Heng realized that the center of the red island was actually hollow. In front of him was a reef beach. Clearly, there was a passage connecting the reef beach to the outside world where seawater could flow through that passage to this place. However, Zhang Heng had already forgotten about this matter. Right in front of him, there was a red reef that was connected together. It was exceptionally huge, like a throne that stood tall amid the vast sea. Right now, that throne was occupied by its monarch, a giant black python. Zhang Heng estimated that the creature was already over 400 meters long, and although it wasn't as endless as the legend said, it could still form a circle around the school's track. No wonder it could hunt sperm whales in the deep sea, easily dragging the behemoth all the way to the station. Its head was bigger than a locomotive. A pair of yellow eyes stared back at Zhang Heng. He could feel the strong malice in its eyes. With a body lined with black scales, they rubbed the red rocks when it slithered, making a heart-wrenching sound. Zhang Heng did not stand it on ceremony. He immediately pulled the bowstring. This kind of thing only happened in wuxia novels. In actual combat, the one who had the upper hand was obviously the one who had the upper hand. Considering the black python's exaggerated size, Zhang Heng did not need to aim much, and he aimed the arrow at his opponent. Moreover, the Paris arrow had the ability to lock onto its target, and there was no need for Zhang Heng to make adjustments before he released his finger. The next moment, the Paris arrow left the bowstring. Zhang Heng did not use a normal arrow to test it out first, because the black python's body scales could not be penetrated by a normal arrow. Therefore, Zhang Heng did not waste any time and used the Paris arrow. Even though the Paris arrow was only a C-grade item and had the lethality of a normal arrow, it produced amazing effects in previous battles due to its unique characteristics. Zhang Heng did not expect the arrow to hurt the giant black python, but as long as he could find the weakness of the snake, the C-grade item would be considered to have completed its mission. However, Zhang Heng did not expect that the Paris arrow, which had always been a hit, had actually failed in front of the snake. The arrow was aimed at the monster, but for some reason, it lost all its power when it was about 5 meters away, fluttering weakly to the ground. Zhang Heng did not even have time to retrieve it from the sea. The black python on the reef had also made its move. It did not expect the tiny human to be the first to attack. Even though the arrow did not hurt it, it did manage to provoke it. Its yellow eyes seemed to be burning. The python twisted its body and climbed down the reef. It did not even launch an attack. When its body fell into the sea, the huge wave that it created was already aimed at Zhang Heng. However, the black python was surprised to find that the human before it did not run away as it had expected. Instead, it stood where it was and reached out a hand. When the huge wave came into contact with Zhang Heng's palm, it actually split in two. Chapter 1108, Black Calamity. If Zhang Heng had encountered this huge wave before his trip to the island, he probably wouldn't have had any other choice but to retreat. However, now that he had grasped the basics of controlling the water flow, he could still handle this small situation, although he might not be as powerful as the deep water overlords like Jemingard. Zhang Heng used his ability to control water to split the wave into two, brushing past his body and hitting the trees and plants behind him. In the end, the flowers that had been blooming were all destroyed by the oncoming wave. However, Zhang Heng, who was standing in front, was safe and sound. The black python was obviously surprised as well. Although it didn't seem to understand how the human before it could separate the wave, that didn't stop it from doing what it was about to do next. After it fell into the water, the black python didn't stay in for long, immediately swimming towards the shore. Although its huge body weakened its agility to a certain extent, its straight-line speed was greatly enhanced. When it moved, it was like a high-speed train. It didn't need to plan its path as well. Regardless of coral or reef, nothing could block its path. It was mercilessly crushed. At that moment, it was like a moving black catastrophe. Zhang Heng took a few steps back, but he was not intimidated by the opponent's imposing manner. He had already prepared himself after all, once he realized who his opponent was. Zhang Heng was already mentally prepared. For now, other than the Paris arrow, everything was useless. The rest didn't stray too far beyond Zhang Heng's expectations. He had only retreated to drag Jemingard as far as possible from the water. Since normal arrows could not penetrate the black python scales, Zhang Heng temporarily put away the pestilence bone bow and pulled out the hidden scabbard from his waist. This was the only weapon he could rely on for the rest of the battle. In the blink of an eye, the head of the black python had already reached the shore. The next thing that came out of the water was its huge body. When its abdomen touched the ground, the entire island started to shake. Zhang Heng seemed to have lost his balance due to the sudden earthquake. Of course, the black python wouldn't let go of this rare opportunity. Half of its body had just reached the shore, and it could not wait to reach its head over. Normally, when a python was on the hunt, it would first approach its prey. After opening its mouth to bite the target, it would quickly coil its body around the target. By forcefully squeezing and cutting off blood supply, the target's brain and heart would become ischemic. This would cause the target to quickly lose the ability to resist, and then slowly swallow the target. However, Jemingard was simply too big. It might have been able to use this method to deal with the sperm whale at the bottom of the sea, but against Zhang Heng, it would be unrealistic for it to wrap its body around the target. However, this did not cause it any trouble. Without even adjusting its posture, Jimengard charged straight at Zhang Heng, who had lost his balance. Considering its shocking weight, even if Zhang Heng had not turned into a meat paste, most of his bones would still be intact. However, in the next moment, the black python suddenly realized that it had lost sight of Zhang Heng. Its head pressed down on a patch of flowers. Not only did it destroy the plants growing inside, but it had also knocked down a few nearby trees. However, the human who had provoked it was nowhere to be seen. The black python turned its yellow pupils and used the dimple between its nostrils and eyes to lock on a Zhang Heng's position. To its surprise, the target that had been unstable not too long ago actually dodged its attack. Not only was the black python fast, but considering the size of its head, Zhang Heng would need to move at least 5 meters to escape its attack range. This meant that not only did the monster have to be explosive, but it even regained control of its body. The black python realized that it had been fooled by this rude human again, causing the fire in its eyes to burn even brighter. It chased after the monster without hesitation. On the other hand, Zhang Heng was unprecedentedly calm after entering combat mode. Although he still had time to complete at least one counterattack when dodging the monster's attack, Zhang Heng was not in a hurry to make a move. This was because the body of the giant black python had not yet completely left the sea and crawled back to land. If the situation was unfavorable for the giant black python, it would most likely turn around and swim back to the sea. It would be difficult for Zhang Heng to find it again. In that case, he would still be unable to solve the problem of the tunnel circulation. Returning to the surface, Zhang Heng still hoped to lure the giant black python back to the surface. It was best to stay as far away from the sea as possible, so up until now, his actions had been mainly focused on dodging. The man and snake chased each other and returned to the garden. However, this time, the plants along the way were all destroyed. Almost all the plants in the path of the black python were destroyed and crushed. The garden was no longer as peaceful as it used to be. However, after chasing it for a while, the snake suddenly stopped for some reason. It turned around to look at the path it had crawled through, and a rare look of apprehension appeared in its eyes. At that moment, it was like a child who suddenly realized that they had done something wrong. Zhang Heng did not know why the giant python was so concerned about the garden, but from the looks of it, it seemed to be hesitating if it should continue chasing it. Zhang Heng then did some calculations and realized that the two of them were about 500 meters away from the reef. Of course, this distance could not be considered safe, but at the very least, Jimengard could not turn around and return to the sea. In order to avoid any further accidents, Zhang Heng finally stopped in his tracks. The man and the snake fell into a stalemate, and this time, Zhang Heng made the first move. It was obvious that Jimengard didn't expect the target, who was originally in a sorry state, to take the initiative to attack it. However, this was exactly what it wanted. Subconsciously, it wanted to sweep its tail at Zhang Heng, but when it saw the flowers and trees around it, it stopped in its tracks. In the end, it decided to meet Zhang Heng with its head. It swung its head at Zhang Heng once more, and this time, Jimengard finally saw how Zhang Heng managed to dodge its trump card. The latter's body suddenly switched from high-speed movement to a static state. Then, it suddenly exerted force in the opposite direction, and in just 1 second, it actually completed the change in direction. The whole process was not a waste of time. It was a perfect transition from movement to static to movement. This also meant that Zhang Heng's control over his muscles had reached a state where he could do whatever he wanted. Chapter 1109, Poisonous Mist. This was the change brought about by the LV4 knife skill. Level 4 skills were almost at the limit of what humans could achieve in terms of skills, and when it came to fusion and application of strength and spirit. The battle with Secretary General Okita had pushed Zhang Heng to an unprecedented level. His understanding of the path of the blade and the unity of his body and spirit had entered a whole new world. This was also the reason why Zhang Heng was able to control his muscles so perfectly. Even though Jimengard was fast, it was still impossible to cover up Zhang Heng's movements. Not only that, but it had also exposed its weakness due to its aggressive pounce. Zhang Heng, who had been waiting for a long time, would not let go of this weakness. Not only did he avoid the snake head that had descended from the sky, but he also used the remaining time to circle the left side of the face of the monster. At that moment, the monster slammed its head into the ground, creating a huge gust that blew up a rain of pebbles. Zhang Heng's hidden scabbard flashed its fangs in the rain of pebbles and slashed down on the monster's face without hesitation. The hidden scabbard, however, which could cut through concrete and steel, finally met its match. The hardness of the black scales exceeded Zhang Heng's expectations. He tried his best, but it was unable to cut through the scales. Only a half-finger-deep cut could be seen. The slash completely ignited Jemingard's anger. It did not expect to be cut by a mortal, and although not injured, the cut on the scales would remain until the next skin change period. It would become its humiliation. At that moment, the monster no longer cared about the flowers in the garden. It swished its tail in one fell swoop across the place, leaving a mess. It even touched the red mud wall at the edge of the maze, obliterating them. However, when its tail swept past Zhang Heng's position, the latter had already left. Before leaving, though, Zhang Heng gave it a second slash. This slash landed on its neck, leaving it with a second scar. Undoubtedly, this caused Jemingard to enter berserk mode. It started to shake crazily, and the entire island started to shake along with it. The garden at the center became a disaster area. Trees were uprooted, and flowers and plants were crushed into the soil, causing Jemingard to unleash its destructive power to its heart's content. However, in this apocalyptic scene, there was a figure that was like a small boat in a raging sea. It floated up and down with the waves, but it was never swallowed by the storm. Moreover, as long as it found an opportunity, it would leave a cut on the black python's body. As time passed, Jemingard became more and more frustrated. The battle's progress was something it had never expected, and the opponent was clearly a weak human. There was practically no way to threaten it, and it could not do anything to it. It had a body full of godly power that it was proud of, but it could not hit its target at all. Moreover, by the time Jemingard came to its senses, it realized that Zhang Heng cut the scales on its left cheek bit by bit, and couldn't even remember when this had happened. Zhang Heng had chosen a particular spot to strike. He did not attack Jemingard's scales at the first moment. This way, as long as the black python was not too stupid, it would be able to sense his intention. On the contrary, Zhang Heng had been consciously diverting his attacks to create an illusion for Jemingard. The illusion in question was that his attacks were not targeted or targeted. He only saw an opportunity to counterattack while dodging. However, in reality, during these scattered attacks, Zhang Heng had not given up on cutting the piece of scale on Jemingard's left face. Up until now, he had already cut it 7 times, and his hard work had paid off. The scale was about to be completely sliced open, and when the time came, the skin underneath would be exposed. Jemingard probably did not know what this would mean. Zhang Heng was preparing to make the final cut during his next move, but at that moment, the initially violent black python suddenly quieted down, stopping its twists and turns. Suddenly, a red mist drifted over from Zhang Heng's side. Zhang Heng had seen the miserable state of the sperm whale on the platform on the second floor, so he was naturally wary of the poisonous mist. In the Norse mythological final twilight of the gods, Thor was killed in the poisonous mist in the battle between Thor and Jemingard. Therefore, Zhang Heng had long used Lego blocks to put together a gas mask, and it so happened that the infinite block's cooldown time was also up. The drone in his travel bag had already turned back into a building block. Therefore, Zhang Heng immediately pulled out the infinite block from the inside and inserted it into the gas mask that had already been put together on the other side. Meanwhile, on the other side, Nightmare Gad was still trying its best to spit out the poison mist. It could be seen that it didn't really want to use this move. Initially, it thought that it would be able to easily deal with the threat in front of it with its huge body. However, Zhang Heng's knife skills made it feel a sense of danger that it hadn't felt for a long time. Therefore, the black python was forced to use its trump card. In its eyes, Zhang Heng was definitely going to die this time. This was because, unlike the previous pounce and swing of its tail, there was no way to avoid this poisonous mist. Even if Zhang Heng managed to pull away from it before the poisonous mist spread, as long as he still wanted to attack it, Zhang Heng would have to step back into the poisonous mist. However, after breathing out the poison fog, Jemingard's expression became a little dispirited. Compared to before, When it had been jumping up and down for a quarter of an hour, it was still alive and kicking. This time, it only spat out a small piece of the poisoned fog, and its eyes dimmed. Fortunately, all of this was valuable. At least, after the appearance of the poisoned fog, it was already in an invincible position. After doing all this, Jemingard was about to close its mouth when it felt a slight pain in its upper jaw. An arrow the size of a toothpick flew into its mouth when it attempted to spit out the poisonous mist. That was one of the few places on its body that was not protected by its scales. However, that was just an ordinary arrow. Other than offending the black python, it could not really cause it any harm. At least, that was what the black python thought. Considering that its scales were already covered in cuts, the serpent was no longer as angry as it was. On the contrary, after the Paris arrow hit it, Jemingard's heart was filled with joy. This meant that Zhang Heng was still in its poisonous fog. In that case, the other party should have already been poisoned by it, and it wouldn't be long before it lost all of its combat power. Chapter 11:10, Third Attribute. Poison mist was Jemingard's ultimate move. The creatures that inhaled it looked no different from usual, but the internal damage would become very serious. Under the corrosion of the poison, they would continuously lose their strength until they died. Moreover, the stronger the creature, the shorter the duration of the process would be. This was a poison that could turn a god into a mere mortal. During the battle between Thor and Jemingard, he lost his life due to the excessive amount of poisonous fog. On the other hand, it had dragged the sperm whale on the second floor of the platform from the depths of the sea. Although still conscious, it was unable to fight back. It could only watch helplessly as it was reduced to dinner for a group of snakes. From what he could see, Zhang Heng's fate after inhaling the poisonous fog was similar to that of the sperm whale. He should be feeling the energy draining from his body very quickly, and he would feel weaker and weaker, just like the current him. At first, Jemingard didn't take this matter to heart. This was because the poisonous fog was usually stored in the poison sac in its abdomen. It was released once a month, and, this time, used on the sperm whale. It wasn't because the sperm whale was challenging to deal with, but because it needed the poison fog to dissolve the whale's body enough for the snakes to feed. At the same time, the lethal poison he injected was also an excellent tonic for the snakes, just like how catnip attracted cats. Jemingard had already used up all of the poisonous mist from this month on the sperm whale, so it had been using its body to deal with Zhang Heng until it realized that the situation was turning against it. Thus, it had no choice but to spit out more poisonous mist. However, this time, the toxic mist it had secreted had consumed quite a bit of its energy. After spitting it out, it immediately felt as if its body had been hollowed out. Fortunately, Jemingard was mentally prepared for this. After killing its opponent, it had plenty of time to recuperate. However, the serpent did not expect to feel particularly fatigued this time. Immediately after, its senses seemed to have become dull. This came as extremely strange for the black python. Being a sea monster, it had an extremely sturdy body and had never been sick since it was born. Thus, it did not know what it felt like to be ill and only felt that its current physical condition was a little strange. It wanted to immediately return to the sea to rest. But the battle was not over yet. Although its human opponent should have already inhaled its poisonous fog and could not create any waves, it still felt that it should confirm the other party's condition before leaving. Moreover, for this hateful human who dared to provoke it and leave a mark of shame on its body, Jemingard decided to swallow him in one gulp. It would try to eat him as slowly as possible, because only then would it give the other party more time to savor the impending death. With this thought in mind, it poked its snake head forward again. It searched for its target in the poisonous fog. Even though the poisonous fog before its eyes had affected its vision, snakes were not known for their good eyesight. It also had sensors on its cheeks that could sense nearby heat changes. Hence, when it locked onto its target, it didn't take long to locate Zhang Heng. However, it didn't expect the target to be so close to it, the distance between them being less than 10 meters. And just as it was in a daze, the distance between the two became even closer. The target was actually closing in on it? Was it a struggle before death? Before Jemingard could figure out the situation, it heard a crisp grinding, similar to the sound of metal colliding. However, its sluggish mind was unable to figure out where the sound came from in the first place. It was only when it felt a sharp pain on its left cheek that it suddenly realized that a scale on its face had been cut off. Meanwhile, a guy wearing a strange mask had already stabbed his knife into the skin under the scale. Zhang Heng did not hold back with his knife, the blade completely piercing into the monster's flesh, leaving only the hilt outside. Furthermore, Zhang Heng had to stir it inside before he pulled out the knife. Even with the snake's size, the blade managed to severely injure it. It raised its head and rolled on the ground in pain. However, pain was pain. Even though the blade had injured the snake, it would have, at most, scratched the muscles under its skin. With the snake's physique, such a small injury shouldn't cause it any trouble. At least, that was what it thought when it was first stabbed. At the same time, the fury of revenge quickly took it over, where even the fatigue and dullness from before seemed to have completely subsided. Jemingard began an even fiercer salvo of attacks on Zhang Heng. Even the surrounding sea creatures seemed to sense danger, all fleeing deeper into the sea. Zhang Heng decisively switched back to his defensive stance and began to contend with the python before him. After a while, Jemingard finally realized that something was wrong. After the anger of revenge subsided, the tiredness and sluggishness returned. It felt powerless, and the wound on its cheek showed no signs of improvement. Not only was it continuously bleeding, but the pain was getting more intense. This confused Jemingard. Even though Zhang Heng had practically stabbed the knife into it, compared to its size, the wound on its left cheek was still so small that it could be ignored. At best, it was equivalent to an ordinary person having their finger cut open. However, it was this tiny laceration that tormented the deep-sea monster. It could no longer ignore the pain on its cheek, especially when it shifted its gaze there discovered that the affected part had started to fester. The pus inside still spread in all directions. And this was the masterpiece of the hidden scabbard. After Zhang Heng received the knife, he also received the bartender's appraisal of it. The sturdiness of the blade and the non-healing properties of the wound were all eye-catching. Zhang Heng, however, had most of his attention on the last one. The bonus effect it inflicted on mythical creatures. With Zhang Heng's current skills, it was almost impossible for ordinary people to threaten him. However, ever since he met the old man in the Tang suit, Zhang Heng realized that there were so many mythical creatures living in this world. In particular, many of the mythical creatures' ordinary weapons had no effect on them at all. However, the appearance of the hidden scabbard made up for this last shortcoming. The battle with Jemingard was also Zhang Heng's first time using the hidden scabbard's third attribute. Not only was this knife sturdy and had a bleeding effect, but it was also a true god-slaying weapon. Chapter 11:11, The Atrium. Jemingard was shocked and infuriated. This was the first time it had suffered such a huge loss since it gained consciousness. Although it was unwilling to admit it, it did feel the threat of death. However, until now, Jemingard could not believe that the pressure of death was brought on by this seemingly insignificant human. However, the blade of the other party's knife was indeed stained with his blood. It looked exceptionally ferocious, as if it was reminding him of the source of the wound on his cheek. What confused him even more confused was that the target was clearly in his poisonous fog, but he was still alive and kicking. On the contrary, Jemingard was becoming weaker and weaker. Even Jemingard began to wonder who it was that it really poisoned. Zhang Heng did not attack after the slash. He mainly dodged the python's subsequent roll and furious counterattack. During that time, he even tried to shoot another arrow with his pestilence bone bow. From Jemingard's current actions, it was obvious that the arrow he shot into the python's mouth was still effective, even though it was just an ordinary arrow. However, the pestilence bone bow's effect of infecting blood with 2 to 5 types of plagues was still effective. After that, Zhang Heng could clearly feel Jemingard's movements slowing. This also made it easier for him to dodge. However, this time, Jemingard did not give him another chance. His second arrow did not manage to hit the wound on the python's cheek, but the surrounding scales deflected it. At that moment, the Nightmare Guardian had completely retracted its initial contempt for Zhang Heng. It started to panic because it realized that it could not catch its target or unleash its full potential even though it had invincible strength. Its poison fog, which had always been effective, seemed to have little effect on its target either. After this round, it really did not seem to be able to do anything to Zhang Heng. Seeing that the human in front of it was getting ready again, Jemingard raised its head and used its tail to slap the ground repeatedly, appearing as though it was preparing for a big move. In the end, Zhang Heng had just raised his guard and was ready to deal with the black python's next big move. He didn't expect the latter to twist its body and escape to the reef beach not far away without looking back. Zhang Heng was stunned. He didn't expect the majestic python, the famous Norse mythical monster, to really run away without a shred of dignity. Most importantly, based on Zhang Heng's previous investigation, Jemingard had not used all of its attacks. Even though its pouncing and poisonous fog had not been effective, it should still possess a mind control skill, or there was no way to explain why the old man outside the maze had voluntarily walked into the tunnel to this island for more than 50 years to become its guide. Zhang Heng had also been on guard against the onslaught of Jemingard's mental attacks during the previous battle, but he had not expected the other party to be so decisive without even giving it a try. This went out of Zhang Heng's expectations too. He had a vague feeling that something was not right, but at this moment, he could not dwell on the problem anymore. Seeing that the black python was about to escape, he immediately chased after it. In front of the platform, Fan Mainen frowned. The atrium? Where is it? Beta didn't answer her. Instead, she stroked the little white cat in her arms and asked, "Do you know where this abandoned subway line originally leads to?" Fan Mainen tried hard to recall. Before she and Zhang Heng climbed down the ladder, they didn't know a subway line. After they came down, their phones lost their signal, and they couldn't find any relevant information. Therefore, Malu told them about this subway line. However, it all happened more than 50 years ago, after all. The relevant files had been sealed, and Malu didn't know many details, including where the line led to. Many people had forgotten about it after so many years. However, Beta pulled out a picture from her phone photo album and showed it to Fan Mainen. "You'll have to make do with this. This document is more than 50 years old. I took a planning map from it." Fan Mainen enlarged the picture and looked at the route marked on the map. "This is the Forbidden City? Was the end of this subway line the Forbidden City at that time? Wait." Fan Mainen widened his eyes. "The atrium. Could it be referring to?" Guanzhong entered and stood with a double screen. The public does not speak. When entering the atrium, the public does not speak. Beta took back the mobile phone and said slowly, "This phrase is from Kwang in the pipe. The so-called atrium is the middle part of the steps in front of the temple. It is where the ministers stand when they hold a court meeting or when they are knighted." "Are you kidding me? We all know that the snake in the atrium does not mean that." Fan Mainen said, "Yggdrasil, the world tree in Norse mythology, has 9 kingdoms above it. The world where humans live is called the atrium." "You're right." Beta nodded. "There's only one problem. We don't live on Yggdrasil. You have to find a place for our friend Jemingard to stay, right?" Beta appeared as if there was nothing she could do. Below the Forbidden City is the place closest to the mythical atrium. Back then, when the subway line was built, it was awakened, and a series of things took place. Well, strictly speaking, it didn't wake up. It just opened its eyes a little. But this time, thanks to your boyfriend, it looks like it's really going to wake up. You said that Jemingard is under the Forbidden City? Then what was it that dragged the sperm whale to the 2nd floor? Fan Mainen asked doubtfully. According to Norse mythology, Jemingard could only wake up from its sleep when the poisonous dragon Nidhogg finished eating the roots of the world tree at dusk of the gods. So, of course, it has to find some trustworthy subordinates to deal with the outside matters for it. Otherwise, why do you think it raises so many snakes here? Beta replied, "It is to nurture generations of servants and ensure that there are always people who can serve it. Legend has it that it has a small island specially used to incubate snake eggs, but I've never been there before. As for the thing on the 2nd floor, it's its current generation of servants. Don't look down on that fellow. It's just like Jemingard's sub-account. Although it's a weakened version in all aspects and its brain isn't very good, it is still very strong and robust." Seeing Fan Mainen's expression change slightly, he waved his hand. "Don't worry about your boyfriend. How can such a small character be his opponent? He ran to the island like that. The one who should be worried is that stupid snake. That guy has stayed in that kind of dipshit place for too long. He probably forgot how dangerous the world is. It's time to pay the tuition fees." Chapter 11:12, Monster Party. Fan Mainan was not relieved. Instead, he raised his guard. Wait, what did you say? What do you mean by my boyfriend's blessing? Why? Isn't he your boyfriend? Beta deliberately looked surprised. You know that's not the point. Fan Mainan was speechless. According to you, Jemingard will only wake up at the twilight of the gods when the poisonous dragon Nidhogg has finished eating the roots of the world tree. That's right. That big snake is a monster that only appears at the end of the world. Beta nodded before she grinned with a meaningful smile. But Nidhogg is not the only one in this world who can bring about the end of the world. What are you hinting at? Fan Mainan frowned. If you like to play charades so much, why don't you become the Sphinx's agent? Beta ignored Fan Mainan's provocation and only smiled. No matter what, I've answered all your questions truthfully. Now, it's time to talk about the deal between teacher and you. It's not safe here. After all, Jemingard is about to wake up, and we probably don't have much time left. But if we're lucky, we might be able to see two apocalypse-level monsters fighting each other. What the hell are you talking about? Isn't there only one monster in this place? Oh, Jemingard isn't the main character tonight. Whether it's in the twilight of the gods or now, its position is only a footnote. However, it's not entirely impossible for it to win tonight. After all, its opponent is far from complete. It might be able to destroy the arrangement that annoying old guy Kronos has been planning for a long time. That would make things even more interesting. When Beta spoke about this, her eyes lit up. She looked as if she wanted the world to be in chaos. Fan Mainan could understand a little. According to Beta, there seemed to be more terrifying monsters appearing tonight, so she asked her. So all of this is actually Loki's arrangement, right? But isn't Jemingard his child? Would he completely ignore Jemingard's life and death? You know how teacher is. He has never really cared about anyone. Even as his agent, if he can make things more interesting, he probably won't mind letting me die as well. After all, he's a mad bastard. His parents don't like him very much. Beta winked playfully. On Red Island, the old man stood on a huge rock and looked at the man and snake fighting in the sea. The black python was determined to escape, but Zhang Heng was unable to leave it on land. However, the black python was not having an easy time either. The scales on its body had been cut by Zhang Heng, so it had 2 more wounds. Another wound had been inflicted by an arrow. Conservatively, it was estimated that there were at least 4 types of plagues on its body. However, its body was indeed strong. An ordinary person would find it difficult to even stand at this time. The python's escape speed was not much slower than before. Of course, this was also because it was completely terrified and couldn't muster up the courage to face the frightful human behind it again. It only wanted to focus on returning to the sea, to find a place where no one could find it, and plunge into it, never to come out again. Besides throwing away all of its dignity, its tail between its legs battle strategy had indeed yielded significant results. The giant black python had successfully escaped back to the reef beach. However, this time, it did not climb up the huge reef like a throne and dominated the world. Instead, it fiercely plunged into the water. There was an underground passage under the reef that connected to the sea outside. The giant black python had previously returned to the island from this passage. However, after staying at home for a short while, it had no choice but to use this passage to escape to the sea again. After returning to the water, the giant beast's mood calmed slightly. In its eyes, the possibility of the human following it into the water was very small. Although it had previously appeared a little pathetic on land, it was still an ocean overload, an existence that could hunt down sperm whales. Back in the ocean, it would only be stronger than on land. On the other hand, as a human, no matter how strong Zhang Heng was, his physiology was not adapted to the ocean environment. Once he entered the water, he had to solve the breathing problem first. His movement speed would also be significantly reduced. Therefore, from the perspective of the black python, as long as Zhang Heng was not stupid, he would definitely not enter the water with it. However, it was true that it was afraid of being beaten up by someone, and it was worried that someone would shoot it from the shore. It didn't stop after diving into the water and immediately swam out of the island along the tunnel. After coming out of the tunnel, the black python finally felt completely at ease. However, to be on the safe side, it still looked back and saw the scene that scared it out of its wits. The hateful figure was still following behind it like a piece of plaster. It didn't decide to let it go just because it had escaped into the sea. What puzzled the black python was that Zhang Heng's movement speed in the water was even faster than on land. At the same time, the other party didn't seem to want to breathe at all. If it were at its peak condition, the black python would not have been afraid to compete with Zhang Heng in speed. However, it had already accumulated 7 plagues on its body. As the abscesses around the areas stabbed by hidden scabbard continued to spread, even with its physique, it was still unable to hold on. In addition, the wave of desperate escape on the shore had exhausted its remaining strength. The black python realized with sorrow that it was a deep-sea monster, but it could not outrun the humans behind it in the ocean. Zhang Heng had obviously calculated this point, so he followed the black python into the ocean. Very quickly, he caught up with the dispirited serpent and rode on its back before mercilessly thrusting the hidden scabbard into the snake's flesh to make it bleed again. Jemingard writhed in pain in the ocean, but there was nothing it could do about the humans on its back. At this moment, it completely lost its previous prestige and looked like it was at the end of its rope. The old man did not expect the giant black python to be so cowardly. Judging from its appearance, if it had legs, it might have knelt and begged for mercy. However, the next moment, the old man's tightly knitted brows suddenly relaxed. Not only that, a hint of joy even appeared on his face. It was because he felt a special throbbing in his heart. In the past, this kind of situation would only appear when the great being under the Forbidden City took the initiative to contact him. This time, the throbbing was unprecedentedly intense. No one knew better than the old man what this meant. He couldn't help but shed tears of excitement. 51 years had passed since he first heard that voice. He had changed from a young lad to a white-haired old man. However, even in his boldest dreams, he didn't dare imagine that he could really wait until this day appeared in his lifetime. To be able to see with his own eyes that imposing and terrifying figure appear on this piece of land. To be able to watch it set off endless huge waves and devour the entire world. What a magnificent and heart-stirring scene. Chapter 11:13, The Boss and the Worker. The old man was excited by the magnificent scene that was about to unfold. On the other side, the life and death of the black python were no longer important to him. Now, Zhang Heng, who was riding on the back of the snake, had become a dead man in the old man's eyes. He firmly believed that as long as the figure under the Forbidden City could wake up, any enemy could only tremble under its terrifying might. At that time, even the Asgardian gods would welcome their final dusk, what more, a regular mortal being. And as the bearer of that great existence, he would also have the honor of witnessing the arrival of the end of the world with his own eyes as a mortal. It was the final battle that no words could describe. The old man sobbed in excitement as he bent down and kissed the ground beneath him. However, a lazy voice came from in front of him. "What's wrong? Did your boss call you again?" The old man froze and moved his lips away from the red soil. He looked up and saw the uninvited guest in front of him. It was a woman in a t-shirt and jeans who looked a little cold. She was holding a Boston Czech pot in her hand, and she appeared to be busy adjusting some drinks not long ago, but she received an urgent message. Having no time to put down the work in her hands before she ran out in a hurry. The old man was surprised to find that he didn't know when she had sneakily arrived on the island. Moreover, there was clearly no means of transportation around, which made the old man feel like he had hit a ghost. Could this woman in front of him have descended from the sky? As if she could see through his thoughts, the woman of unknown origin said, "Don't guess blindly. I swam up on my own. Fortunately, I caught up." "Caught up to what?" the old man asked subconsciously. "Caught up to this party." The woman from an unknown background sung. However, the old man found it difficult to believe her words because the woman in front of him was neatly dressed. She did not look like she was soaked. Unless she had taken off her clothes and swam over with both hands raised, it was still difficult to explain her current state. She looked like she had taken a taxi directly after work. "Who are you?" the old man asked cautiously. "As you can see, I'm just a bartender. My name is not important." The woman of unknown origin shook the Boston Czech pot in her hand. "What's important is that I'm just like you. I'm just a worker who works for the boss." "You're too modest. I can see that you're much better than me," the old man said sincerely. Although he could not see through the woman's true strength, he could still sense that she was no ordinary person. The woman just stood there casually, but the pressure she was exerting on him was on par with the figure under the Forbidden City. This was the most unbelievable thing in the old man's eyes. "You guys have been isolated in this place for too long. You don't even know what you're capable of. It's the end of the world. Even if your boss wakes up from the Forbidden City, he'll be beaten up once he goes out." The unknown woman shook her head. "Many stronger beings are out there. You don't even know that you're being used as a hired gun." The old man didn't say anything, but the expression on his face clearly showed that he didn't believe the other party's words. However, considering the other party's strength, he still tried his best to probe using a polite tone. "It looks like you're not its enemy. Since that's the case, why don't you stand aside and quietly wait for his lordship? When that time comes, even if there are any powerful enemies, his lordship can help you test their strength." "No." The woman decisively refused without thinking. "Why?" The old man found it hard to understand. Then, he seemed to have thought of something, and his expression changed. There was a hint of hostility in his eyes as he sized her up. In a deep voice, he said, "Could it be that you are a certain lord of Asgard?" The people of Asgard and Jemengard were mortal enemies. If it were not for the existence of those gods, Jemengard would not have needed to place the island where it hatched its servants and received its believers in such a remote place. Could the Asgardians have also sensed something and sent people to stop Jemengard from waking up to delay the arrival of the twilight of the gods? This seemed to be the most likely explanation. However, the woman of unknown origin shook her head when she heard this. "I have nothing to do with those Asgardians. No, strictly speaking, I have some grudges with the enemies of your boss, but I don't really care about it." She paused and continued. "I told you before, I'm here because of my boss, right?" "You have a boss?" The old man was stunned. He didn't know who was qualified to be the boss of this woman before him. "Of course, and you've already met him." The woman of unknown origin sighed. "He killed your boss's next batch of servant candidates who were still in training. In addition, it looks like he's going to kill this batch of servants soon. So if your boss wakes up, there will definitely be a battle between him and my boss, given his temper. This is also what those arranged this would like to see." Now that? The old man was speechless. He looked at Zhang Heng, who was grappling with the black python in the distant ocean. He could not believe that the creature in front of him was also a mythical creature. Her boss was actually immortal. Even though this mortal's strength had exceeded the old man's understanding entirely, it still did not seem to reach the level of this woman before him. "I can't reveal the specific reason to you. I can only say that the current him is far from showing his true strength. Believe me, you definitely wouldn't want that to happen either," said the woman. "Thus, I came to the island in order to give you a peaceful option before the situation turns out to be out of control. You think too highly of me. I'm just a welcoming party that can't even be considered as a believer," the old man said. "I can't control its decision. I can only accept its orders and complete them unconditionally. You're too modest. In my opinion, your position is much more important than those believers." There was a small garden in the center of the maze, but the python didn't know how to appreciate flowers. So, it was obvious who the garden belonged to. Although the so-called servant's strength had been improved, his body had become bigger, and he had learned how to spit poisonous fog. Due to the body structure of the snake, it was difficult for its intelligence to be raised to a satisfactory level. Therefore, the stupid snake on the island is, at best, a tool or a weapon. You are the real brain of Jemengard in the outside world. Only you can communicate with him and convey his orders. You are very important to him. Chapter 11:14, New Life. The old man did not expect that the woman would see through his identity. However, after a moment of silence, he said firmly, "Even if you are right, the awakening of our Lord is a foregone conclusion. No one can stop this." "Who said that?" "I came here to stop this." The woman of unknown origin raised her chin. "However, I need a little help from you." "What do you want me to do?" "Get in touch with that thing under the Forbidden City. You should have a way to do it, right?" said the woman as she took out a palm-sized bone flute. "What is this?" The old man looked vigilant. It doesn't matter if I tell you. This is the siren flute. I killed about 100 sirens in the deep sea and made this item with their hyoid bones. As long as this flute is played, the mortals who hear it will be completely lost in the sound of the flute. There is a high chance that they will never wake up again, but worry not. To your boss, this flute will look at most calm his restless heart a little and let him return to his sleep. You're lying. The old man shook his head and said, Sea monsters are very rare. There might not even be 10 sea monsters in the entire ocean. Where can you find more than 100 sea monsters to make a flute? I know. The anonymous woman licked her lips and said with a smile. Because they were all killed by me. Up until the 19th century, there were actually quite several sea monsters. Although they were far from catching up to humans, there were still a few hundred of them. They would use songs to confuse the seafarers, causing their ships to collide with the reefs, directly luring those poor sailors into the sea. It was because of this that I used their hyoid bones to make a game item. In order to collect the materials, I killed more than 100 sea monsters. I originally planned to return with the materials, but when I saw the eyes of the remaining sea monsters, I knew that they would most likely come to seek revenge on me in the future. Although I wasn't worried about this, I hated trouble, so I simply killed all of them together. The old man was the host of the giant python, Jemingard. He served a famous evil Norse mythological monster, but even he could not help but feel a chill in his heart when he heard the words of the woman opposite him. The most important thing was that she looked relaxed the whole time when she was telling the story, as though gossiping about celebrities. However, this proved that she was not from Asgard. Even if those hypocritical gods really did such things behind their backs, they would never dare to bring it up. The anonymous woman continued. You don't have to worry about me harming your boss. Although we haven't met before, we can be considered half of the same race. I wouldn't go so far as to lay my hands on it. After saying that, she bent down to pick up the 2 red pebbles and knock them against each other. As a result, the 2 red pebbles shattered, and the snake embryo inside rolled on the ground, twisting its body and continuously struggling. However, because it had arrived in this world too early, its organs were not fully developed. It was still unable to adapt to the cruel environment outside. In the end, its struggling became increasingly powerless, and it looked like it was about to lose its life. However, the old man saw the unknown woman open her mouth and spit out a green mist in the next moment. That mist enveloped the 2 small snakes on the ground. Not long after, their bodies began to tremble violently. At the same time, the color of the skin patterns also began to change. The original red gradually became red and green. When the entire change was completed, their bodies also stopped trembling and lay on the ground motionless. However, the old man knew that the 2 small snakes weren't dead. On the contrary, they miraculously survived. Not only did they survive the danger of being born too early, but they also became more full of vitality than ever before. Even the old man found it hard to accept this exuberant vitality. They stopped moving now because the strange evolution from before had exhausted their physical strength. After resting for half a minute to recover their strength, they immediately began to eat the red pebble fragments in large mouthfuls. Moreover, after fighting for the last piece, they still seemed a little unsatisfied. Their eyes turned around before finally set their eyes on the other red pebbles beside them. One of the snakes bit on an intact red pebble beside them, but the latter did not move at all. Its 2 baby teeth were almost broken, but it did not give up even after suffering such a heavy setback. It continued to think of ways to open the red pebble. Seeing this, the old man couldn't help but waver. It wasn't because he had been convinced by the unknown woman, but because he realized that the other party's strength seemed to be stronger than he had imagined. He had no choice but to consider the consequences of making an enemy out of the other party, not to mention that there was Zhang Heng in the sea. At this moment, the black python's flailing strength was getting weaker and weaker. It looked like it was at the end of its tether, and it wouldn't be long before it lost its life. The old man thought for a moment before suggesting, "Why don't you ask your boss to spare Ahei's life first, and then we can continue the discussion." Ahei, is that the name of the black python? The woman of unknown origin sighed. When have you ever seen a worker giving orders to his boss? And even if I speak now, I won't be able to save that stupid snake. From the moment it was slashed by my boss's knife. It was a dead end. If you have the time to plead for it, you might as well think more about your boss. Speaking up to this point, the woman from an unknown background's tone turned cold. It's true that I came to the island with the goal of peace, but if you really decide to remain stubborn all the way until your boss wakes up, then I'll kill you, then join forces with my boss, so Jemingard tastes what it's like to fight two against one. The battle between Zhang Heng and the black python was coming to an end. The sea's surface had once been battered by the black python's struggles, but now the waves were gradually dissipating, and the sea returned to its calm state. The only difference was that the nearby seawater had been dyed red by the black python's blood. However, due to the black python's past prestige, the sea creatures that lived here had fled the area at the start of the battle. They still didn't dare return, whereas even sharks had taken the initiative to go around them. This place had become a stage for a man and a snake. Chapter 11:15, Golden Scales. The battle lasted longer than Zhang Heng expected. 20 minutes ago, he noticed that the black python had almost reached its limit. The latter's wounds were more than 2. Even though the pestilence bone bow was no longer effective after entering the water, Zhang Heng continued to deal damage to the black python with the hidden scabbard. Up until now, the black python had suffered dozens of large and small wounds. Under the effect of the hidden scabbard's damage bonus on mythical creatures, the pain caused by these wounds far exceeded their size. However, the black python's body was simply too huge. An ordinary person would have long fallen to the ground even if they did not die immediately after being struck by so many knives. Moreover, if one of the knives hit a vital point, their life would be in danger. However, even if Zhang Heng stabbed the hilt of his hidden scabbard into the python's body, it would still be very difficult to hit its vital point. Furthermore, those seemingly horrifying wounds were insignificant compared to its imposing size. Fortunately, because there were enough wounds, Zhang Heng managed to win this difficult battle. After the huge snake leaped out of the water once more, it was no longer able to stir up any waves. It just lay quietly in the sea and stopped struggling. However, Zhang Heng could feel that it did not die immediately. It was not until about 15 minutes later that the black python finally lost all signs of life. At that moment, Zhang Heng also felt a wave of exhaustion. This was not the most thrilling battle he had ever faced, but it was definitely the most exhausting battle. After fighting for so long with an enemy that was hundreds of times larger than him, from land to sea, the amount of physical and mental effort required was unimaginable. After confirming that the black python was really dead, Zhang Heng did not want to do anything else. He put the hidden scabbard back into the sheath at his waist and sat on the black python's corpse to recover his strength. A while later, Zhang Heng saw a wooden boat approaching him. The person rowing the boat was none other than the old man he saw on the island earlier. When the boat approached, Zhang Heng placed his palm back on the hilt of the knife. "I mean you no harm." The old man raised his hands to indicate that there was no weapon in his hands. After a pause, he asked, "Is it dead?" Zhang Heng nodded, but his palm did not move away from the hilt. "I really mean no harm." The old man repeated, "I just didn't expect you to be able to kill a monster that appeared in the twilight of the gods. However, I'm not here to take revenge on you. This is also a good thing for me, because this means I can finally leave this island and return to human society, even though most of my relatives and friends are gone." "Do you take me for an idiot?" Zhang Heng asked calmly from the back of the snake. "This fellow isn't even Jemingard." "Why do you think so?" Although it had respectable strength, it had not reached the level of a mid-court snake. The most important thing was that its brain wasn't very good. Furthermore, it was previously timid in the garden. On that island, I'm afraid its status is not as high as yours. Another thing that Zhang Heng did not mention was that when the Paris arrow shot toward the black python, it turned around halfway. It was then that Zhang Heng started to suspect that the python was not Jemingard. He paused for a moment before continuing. "Let's cut to the chase. Stop beating around the bush. Where's Jemingard?" "Whether the Red Island or the abandoned subway line, it should be the place where it nurtures its population. I killed all of its hatchlings. Doesn't it want to take revenge on me?" "It does want to take revenge on you, but unfortunately, it's still in a deep sleep and has no way to rush here," the old man said. "Deep sleep?" Since you've read up on Norse mythology, you should know that up until the dusk of the gods, Jemingard was sleeping in the deep sea, right? Therefore, I'll be handling the matters outside for it. The old man said politely. Then how do you plan to handle this matter? You've already killed Blackie, the strongest snake king among the snakes. He has half the purity of Jemingard's bloodline. And just as you said, you've also killed this batch of snakes. Before the next batch of snakes break out of their shells and produce a snake king, I don't have any good ideas for you. So it seems that I'll have to send you away. The old man said. That's it. Zhang Heng was a little surprised. That's it. And you don't have to worry. As long as you don't return to this mountain, even if a new snake king is born, I won't be able to do anything to you. The old man hesitated for a moment before continuing. Also, count downward from Blackie's left eye. There's a small golden scale underneath the third scale. You should take it too. That thing should be of some help to you. Zhang Heng followed the old man's instructions and used the hidden scabbard to cut open the third scale under the black python's left eye. In the end, he did see a small golden scale underneath. Zhang Heng cut off the scale and felt a cold sensation in his hand. The amazing thing was that no matter how long he held it, the temperature of the scale would not rise. Unfortunately, at only the size of 2 fingernails, it was too small. Otherwise, he could have skipped the air conditioning during the summer. Even without the bartender's appraisal, Zhang Heng could confirm that this was a game item. These things are yours too, right? The old man then returned the Paris arrow that fell into the water to Zhang Heng along with the large travel bag that someone had left on the island earlier. Zhang Heng roughly examined it and found that there was not a single thing missing from it. After closing the zipper, he asked the old man, "You've helped me so much behind Jemingard's back. Aren't you afraid of him coming after you when he wakes up?" "Of course, this isn't free help. I want to trade these things for my own life. Surviving is always the most important thing," the old man said. "And it's the same for it. I can only continue to serve it if I'm alive. It has greater value. It's not impossible to choose another person to receive it, but it definitely won't be as convenient as mine, especially at a time like this. Do you know how to return to the human world? I still have 2 companions at the subway station. I want to take them with me." "No problem." The old man nodded. "There's also a woman named Chung Sahan. She's probably trapped in that circular tunnel. She's the one I want to take with me." The old man thought for a moment. "That's not a big problem. Then I have one last question. Do you know where Loki is?" Zhang Heng asked the old man. Chapter 11:16, Workplace Environment of the New Era. Loki? The old man was stunned. Is Loki here too? When? The blank look on his face didn't seem fake, which meant that he hadn't seen Loki for a while. Of course, this didn't mean that Loki hadn't been here before. Considering his transformation ability, he could easily turn into a bird or an insect and sneak onto the island without the old man noticed. He might even find the place Jemingard was sleeping at. However, Zhang Heng and Fan Mainon's original plan was going to fall through. They wouldn't be able to find Loki's whereabouts from the old man. In fact, although Beta had lured the 3 to this abandoned subway line, Zhang Heng could still sense Loki's shadow from the back. However, Zhang Heng didn't quite understand Loki's purpose. Was the other party targeting him? Because Fan Mainon couldn't make a move on him, Beta had lured him here, hoping to use the black python on the island to kill him? If that was the case, wasn't Rocky looking down on him a little too much? Or did Rocky just want to use him to kill the black python so that he could become enemies with Jemingard? At present, this appeared to be the most likely conclusion. However, as a monster that appeared in the twilight of the gods, Jemingard already had many enemies. There wasn't a single god in Asgard who didn't want to kill it, and if it wasn't for Zhang Heng's bad luck that he happened to appear in its lair, Jemingard probably didn't have any intention of seeking revenge on Zhang Heng. When Zhang Heng was fighting the black python, he had once suspected that Jemingard would descend in some way after he killed the black python. But now, the old man's words had overturned this possibility. This time, Zhang Heng could not see through Loki's intentions. Loki's plan now seemed somewhat anticlimactic. But then, Zhang Heng's expression changed, and he seemed to have thought of something. He asked the old man, "Did someone else come to the island just now?" The old man's expression changed slightly. He thought of the anonymous woman's explanation and wanted to deny it on the spot. However, he knew that his first reaction must have been seen by Zhang Heng. If he denied it now, it would only make things worse. Therefore, he was a little embarrassed and didn't know what to say. In the end, he could only remain silent. Actually, the old man was even more confused than Zhang Heng. He was already confused about the relationship between the woman of unknown origin and Zhang Heng. According to the former, Zhang Heng was her boss, and this time, he was here to solve her boss's problems. However, she had been busy for so long, and it seemed that she did not want her boss to know about her existence. Before she left, she specifically told the old man not to tell Zhang Heng about her arrival on the island. The old man could only sigh that he had been on the island for too long, and he could no longer adapt to the complicated workplace environment of the new era. Fortunately, Zhang Heng did not continue to ask. He knew that he could not get an answer from the old man, so he closed his eyes and rested for about half a minute. Then, he jumped off the snake corpse and sat on the small wooden boat. The old man could not help but heave a sigh of relief. This was the tragedy of a tactician. Even though he was the brain of Jemingard in the outside world, he was responsible for taking care of everything outside while Jemingard was asleep. However, after the death of the Black Python, he could not defeat anyone now. He could not offend the woman of unknown origin, nor could he offend Zhang Heng in front of him. He could only walk between the two of them like walking on thin ice. After Zhang Heng boarded the boat, he quickly rowed the wooden boat to the side of the underwater tunnel that connected to the pool. Then, he took out 2 sets of old-fashioned scuba gear from the boat and handed one of them to Zhang Heng. However, the latter rejected him with a wave of his hand. "I don't need these things." The old man was not surprised. After all, since Zhang Heng could come from here, he could also return from here. Furthermore, not long ago, the other party had fought Blackie in the sea for more than 40 minutes, and Blackie had once dived to the bottom of the sea, but he still couldn't escape. So the old man put on his diving equipment. His movements were a bit rusty, and he even studied the use of the breathing apparatus. At the same time, he didn't forget to explain to Zhang Heng. This tunnel is only used by Blackie to feed the snakes. As for the believers, there are other ways to enter and exit the island. I didn't expect anyone to come out here, so at first, I thought you were a believer coming to the island. Zhang Heng nodded and didn't say anything. He grabbed his bag and followed the old man. Then, the two of them entered the underwater tunnel together. When they arrived, there was a lot of turbulence in the tunnel, but the general direction of the flow was from the pool to the sea. Zhang Heng had thought that it would be more difficult to go against the current when they returned. He had even planned to use his ability to control the current to send the two of them back. However, he did not expect that after swimming less than half a meter into the tunnel, the direction of the turbulence changed miraculously. It changed from internal to external flow to external to internal flow. Not long after, the two of them were sent back to the head of the snake carved on the stone. As soon as they reached the pool, Zhang Heng heard Ma Lu's voice. There was a hint of urgency in his voice. "What's wrong?" Zhang Heng asked Ma Longdao, who was lying at the entrance of the cave. Ma Lu looked like an ant on a hot pan. The moment he saw Zhang Heng, he asked anxiously, "Miss Fan is missing." "Not long after you went down, Miss Fan told me that she didn't want to sit there and wait. She wanted to see if she could find anything that could help you. I wanted to help too, so she told me to find a way to make a rope. After that, we split up. I was on the 2nd floor, and she was on the 1st floor. About 20 minutes later, I went down to look for her, but when I reached the 1st floor, I found that she was missing. I shouted loudly, but no one answered." Ma Lu's first words made Zhang Heng's heart sink. He turned to the old man behind him and asked, "Is there anything else here?" The old man shook his head. "No, this subway line has been closed for decades. No one has come in. We use this place to feed the snakes. In fact, the snakes usually stay in the tunnel very quietly. They only come out when they're eating. They're very obedient." However, Zhang Heng knew that it was not as if no one had come in here before. The snakes in the tunnel had already been cleaned out by him, and the rest could not cause much trouble. Therefore, the possibility of Fan Mainon's disappearance had nothing to do with the snakes. However, Zhang Heng did not forget that Loki's agent, Beta, had once entered this place before them. He had not seen Beta leave the surveillance footage, so the ladder was most likely still here. If there were anyone who was most likely to attack Fan Meinan, it would be Beta. Chapter 11:17, A Small Favor. Zhang Heng was about to assemble a Lego motorcycle and let the old man lead the way. He searched the entire abandoned subway line, but he did not expect to see Fan Meinan's figure again at the entrance of the tunnel. Fan Meinan was not injured. Other than her pale face, her condition didn't change much from before they separated. Ma Lu was elated to see this. "Where did you run off to? I'm so glad you're okay." "Oh, I heard some movement from the tunnel earlier, so I went in to take a look and I accidentally wandered off," Fan Meinan mumbled. Then, she turned to look at Zhang Heng and asked with concern, "You're back? Did you run into any trouble down there?" "Yes, I did run into some trouble on the way, but it's been taken care of now." Zhang Heng gave a brief account of his battle with the Black Python. Then, he pointed at the old man behind him. "He's Jemingard's guide. He can take us away from this subway line. In addition, he can also find your sister from that circular subway line." "My sister is no longer there." Fan Meinan shook her head. Zhang Heng raised his eyebrows. "The movement I heard earlier should have come from my sister." Fan Meinan lied. "The movement came from the tunnel at the other end. I picked up my sister's phone chain there, so I continued chasing after her. Unfortunately, I couldn't find her." "Is that so?" Zhang Heng was a little surprised. He asked the old man, "Where does the tunnel that the snakes are lead to?" "Do you mean the tunnel on the first floor? That tunnel is about 3 kilometers long. It's a dead end, and there's nothing at the end." The old man answered truthfully. "Is that so?" Zhang Heng thought about it and inserted the infinite building block into the Lego motorcycle. "Let's go take a look." The two spent about 15 minutes searching the tunnel where the snakes were, but unfortunately, they couldn't find Chung Sahan. When they returned, they met up with Fan Meinan and Ma Lu and walked into the infinite loop tunnel. The old man took out an old-fashioned kerosene lamp from the waterproof cloth. However, the fuel inside was not kerosene, but something like dried cow dung. He lit the kerosene lamp and held it in front of his face. Then, he reminded the 3 people beside him. "Don't leave the range of the light later. As long as the light hits the place, it will not fall into a cycle. If your companion is in this tunnel, we should be able to meet her on the way." The old man made a solemn promise to Zhang Heng. Nonetheless, the 4 walked to the platform they had just entered, but they still could not see Chung Sahan. "Is there any other place to hide people here?" Zhang Heng asked the dumbfounded old man. "There are quite a lot of places to hide people. After all, more than half of the subway line has been built, but this is the only part of the road that will cause people to fall into a cycle." The old man did not seem to have expected such an outcome. He had promised Zhang Heng that finding the latter's companions would not be a problem, but he did not expect him to go back on his word. He sorted out his emotions before replying. Fan Meinan, who had been silent the whole way, also spoke up. "Actually, we don't have to worry too much about her. Since my sister isn't trapped in this tunnel, she shouldn't be in any danger. She just left without saying goodbye to us. If you've known her for a long time, you'll know that she's always been like this. She does things her own way and rarely cares about other people's feelings." "Then, do you have any way to contact her? I'm afraid we won't be able to find out where Loki is. In that case, we only have Beta left," Zhang Heng said. "If your sister really left in a hurry, it's most likely because she's chasing Beta. We need her to lead us to Beta. I'll try to contact her later, but we've been through a lot today, and I'm a little tired. Why don't we call it a day? I'll contact you if there's any news," Fan Meinan said. "Thank you. To be honest, I didn't expect you to come looking for me, and you're even willing to find a way to cure my rare disease. Most people would avoid hearing Loki's name. After all, most people might not agree with his style of doing things, but they definitely don't want to make things difficult for him. He provoked me first," Zhang Heng said. "I've been targeted by him ever since he sent you to find me. No matter what I do, it won't change his attitude toward me, so naturally, I don't have to worry about his attitude." After a pause, Zhang Heng added, "Since you're tired, go back and rest. You don't have to worry too much. Loki isn't the only one who can cure your illness. I've already posted a reward on the forum. There might be news soon. Are you really going to trade 200,000 points or a B-grade item for my life?" Fan Meinan asked after a moment of silence. That's a fair price. Zhang Heng said calmly. I'm not talking about who loses and who gains. Fan Meinan opened her mouth. To be honest, I don't think my life is worth that many points. You're right. Zhang Heng nodded. So you'd better think about how you're going to pay me back after you're rescued. After that, Zhang Heng turned to Ma Lu. Master Ma. Yes, what is it? Even now, Ma Lu still couldn't believe that he had really escaped. When he saw the iron ladder going up, he almost cried out in excitement. Then, he was immersed in the joy of finally being able to return home. A few hours ago, he would never have imagined what he would experience on this trip. In fact, even now, he still felt like he was dreaming. Whether it was the endless tunnel, Ma Lu deliberately looked at the time and realized that it was indeed much shorter when he returned than when he went in, or the crazy snake swarm. The sperm whale on the second floor of the station made him feel incredibly magical. Not to mention Zhang Heng's magic trick of using blocks to make real objects, enough to turn his worldview upside down. It was not until Zhang Heng called his name that he was able to recall reality from his memories. Can I trouble you to do me a favor? Zhang Heng asked. Of course. Ma Lu agreed without hesitation. He knew very well that if it were not for Zhang Heng, he would not have been able to return to the ground and see his wife and children again. So he had already made up his mind. No matter what Zhang Heng wanted him to do, no matter how difficult it was, he would not refuse. In the end, he heard Zhang Heng continue. Very good. I'll have to trouble Master Ma to forget what happened down there then. What? Chapter 1118, Farewell. After leaving the station, Zhang Heng made a trip to the gaming station and passed the golden scales he had cut off from the black python to the bartender for identification. When he pushed open the door to the lounge, he happened to see the bartender working on a new drink at the bar. Recently, the bartender had been getting lazier and lazier. When Zhang Heng saw her, she would either be reading manga or playing catch-up on her phone, or she would be in a high-intensity online conversation with an unknown netizen on a two-dimensional forum. She didn't even want to do her job anymore. If someone ordered a drink, she would make it hastily, or, if she was even more unreasonable, she would simply pass the order to the bartender downstairs. When the order was ready, she would ask someone to bring it up. The only thing missing was the word "fool" written on her face. However, today, contrary to her usual behavior, she didn't continue to fish for money. Instead, she finally returned to her long-lost devotion to her job and developed a new drink for the lounge. The bartender added a small spoonful of sea salt into a glass of blue-green liquid to complete her improvisation. Then, she handed the drink to a player at the bar before turning around. Turning around, she wiped her hands with a towel and said, It's been less than 24 hours since you left last time. Why? Are you already eager to start the next round of the game? No, I just got an item that needs your appraisal. Zhang Heng said as he took out the golden scale from his travel bag. The bartender took the scale and sniffed it. It's quite fresh. It seems that you just had an intimate date with the owner of this thing. You're quite lucky. I happen to have nothing to do recently, so I can give you the results tomorrow. After saying that, she raised her head and found Zhang Heng staring at her. Why? Do I remind you of the poor girl you played and abandoned in the dungeon? The bartender raised her eyebrows. Zhang Heng also looked away and said lightly, Well, I just didn't expect you to be so efficient. Don't look at me like that. I have rent to pay, and I have a lot of pets. Cats. No, I like fish. I just ordered a 20-meter-long aquarium online, and I was going to raise 2 electric eels. The bartender said as she brushed her hair by her ear. Zhang Heng nodded. Good luck then. After he paid the appraisal fee, he left the lounge with his bag. As soon as he left, the bartender sighed in relief. The energy in her body disappeared, and she returned to her previous half-dead state. At this time, another player came over to order a drink, but the bartender said to wait. She then passed the list to the bartender at the bar below, while she took out a book called Chess Soul, and continued to flip through it. She found the page that she had seen not long ago and was about to continue reading, but she stopped in the next moment. On the right page, where her fingers had just pressed, there was a faint red mark. That red mark was very light, and only the bartender could see it. Then, the bartender seemed to have thought of something. She reached out and touched her hair and found a few red grains of soil on it. It was then that she knew that something bad had happened. She had been extremely cautious on the way to the island, and her body had not been stained with seawater or anything else. It was almost exactly the same as before she left, but in order to show that she had no ill intentions towards Jimengard, the bartender picked up 2 red pebbles and crushed them, allowing the snake embryo inside to come into the world ahead of time. It was also at that time that she got the soil on her hands, and she had the habit of flipping her hair. The soil probably came into her hair at that time. If it was an ordinary person, then so be it. She probably would not have noticed these details. However, the bartender was facing Zhang Heng. The latter's observation and analysis skills were almost unrivaled among players, so the bartender did not take any chances. She knew that Zhang Heng must have noticed that she had been on that island before. Damn it. The bartender rubbed her temples and sighed. Why do I feel like a scumbag caught by his wife having an affair? I was only there to protect him, but in the end, I had to carefully hide it. TSK, TSK, TSK. What a thankless job. As she was lamenting, the door to the lounge was pushed open again. This time, it was a waitress who came in with a cocktail that the bartender had just slacked off. However, that player had already forgotten the wine he had ordered, because his eyes were only focused on the waitress. Logically speaking, he had experienced quite a number of dungeons, and he had encountered many different types of girls. However, when he saw this girl in front of him, he still felt that she was incomparably stunning. Her appearance wasn't perfect, but she carried an innocent temperament. It was very easy to arouse a man's desire to protect her. At the same time, she was also a mixed blood. Her eyes and hair had a bit of an exotic charm. The player who ordered the wine just wanted to hug her and love her. However, before he could say anything, the bartender grabbed the cocktail from the waitress tray and threw it in front of him with a dark face. Here's your wine. The player who ordered the wine was stunned. He didn't know what he had done to offend the bartender. However, he was also a regular customer of this game, so he knew the boss here. Seeing the bartender's unfriendly look, he didn't stay any longer, obediently carrying his wine back to the booth. After he left, the bartender looked at the waitress and frowned. Why are you here again? Did you not understand what I said last time? You have become like this. Are you tired of being a cherry blossom girl? The waitress smiled. Don't worry. I'm here to bring you good news. No good news is as good as you disappearing from my sight, the bartender said coldly. However, she didn't expect the waitress to nod. It seems you already know what the good news is before I even open my mouth. This time, it was the bartender's turn to be stunned. You're preparing to leave? That's right. You told me not to get close to your boss last time. I thought about it and felt that what you said was very reasonable, so I decided to follow the good advice. Not only do I want to get lost, but I also plan to get far away and directly get out of the country. At least for the time being, I won't be an eyesore in front of you. The waitress blinked. I'll use this new identity to say goodbye to you now, little snake. Where are you going? The bartender did not let down her guard. Greenland. The waitress smiled sweetly. I just got a job there. I should be able to earn a little money as a translator. Chapter 11:19, Conjecture and Exchange Rate. Zhang Heng did not expect the bartender to have been to the Red Island, and not too long ago. The mud on the latter's hair was the best evidence. Even though there was a lot of red mud in other places, only the mud on the island was dark red, as if it had been doused with paint. Moreover, Zhang Heng had already sensed that the old man's attitude had changed significantly. Zhang Heng had also suspected that someone had sneaked onto the island while he was fighting the black python. In addition, this also answered the biggest question in his mind, which was why Loki's actions were loud, but it didn't cause too much trouble. Now, it seemed that it wasn't that Loki didn't pay enough attention to him, but it was because the bartender's sudden appearance had disrupted his plan. Otherwise, after defeating the python, he would very likely have to face Jimengard's main body. But this caused a new problem to arise. Was that why the bartender wanted to help him? Zhang Heng thought back to the 1 year he had known the bartender. All the interactions between the two were limited to the current business scope of the game point. He was the one who paid for most of it, and the bartender was the one who provided the service. There didn't seem to be any deep friendship between them. Furthermore, the bartender's help this time was completely Lei Feng style. She sneaked onto the island behind Zhang Heng's back, and after dealing with the crisis, she quietly left. After she was done, she disappeared, hiding her achievements and fame. She didn't mention anything about the fees at all, differing completely from her previous style of doing things. However, her way of doing things reminded Zhang Heng of another person. That person was Kronos, who had given him the watch. The latter had always considered himself his guardian angel and often appeared when he was in trouble to help him solve his problems. At first, it was Yamelsby, who came from Papua New Guinea. Later, when he faced the goddess of justice, Justitia, it was Kronos who stopped time to help him avoid conflict. Also, the recent incident at the bookstore. Although Zhang Heng did not know what the crisis was, Kronos' appearance was obviously to help him solve it. Zhang Heng had been guessing Kronos' real purpose. According to the information he had, Kronos had been eyeing him since he was very young. He had sponsored his parents' scientific expedition, but after that, there was no news. It wasn't until he was 19 that he reappeared and signed a contract with him, making him his agent. Kronos had given him the address of the game's checkpoint. Zhang Heng was no longer a newbie who knew nothing. He knew that there were more than 20 checkpoints in his city, but Kronos had chosen this one. Zhang Heng wouldn't be surprised if there was a connection between the bartender and Kronos. However, this caused Zhang Heng to be even warier of Kronos. The other party didn't seem as simple as he portrayed himself to be. Although he was just an ancient god who had been impacted by modern technology, at the very least, he had connections in the game's organizing committee that weren't of low stature. In addition, Kronos did not seem to have been idle for the past dozen years. He had unknowingly created a huge net that covered Zhang Heng's life. Zhang Heng did not know the relationship between the bartender and Kronos, nor did he know who else was related to Kronos. This did not feel good, as if someone in Gal Game had chosen all the dialogue options for him in advance, pushing him step by step toward an inevitable conclusion. Zhang Heng knew that his trip to Greenland could not be delayed any longer. He planned to leave after completing the regular dungeon for the month ahead of schedule. In the next few days, he could start preparing for his visa and other preparatory work. The other issue was Fan Mainan. With Zhang Heng's observational skills, he could see the change in Fan Mainan's mood after he returned from the Red Island. He then contacted Ma Lu, who had said that the latter had gone missing. Even though Fan Mainan had later explained the reason for her departure, there were actually quite a few suspicious points. It was just that Zhang Heng didn't continue to ask. Beta and Chung Sahan's disappearance also meant that their previous plan to lure the snake out of its lair had failed. It was likely that they would be unable to find Loki again in the short term. As such, they could only hope that there were other ways to cure Fan Mainan. Zhang Heng went to the forum to look at the posts he had posted on his behalf. In just half a day, he had already received thousands of replies. It took him an hour to finish reading all the messages, and in the end, he realized that most of them were just bystanders. Only a small number of people were analyzing the possibility of a cure, and until now, no one had been able to come up with a truly reliable solution. Despite all that, Zhang Heng still decided to make preparations nonetheless. He first called D4 to inquire about the status of the exchange of points and cash. After the call connected, D4's weary voice came through. It was a transaction reward worth 200,000 points, after all, and it involved a piece of B-grade equipment. There were still many people asking about it. Not only were there messages under the post, but there were also many private messages. D4 had not done anything for the entire day, chatting with all sorts of people. A large portion of them were people who wanted to take advantage of the situation. They were thinking about whether they could use a trade loophole or some swindling method to directly swindle 200,000 points, or at least get a deposit or something. This also gave D4 a lot of work in identifying whether it was real or fake. Exchange points? What exchange points? D4's head seemed to be stuck for half a minute. He was still stuck on his previous work, but he quickly came back to his senses. Oh, you want to exchange 200,000 points in advance. Right now, because the year-end auction is still some time away, the exchange rate of points isn't at its peak. However, because of the opening of the Agent War dungeon, the various unions are engaged in an arms race, which has indeed pushed up the exchange rate to a certain extent. It's about 39,001 points. D4 paused for a moment before continuing. Normally, our trading firm would give a certain discount for large-scale exchanges. However, Your scale is really too large. Our existing points reserves aren't enough to meet your transaction needs. However, you don't have to worry too much. We can contact a few other brother trading firms. If we pool together and purchase a portion, we'll be able to gather this amount of points for you. However, the price might be a little higher, but it can basically be kept below 40,000. The question now is, how do you plan to pay such a large sum of money? Chapter 11:20, Fundraising. Defer did not know much about Zhang Hong. In fact, not many people knew the truth about Simon, who ranked first in the first round of the proxy war. Although Zhang Hong was not as mysterious as Beta, very little information about him could be found on the internet. In comparison, D4 had known Zhang Hong for quite a long time. Moreover, Zhang Hong had once done an exchange at the Fortune Building and at that time, exchanged 50 points with 1.85 million. From the looks of it, Zhang Hong's financial situation was not too optimistic, at the very least, didn't seem like a person who could afford such a large sum of money. 200,000 points. According to the exchange rate of 40,000 points, even without considering the service fee, it would still cost 8 billion. To most players, this was an astronomical figure. In reality, even the three big guilds would have difficulty coming up with this amount of money. Even though the game had progressed to this point, many players would have one or two items on them. If they were to really exchange for money, they would have millions worth of wealth. With this, it seemed like they only needed to find a few hundred or a few thousand people to come up with 8 billion. However, assets and cash were two completely different things. In reality, the cash and points exchange business that the various chambers of commerce had started was all small and medium-sized without exception. Most players would participate in the exchange for two reasons. Firstly, players like Li Bai, who weren't in the best financial situation, would use a portion of their points to exchange for cash after the game to improve their lives or their family members. There was also a portion of players who belonged to the RMB warriors in the game. Their financial situation was very good, and they were willing to spend money to buy more points to upgrade their equipment or to buy the services of the game points. However, whether it was buying or selling, the amount shouldn't be too large. This was because the seller could not sell all the points. If their strength stagnated too much, they might not be able to complete the next round of the game. They might even be kicked out by the team, and the buyer would not invest too much cash to buy points. After all, strictly speaking, the game was only conducted in the underground world, and life in the real world still had to continue. Up until now, the largest exchange order came from February Siege, leader of Arc of Light. Not only was he the guild leader, but he was also a director of two public companies. He invested less than 80 million for an exchange of 2,000 points, and at that time, had caused a rather large stir in the player circle. However, apart from increasing his own strength, February Siege's action also had the nature of advertising to the Arc of Light youths. After that, private transactions never exceeded that figure. After all, no one's money came from the wind. In comparison, players could still earn points from each round of the game, but money could only be obtained from the real world. Although some game items and skills could make it easy for players to earn money, no matter how fast an individual's earning ability was, it was still very difficult to compare to the mature capital operations of the outside world. In addition, although the organizing committee did not strictly restrict players from earning money through supernatural powers, in theory, considering the current external environment, once this number exceeded a certain level, it would inevitably attract the attention of society. Not only would that court trouble in the real world, but the biggest danger was that other players might target them and hunt them down like prey. In this way, not only would the money and equipment earned benefit others, but they would also lose their lives. It might even implicate their families. Therefore, even though the financial situation of almost all the players had improved since the game started, very few people made big money in the real world. Most players still tried their best to keep a low profile in real life. Like Zhang Hong and Shin Cici, they continued to study in university, preparing for the final exam in level 4 and 6 like the other students. Shin Cici even consciously led the rumor that she was being kept by a rich man to the point she wanted to find a reasonable excuse to leave school often. This was also the reason D4 suspected that his ears were wrong when he heard that Zhang Hong had a 200,000 point exchange requirement. He thought that the 200,000 points was just a gimmick to attract the attention of the players. Thus, Zhang Heng was prepared to use a B-grade item to pay for this transaction. I'll think of a way to pay, Zhang Heng said. It's not like you guys can complete the acquisition of points in one go, right? I should be able to pay in stages, right? That's right. Considering the huge amount of points you need, and the fact that we also need to maintain normal business activities, even if we contact other firms, it's estimated that the entire acquisition will last for at least 2 to 3 months. D4 confessed. You don't have to pay us any money at the beginning. I can first make a verbal agreement with the other firms, then wait for the first batch of cash to arrive before paying in batches according to the status of the acquisition. Only then can we keep the exchange rate below 40,000. Of course, if you're in a hurry, we can also shorten the whole acquisition time. But in that case, the exchange rate may rise to a certain extent, and I personally don't recommend you do that. On the other end of the line, D4 hesitated. What's wrong? Zhang Heng asked. Actually, there's another way. Guilds, especially large-scale guilds, tend to have large amounts of game points in reserve, especially during the proxy war. If you can convince a few guilds to sell their points to us, we should be able to gather the amount you want very quickly. Don't contact the guilds. Zhang Heng refused. I also need some time to raise funds, so I'll purchase them from other trading firms and players. Zhang Heng had previously asked Fan Meinan. With her current condition, she could still wait for 2 to 3 months. This period of time was also a good time for Zhang Heng to think of ways to raise money and earn points. As for the guilds, Zhang Heng did not want to cause any more trouble. Okay. D4 did not have any objections. He was only giving Zhang Heng advice on behalf of the building. In the end, it was still up to Zhang Heng to make the final decision. In the end, he reminded Zhang Heng once more. Mr. Simon, please make sure to make a trip to our headquarters within 2 weeks. We will appraise the grade B item you provided and complete the guarantee. Don't worry, no data from the appraisal will be leaked. Okay, I understand. Zhang Heng hung up the phone. He would think of a way to get the funds and points for the later stages, but considering that he still had a pressing trip to Greenland, he needed to find someone to pay for the first batch of funds in the early stages. Zhang Heng had already prepared the funds in advance, and he was still in contact with the building before he did this. Not long after he hung up the phone with D4, he received a message from Han Lu. I already have a plan for the money, but this isn't something that can be explained over the phone. Let's talk face-to-face. Are you free tonight? I've already asked my assistant to reserve a restaurant. Let's meet at E-Garden Villa at 7 p.m. Chapter 1121 Directions. Chapter 1121 Directions. After Zhang Heng went back to school for a shower and haircut at a nearby saloon, he discovered that he had received a WeChat friend request. He initially thought it would be a tea girl or a fairy dance, so he intended to reject it directly. However, after seeing the name of the comment, he changed his mind and accepted it. It didn't take long for the other party to greet him first. Hi. Zhang Heng replied politely with a hi as well. I hope I'm not disturbing you. I've calculated the time. It should be in the afternoon on your side, right? The last time you said you would come around in July, and it's about time now. So, do you have a specific itinerary on your side? The person who added Zhang Heng's WeChat was none other than Songjia, the female translator he had previously found on the travel website. The latter had reached an initial hiring intention with him, responsible for providing Zhang Heng with translation and guide work for his upcoming trip to Greenland. Zhang Heng typed, Do you frequent WeChat too? Yes, I'm already preparing to set off. For the time being, I can't completely confirm the schedule, but I plan to hire you for a month. I'll decide where to go during this month. Even if it's not a month, in the end, I'll still pay you for the month. Is that so? The other side replied with 3 words. Zhang Heng could feel Songjia hesitating. Even though Greenland was her hometown, she was only a female student after all. She had to spend a month with another male stranger, and considering she didn't know the exact schedule, she naturally couldn't help but mutter. Zhang Heng didn't rush her. He waited for her to make a decision. After about half a minute, Songjia's battle of ideas finally came to an end. She still found it hard to reject Zhang Heng's generous offer, so she replied, WeChat was recommended to me by a previous employer. I also wanted easier communication with my employer, and at the same time, opening a window to learn more about your country. If it's inconvenient to tell me the details of your trip, Can you give me a rough idea of the purpose of your visit to Greenland? Is it for business, pleasure, or property purchase? Scientific exploration, Zhang Heng replied. Oh, you're here to study glaciers, right? How many people are on your team? There are also research teams from other countries here. Do you want me to introduce them to you? Song Jia seemed to have misunderstood something. After hearing Zhang Heng's answer, not only did she heave a sigh of relief, but her enthusiasm seemed to increase. After all, researchers were a relatively high-quality group, so it would be safer and less troublesome to receive them. I don't have a team, and I'm not going to study glaciers. However, my expedition does have some relationship with glaciers. Is it climate? No. Song Jia could tell that Zhang Heng was reluctant to dwell on this topic, so she asked no more questions. A scientific expedition? Okay, I understand. I'll make some preparations in this regard. We'll talk about the specifics when we meet. Okay. Zhang Heng ended the conversation with Song Jia, and he headed to look through her WeChat moments. Song Jia had probably started using WeChat a year and a half ago. Other than communicating with her employer in advance, she had probably kept in touch with many people. From time to time, she would post some scenery or selfies on her WeChat moments. They all looked quite normal. They also matched her student status. Every photo had a date on WeChat, which ruled out the possibility of a rush job. However, Zhang Heng still did not completely ignore his vigilance because many people were eyeing him now. There was no need to mention Kronos or Justitia. The bartenders, and even Loki, seemed to be very interested in him. These individuals were by no means easy to deal with, and at this level, many of the usual criteria were no longer applicable. Zhang Heng had no choice but to raise his guard. Sonia was his chosen translator, and so far, although nothing seemed out of the ordinary, Zhang Heng wasn't about to blindly trust them just like that. However, this matter could wait until he arrived in Greenland. For now, he still had to settle the issue of the first sum of money that he had to pay to Furu. Zhang Heng glanced at the starfish. There was still some time before dinner, so he decided to go to the library to sit for a while. He found a book related to glacier exploration and flipped through it. At the same time, he also sorted out the rewards from the previous dungeon. The Agent War dungeon itself did not have any items or points that could be obtained. Therefore, for normal players, it was basically impossible to learn new skills. However, due to Zhang Heng's own dungeon's time extension effect, he still had to improve himself even after completing the main storyline mission. However, as he continued to clear the game after game, the skill system on his body became more and more perfect. There was probably no one in the world who had more skills than him. He had dabbled in everything from languages to driving machines, combat techniques, makeup, reasoning, and even art appreciation. Compared to the vast science and civilization of mankind, his current knowledge was only a small part. There were still endless fields to explore. However, the improvement in his strength was becoming less and less obvious. This was also the law of development. To put it in layman's terms, Zhang Heng had reached an impasse. Although he could still improve himself in the future, the marginal returns were decreasing. Therefore, Zhang Heng spent a lot of time thinking about his next step in the bodyguard dungeon. Feng Zi, who was bored, also gave him some suggestions from the perspective of a bystander. She pointed at him. You're the strongest person I've ever seen. There's no one like you, and you almost have no weaknesses. Even the memory-encoded clone soldiers of Morgan's emergency response team are no match for you. Your reaction, judgment, combat skills, and analytical ability are among the best in the world. However, due to the limitations of the human body, you're almost touching the ceiling of combat power. So, are you going to suggest that I undergo the next step of body modification? Zhang Heng opened a can of beer and took a sip. No. Feng Zi took the can of beer from a certain person's hand and sat down beside him. I suggest that you consider training your spirit. I am training my spirit. Zhang Heng said. In the end, in the capital dungeon, if he didn't train his spirit and gain an epiphany from the final battle with Secretary General Okita, his knife skills wouldn't have been able to break through to LV4. In reality, any combat technique had to be trained to the extreme. Basically, it was the unification of the spirit and the body. This was probably what the ancients called the unification of 10,000 techniques. However, Zhang Heng didn't care as much about training his spirit as he did about his skills. After all, This sort of thing sounded very mysterious. It was far less intuitive and practical than the changes in skill levels. In addition, Zhang Heng was also different from ordinary people. He had lost most of his emotions, so he was naturally resistant to all kinds of negative emotions. As a result, he did not even need to train or study to be able to maintain his composure in times of crisis. This way, the mental training would not be of much use to him. However, Feng Zi seemed to be particularly persistent on this matter. He took a sip of his beer and said, "Haven't you ever thought about finding those lost emotions one day? Have you ever thought about how to fight in that state?" Chapter 1122, Yuan Villa. Zhang Heng never thought that he'd ever regain those lost feelings. By now, he was getting more and more used to the current state of almost no emotional fluctuations. Although this had caused him to lose a lot of happiness, under this state, his analysis, observation, and crisis-dealing ability had indeed improved to a certain extent. This could even be considered as his second cheat other than the time freeze. Think about it. In the event of sudden danger, many people might be unable to react in time due to fear, or at least not in the first place. However, Zhang Heng did not have such a problem. Emotional stability helped him maintain stable control of his body. His thinking processes could be quickly completed, thus enabling him to take the most rational response. Therefore, it could only be said that there were pros and cons to everything. Of course, if he had a choice, Zhang Heng still hoped that he could regain his lost feelings. Although this might weaken his strength on a combat level, Zhang Heng still felt that he could truly be a complete version of himself only by having feelings. Especially after going through the bodyguard dungeon, Zhang Heng also began to think about the existence of the self. For example, for the residents of the new Shanghai 0297, every time they went through a record, it was equivalent to killing themselves. Although everyone was constantly upgrading, they had also completely lost themselves in the countless iterations of the version. This was perhaps why Feng Zi suggested that Zhang Heng focused on his mental training as his next step. After knowing the truth, what I'm most afraid of is that one day, someone will use a similar memory coding method to secretly change my memory. I hope that someone finds a way to recover all the deleted memories, and at the same time, identify the fake memories in my head. I know this may sound like a fantasy, but if there's anyone around me who can do this, it's you. Feng Zi said as she looked into Zhang Heng's eyes. Zhang Heng still remembered the conversation they had. It was also from that day that he began to devote more time to mental training. He had a ready-made method of training, and it was the mantra of the small mountain bright heart that he had obtained from the moribund capital dungeon. When he had first come into contact with the small mountain bright heart, Zhang Heng had actually not paid much attention to it. This was because it was a small sect that lived up to its name. Even when Xiao Shanxian's father was still alive, it was not very famous. It could not be compared to the likes of the Big Stone Divine Shadow Stream, the Beichen Single Blade, or the Fragrant Divine Path, all famous large sections. They did not leave behind any traces in history, which was unsurprising. Without Zhang Heng, Small Mountain Bright Heart would have been basically cut off by Xiao Shanxian's generation. This was not without reason. Xiao Shan's school of thought focused on seeing the heart clearly, and the blade moved according to the heart. It did not have much to offer in terms of blade techniques, and it emphasized the training of the state of mind. However, the state of mind was too intangible. It was difficult to describe. Zhang Heng only realized the importance of the state of mind, or rather, the training of the mind, after he reached LV3 in blade techniques. In addition, at that time, he had been playing around in the capital, so he had seen many schools. There were even fewer things that could be seen after he learned from the various schools. On the other hand, he gained new insights when he looked at the Yama Heart Stream. Even after he successfully advanced to LV4, his mental training still basically followed the method of Yama Heart Stream. However, because there was no way for him to advance after level 4, Zhang Heng gradually slacked off on his training in knife techniques. It was only when Feng Zi mentioned him that he started to pay more attention to it. He continued to use this method to train his mind. Although he didn't find the method to fight against memory and coding as Feng Zi had hoped, the unity and coordination between his body and mind had indeed improved. It was just that this kind of thing wouldn't be displayed in the form of numerical values on the character interface. However, Zhang Heng had a feeling that he would use this period of training sooner or later. Zhang Heng summarized the results of the previous dungeon. He looked at the time and registered the book on glacier exploration. Then, he walked out of the library and drove his polo to the address that Han Lu had given him. Yuan Villa was located at the edge of the second ring road, in an unremarkable alley. However, after entering, Zhang Heng realized that it was quite big inside. Furthermore, when he parked his car in the parking lot on the side, he realized that other than his polo, there were basically luxury cars worth more than 600,000 to 700,000 yuan inside. Among them was Han Lu's Model S. When the parking lot security guard saw Zhang Heng's polo, he deliberately double-checked to ensure that he had not come to the wrong place. Zhang Heng didn't overthink it. As usual, he calmly found an empty parking space, parking his polo between an A8 and a Panamera. Then, under the guidance of the waiter, he walked into a restaurant nearby. The owner of Yuan Villa rented the nearby 8 courtyard houses and redesigned them to be private kitchens. Located in a very hidden spot, there were no advertisements, except for small-scale recommendations from customers. There was no lobby inside, but only private rooms. This was because those who came to Yuan Villa for dinner mainly were business people, and through this, privacy was guaranteed. The waiter directly led Zhang Heng into the private room that Han Lu had reserved. It was a large private room that could seat more than a dozen people, but Han Lu was the only one inside. She was on the phone at the moment, and when she saw Zhang Heng, she nodded. After talking for about 2 minutes, she hung up. "You're here." "Yes." Zhang Heng pulled out a chair, but then Han Lu said, "Why are you sitting so far away from me? Are you afraid that I'll eat you?" Han Lu paused and continued. "Business here is usually good. You need to book at least a week in advance. The large private room I booked at that time was originally to entertain a group of guests from Macau, but there was an accident over there later. However, I've already paid the deposit, so I thought of getting you to join me for a meal." "Thank you." Zhang Heng found a seat next to Han Lu and sat down. Han Lu was as swift and decisive as usual. She didn't waste any time and went straight to the point after the waiter left. "I thought there wouldn't be any more problems for you. You've been helping me for so long. With that country island and the dreamland of death the last time, you've already saved me twice. It's finally my turn to help you this time." Speaking of serious matters, Han Lu's expression turned serious. "I'm an investor. I rarely leave large amounts of money lying around, so I don't have much liquid capital on hand. Fortunately, I'm preparing to invest in a project. I have around 20 million in cash that I can take out immediately. Other than that, I still have some fixed assets, shares, and miscellaneous things. I can take out a portion of it to find a bank loan. The number hovers around 100 to 150 million. You don't have to worry about the interest. I can help you pay it back. Also, I've been in this circle for so long, so I still have some friends. How much do you want first?" Han Lu said, "In the early stages, I want to ask for 1 billion, but I can split it into 3 batches. The first batch will be 500 million. Zhang Heng said after some thought. "Is it difficult?" "In my experience, raising money can be difficult or not difficult at all. The key is to see how you raise it." Han Lu said. Chapter 11:23 Greed. Chapter 11:23 Greed. If you want to obtain 500 million just by borrowing, it won't be easy even for me. Everyone knows how difficult it is to get back any lent money. Besides, from what you said, 500 million is only the initial capital." Han Lu picked up the teapot on the table and poured Zhang Heng a cup of Biluakan. "How much more do you plan to ask for later?" "I'm not sure yet, but the total amount is likely to reach 8 billion. Zhang Heng frankly told Han Lu. An ordinary person might have been paralyzed with fear when they heard this number, but Han Lu was a well-known venture capitalist after all. It wasn't like she hadn't seen an enormous amount of financing when she was still working at an international investment bank. Thus, when she heard this, she didn't show too much of a surprised expression. She only said, "Looks like you've already thought about how to repay that large sum." "Yes, I do have a preliminary plan, but I'm not absolutely sure. Furthermore, I've been quite busy recently, so I can't take care of this matter for the time being." Zhang Heng said. When Zhang Heng commissioned D4 to post the transaction, he had naturally thought about how he would be able to fork out such a large sum of money. B-grade items were only used as collateral, and Zhang Heng did not intend to use B-grade items to complete the final payment unless absolutely necessary. However, forking out 8 billion yuan was definitely no easy task, even for the likes of Zhang Heng. Even though he had the time freeze ability, it was impossible for him to sneak into the bank vault without anyone noticing. The severe consequences of such a matter were also worth considering. It was almost inevitable that the police would intervene, attracting large-scale public attention. Furthermore, this was out of line with his usual style. Therefore, Zhang Heng did not overthink it and passed on this method. Then, he turned his gaze elsewhere. The Black Sail dungeon was the longest one he had ever experienced. At the beginning of the dungeon, he was intercepted by a pirate ship and boarded the pirate ship of Edward Blackbeard Teach. He followed the latter to Nassau, a legendary pirate kingdom that eventually became the king of the Seven Seas. It witnessed the final glory of piracy in the 18th century. Over the past 10 years, Zhang Heng had become friends with many famous pirate captains in history or fought with them. As a result, he learned of numerous secrets, including the whereabouts of some of the pirate treasures. Because of his involvement, the fate of some of the pirates had changed, and the final location of the treasure might have changed as well. However, it was not easy for the pirates to choose the treasure's location, and after considering all the factors, Zhang Heng believed that there were still some treasures that remained in his memory. In addition, Zhang Heng still had the route of a Spanish treasure ship and the sunken ship's location. The latter was known as the shiniest pearl in the treasure hunting world, with initial value estimates of the treasure on the ship to be worth over 13 billion yuan. Even though Colombia had announced not long ago that they had found the Spanish treasure ship. Nonetheless, Zhang Heng also browsed through the news from that year and found that the sunken ship announced by Colombia was not on the route of the Spanish treasure ship. Moreover, Colombia had not organized any salvage operations until now, thus causing Zhang Heng to be inclined to think that this was just a publicity stunt. The actual Spanish treasure ship was still somewhere in the ocean, sleeping with the treasure ship, waiting for the day that it was discovered. If he could find the treasure ship, Zhang Heng could basically solve funding once and for all. However, this wasn't such a simple matter. In the Black Sail instance, Zhang Heng had participated in the attack on the Spanish treasure ship, meaning it was very likely that the location of the treasure ship would be affected to a certain extent. Therefore, he probably needed to follow the route of the ship to search again. Considering that almost 300 years had passed, and he had to take into account the ocean currents and wind direction, this was not an easy task. In addition, transporting the treasure after finding it was also a big problem. If it was not appropriately resolved, the issue might escalate into an international dispute. However, compared to moving the bank vault directly, the impact would be much smaller. Furthermore, it could also be controlled within a specific range. However, even if everything went smoothly, Zhang Heng would not get 8 billion in a short span of 3 months. This was also the reason why he had asked Han Lu to raise the money first, and Han Lu did not disappoint. If you want to borrow such a large sum of money, even with my guarantee, it is impossible because no one would lend such a sum to someone they don't know or understand. However, Han Lu paused. It's different when it comes to investment. Capital will always chase after profit. As long as there are good investment projects, you don't even need to ask. Naturally, countless people will rack their brains to give you money. But I don't seem to have any valuable investment projects in my hands. Zhang Heng frowned. It doesn't matter. As long as you can convince the capital market that your projects have a profitable future, you can still receive an endless stream of funds. Han Lu said. And I happen to be the person who is best at this kind of thing. However, investors nowadays are not fools. The era where you can raise funds purely by telling stories has passed. Then what should we rely on? Fine products? No, we should rely on telling better stories. Han Lu said while fluttering her eyes. Your luck is not bad. This just so happens to be an era where traffic is king. Initially, only veteran companies would dare to use loss-making strategies to seize the market and rely on burning money to defeat their opponents. But now, almost all of the emerging companies have become unusually bold and aggressive. No one gives a damn about the profit margins of unicorns. That was something from the last century. As long as the churned-out data was good enough and the prospects were attractive enough, They would naturally find investors to inflate the valuations, finally entering the secondary market continuously. Everyone gets something like this. Fine, I'll get to the point. The point is that the current environment is very conducive to what we're going to do next. The more money we burn, the easier it will be for you to hide the final flow of funds. So, what we need now is a convincing story. This might be difficult for others, but for you, I don't think it's a problem. Han Lu's face revealed a sly smile. On the other side, Zhang Heng had already guessed her intention. He raised his eyebrows and said, "You want me to take out a prop to sell?" "That's right. Currently, the market favors science and technology. I've been looking for a suitable project, and it's time for the other investors to experience the charm of black technology. I'll be taking the Angel's Wheel. 80 million in exchange for 10% of the shares. Isn't my offer a little too greedy?" Chapter 11:24, Investors. Zhang Heng already knew what Han Lu was planning to do. From the very beginning, the latter did not plan to raise funds through loan help. Instead, she aimed at her old profession, preparing to make money directly from the capital market. Zhang Heng even suspected that this was not the first time Han Lu was thinking about this. This probably had something to do with her professional habits. When she came into contact with new things, she would subconsciously think about the investment value and development prospects. After Han Lu survived the death dream incident, Zhang Heng also opened a new door for her. He allowed her see the gold hidden behind the door. Ordinary people might only be able to make a small amount of money by using the characteristics of game items in their daily lives, but for Han Lu, who was an investor, this was an out-and-out gold mine. As long as it was properly operated, this was a return of tens or even hundreds of times. After all, nowadays, PPT could be used to build cars, and Han Lu had the real thing in her hands. Naturally, she could tell the story better. Unfortunately, after Han Lu tried twice, she found that Zhang Heng did not seem interested in making money. In addition, she had already been saved by Zhang Heng twice, so she was too embarrassed to ask for more money. In the end, she did not expect Zhang Heng to deliver himself to her. When she heard that Zhang Heng needed a large sum of cash, Han Lu was not surprised. Instead, she was happy. At the same time, she also threw out the financing plan she had been planning for a long time. Han Lu, on the other hand, was very calm and straightforward. "I've been thinking about this for some time, and this business is only for us. It's a perfect match. You have a tool with supernatural powers that can break through current technology, and I'm a professional investor. I know how to maximize the use of the tools that you provide to raise funds. You want to keep a low profile as much as possible and not let others know about the existence of the tools, and I'm the same. If magic can be seen through, it's not worth much. Here's what I'm going to do. You give me a game item, and I'll get some experts in the field to package it into a new science with a theory that's complex enough that testing will be difficult. Well, to make it as realistic as possible, it's not going to be over the top, but it's going to be a big hit in the capital markets, and it's going to be a big hit for all investors. This requires a certain degree of control. No one is more suitable than me. Furthermore, I'm well known in the investment circle. With me leading the round, it's equivalent to endorsing your project. After that, I can help you handle the next few rounds of financing. If you trust me enough and don't want to show up at all, I can even find someone to replace you." Zhang Heng thought about it and asked, "Will there be enough time for financing?" After all, the amount of money he needed was not small, and time was tight. "No problem," Han Lu said confidently. Investors are the most impatient creatures. Back then, JD.com spent 20 years in the capital market, but it took them less than 3 years to finish. Moreover, the market value now exceeds their value. The capital market will only be more anxious than you. Moreover, with me around, I will help you speed up the financing process. You don't need to worry about these things. All you need to do is to give me a suitable item." Because there was a limit to the number of items a person could bring along, and in order to cover the recasting cost of the hidden scabbard, Zhang Heng had previously converted all the unused items into points. Therefore, he did not have too many items on him right now. First of all, those B-grade items could be eliminated first. Since Han Lu needed to attract investors and demonstrate to them, then this item would basically have to leave Zhang Heng's side for a long time. Furthermore, the 3 B-grade items he had on him, namely Pestilence Bone Bow and Hidden Scabbard, were purely weapon-type equipment. Obviously, they were not suitable. He could not let Han Lu show everyone how to spread the plague on a large scale, right? The infinite building block, on the other hand, was a little too high-tech. It was completely beyond the scope of the current scientific explanation. Entering the scope of magic, it would be difficult to come up with any theories. Among the remaining items, the Falayer lens was actually the one that could meet Han Lu's requirements the most. It was already shocking enough just to advertise the automatic light supplement function. At the same time, it did not seem to be too far away from the current scientific system. The commercial prospects were vast, and once mass-produced, it would have an unimaginable market. No investor would be unmoved by it. However, the story of the filter lens was difficult to continue. This was because Han Lu only had one lens from the beginning to the end. She could not even take out a second sample. If this continued, investors would definitely have doubts. In comparison, the marble soft drink was much better. As long as Han Lu found someone to build a machine that looked very scary, then place it on the machine's mechanical arm, she could find a few bottles that were large enough to produce a continuous stream of various flavors of pinball soda. The cost was low, but the prospects were not as enticing as the filter lens. She might be unable to raise the funds that Zhang Heng needed in the limited time. There was another problem with the pinball soda. It was not found initially by Zhang Heng, but as a part of the payment that 1810 and the others granted him when they invited him to help solve the Sphinx incident. In other words, he wasn't the only one who knew about the pinball soda's effects. If Han Lu's project became popular, it was very likely that someone would link him to the project. Zhang Heng didn't want to cause trouble for himself, and more importantly, he didn't want to cause Han Lu trouble. Therefore, if there was a condition, he still hoped that he could choose from the items he had brought from the dungeon. However, he did not seem to have any particularly suitable items on hand. However, Zhang Heng was not in a hurry. He still had a piece of newly obtained golden scale that was currently being appraised. In addition, he was about to enter the next round of the regular dungeon. There was still a high chance that he would obtain a new item there. If it really did not work out, he could still use the trading firm to purchase some unappraised equipment and gamble on his luck. Zhang Heng then went through the general financing process with Han Lu and listed the timing of each financing. Zhang Heng also gave Han Lu D4's contact information so she could transfer the money to the other party. After everything was done, Han Lu had the waiter open a bottle of red wine and raised the wine glass in her hand. It could be seen that she was very excited tonight because she knew that she was already standing in front of the mine. The next step was to mine the countless gold below. To celebrate our cooperation, from today onwards, I am also your investor. Chapter 1125, The Invisible Enemy. In order to make time for his upcoming Greenland trip, Zhang Heng didn't have much rest this time. After meeting Han Lu to discuss the financing, he returned to the game's checkpoint the next day. At this time, the school was basically on vacation. The number of students in the bar had obviously increased, and the air was filled with the scent of hormones. Zhang Heng squeezed through the crowd and came to the iron ladder. He showed the player number on his arm before he walked up. When he pushed the door open, he saw the bartender sitting behind the bar counter, as usual, paddling and playing in S. When she saw Zhang Heng, she raised her eyes slightly. "You're here?" "Yes." The two acted as if the incident on the Red Island had never happened. From the beginning to the end, Zhang Heng had never questioned why the bartender was there, and the latter had no intention of explaining at all. However, after the monster in front of her was killed, the bartender finally put down the game console in her hand and stood up again. She took out a Thule tree box from under the bar counter and pushed it in front of Zhang Heng. "Your new item has been appraised." Zhang Heng opened it and saw the golden scales inside. On top of that, there was a card with the appraised result on it. Name, earthly scale, quality, C. Effect, the wearer would absorb the earthly scale into his body. When required, the user will receive a large increase in strength. However, after using it, there will be some side effects, mainly being exhaustion. After resting, the wearer can recover. The effect of the earthly scale was very simple and direct. It was the most commonly seen strength-enhancing equipment in RPG games, in line with Jem'Had's positioning. However, it had to be said that such a rough attribute enhancement was best for practical use. Whether it was in combat or in special circumstances, This item had strategic significance. However, after looking at the effect's attributes, Zhang Heng still had some objections to the description. What does it mean by incorporating it into the body? I'm not a snake, fish, or any other scaly animal. I can't let this scale grow on my body, can I? Zhang Heng asked. That's easy. The bartender said. Show me your chest. Zhang Heng took off his t-shirt. The bartender's gaze wandered over his chest and abdominal muscles. She whistled and stopped at his heart. Let's do it here. This scale can also provide some protection for your heart. After saying that, she used the scale to cut open the skin on Zhang Heng's left chest. The wound was very shallow, so even if the scale was placed on top of it, it would not penetrate more than a millimeter. However, the next moment, something miraculous happened. The golden scale seemed to come to life, and it actually began to burrow into Zhang Heng's chest. The whole process lasted for about a minute. In the end, the golden scale completely sank into Zhang Heng's body, and he could no longer see it from the outside. During this period, Zhang Heng did not feel any pain. Another half a minute passed, and even the wound disappeared. The bartender clapped her hands. All right, when you're using it, hit your chest 3 times and recite Jemingard's name in Luenwen. After saying that, the bartender demonstrated the pronunciation twice for Zhang Heng to remember. Zhang Heng knew that Luenwen was a language used by the Nordic Germanic race, but it was later replaced by Latin and gradually died out. However, now that it was discovered, some people began to use Luenwen for divination. After Zhang Heng received the earthly scale, he was about to head to the booth when he was stopped by the bartender. Wait, there's one more thing for you. Zhang Heng was a little surprised when he heard this. This time, he only had one more item to be appraised by the bartender. It was the earthly scale on his body. The first round of the proxy war has ended. The top 50 people get a small gift. Have you forgotten? The bartender said as she took out another box from behind the bar counter. Zhang Heng had really forgotten about it. He didn't expect the game organizing committee to be so efficient. The first round of the proxy war had just ended 2 days ago, and the gift had already arrived. Zhang Heng looked at the size of the box and asked, "What's inside?" "It just came this afternoon. To be honest, I don't know either." The bartender was also very curious. Hence, Zhang Heng directly opened the package in front of her. In the end, he saw a brand new PS4 Pro inside. "Is this a game item?" Zhang Heng asked the bartender. "No, this is just an ordinary game console," the bartender said. She looked a little deflated, and she pulled herself back behind the bar counter. "This doesn't have any supernatural powers attached to it, but the organizing committee has said before that the top 50 gifts are only for commemorative purposes. This thing is worth at least 2,000 to 3,000 yuan. If you don't want it, you can just drop it on salted fish. Then I'll leave this thing with you for now. I'll take it with me when I leave." Zhang Heng handed the PS4 Pro back to the bartender. He finally reached the booth he frequented, then set a time as usual and lay down. As the alarm rang, the familiar feeling of dizziness assaulted him again. Player identification, authentication passed. Random 10th dungeon drawing for player 07958. Draw complete. Current dungeon is Invisible Killer. They're like stars in the sky, shining all day long. We should spread them all over the country. They're extremely safe. M.A. Stirakovic. Mission objective: find the key person. Mode: single-player cooperative. Time flow: 1440. 1 hour in the real world is equivalent to 60 days in the game. There is no specific time limit for this round. After completing the mission, you can return to the real world. Friendly reminder: the game will officially start in 5 seconds. Please get ready. The dungeon's name and introduction were unprecedentedly abstract. Almost no valuable information was given, but Zhang Heng could still smell something unusual from the strange dungeon time. This was the first time he had seen a dungeon with no time limit. This meant that the players could stay in the dungeon as long as they wanted. It was practically an official benefit. This was because almost all the players knew the importance of game time. Not only would increasing game time increase the success rate of the main mission, but it would also allow them to fully train their skills. However, Zhang Heng did not think that things would be that simple. Chapter 1126, Single-Player Cooperative. Other than the bonus game time, Zhang Heng also noticed that this time's dungeon was in a single-player cooperative mode. This was a mode that he had never experienced before, but he had had a better understanding of the various mechanisms since the start of the game. He knew that all single players were in single-player mode, with the suffix representing the relationship with other players. For example, he had experienced 2 single-player competitive dungeons before, so he and other players were competitors in the dungeon. This time, the single-player mode seemed more inclined to allow players to work together to clear the dungeon, which seemed to further reduce the game's difficulty. Zhang Heng could not dig out any more helpful information from the background notifications for the time being. He would only know the details after entering the dungeon. The 5-second countdown did not take long, and Zhang Heng's vision soon returned to normal. He realized that he was standing in a relatively small room. There were 2 machines on his left. About the height of a person, some unknown numbers were displayed on them. Other than that, there were also 2 chairs and 6 other people in the room. The small room was obviously not expecting so many guests, so it was a little cramped. The 7 people in the room looked at each other with a hint of wariness. Zhang Heng did not know what the others were looking at. Anyway, what he saw were 6 foreign men and women wearing white clothes and white hats. Some were short, and all of them were white. There were 4 men and 2 women. They were all staring at each other. After about half a minute, a man in his 20s with dark eyes and brown hair asked carefully, "Players?" His voice was shallow and deliberately vague. At first glance, it sounded like an unconscious moan from someone who had caught a bad cold. In addition, he was a foreigner with a tall and red nose who spoke in Chinese, which was rather comical. However, he did not expect to hear the others chime in. "Player. Me too." Since this dungeon was a collaborative one, at least the players in the same dungeon had the same goal. Although it could not be ruled out that some people with ulterior motives wanted to kill and steal, however, before that, everyone had to at least see the light of dawn. Therefore, the players had a relatively peaceful relationship. This was why the dark-eyed, brown-haired young man was willing to be the first to reveal his identity. After him, Zhang Heng and the rest also revealed their identities. There was no mirror here, so Zhang Heng did not know his actual appearance. However, his basic skin color and height could still be seen. Like the other 6 players, he was now a white male, probably not even 30 years old. He had a thick stubble. In order to fully guarantee the privacy of the players, the game organizing committee would adjust the appearance and body shape of every player in the dungeon that had other players. Previously, Zhang Heng had also changed his appearance in the Apollo Project dungeon. Therefore, he was not surprised by the current situation. A blonde girl wearing glasses and looking a little weak suggested, "Since it's a collaborative dungeon, we'll have to work together if we want to clear it. Why don't we introduce ourselves first so that we can get to know each other better? It'll be easier for us to work together later. It doesn't have to be too complicated. Just tell us your code name and what you're good at." "Sure." The young man with dark eyes and brown hair was the quickest to respond. He said straightforwardly, "My code name is Young Man Jianfu. My specialty is electronic intrusion and helicopter piloting." The blonde girl nodded. "Young Man Jianfu. Why does this name sound so familiar to me? I feel like I've heard it somewhere before." Young Man Jianfu's face turned red when he heard that. I like the water player forum. Usually, if I have nothing to do, I'll always hang up my account. I've left comments under many posts." "No wonder." The blonde girl understood suddenly. "Now that you mention it, I also remember. You're Simon's fan, right? In the post about Simon, I saw you and the people from the 3 big guilds scolding each other. You single-handedly scolded 4 people on the opposite side. You scolded them for a total of 5 pages. I'm ashamed. I'm still too young. I can't control my hands. My account often receives the small black room set meal." The youth said this, but there was no shame on his face. It was clear that he was proud of his 1 versus 4. In the end, he was proud of the glorious battle record of the 4 people running away with their heads held high. Following that, the blonde girl introduced herself. "My code name is Master Kue. I'm good at the directional explosion, Latin, and Jeet Kune Do." When her code name was revealed, spirits were shaken. There was nothing they could do. The main thing was that Master Kue's muscular image was too deeply rooted in people's hearts, utterly incompatible with her blonde hair and blue eyes. In addition, her skills were also very fierce. Not only did she practice Jeet Kune Do, but she also used directional explosion. Everyone could not help but take a second look at her. Doctor, skills are the same as surgical medicine. If everyone accidentally loses a limb, I can help everyone reattach it as elegantly as long as conditions allow. A tall, thin, and gentle-looking man was the third to speak. However, his humor couldn't relax the atmosphere. It was mainly because of the unknown dungeon that everyone was still on guard when they first entered. Hearing him mention the broken limb, they could not bring themselves to laugh. 3 of them started, and the rest of the people also exchanged code names and skills that they were good at. Of course, many people would hide something from them. After all, no one would reveal all their trump cards the moment they entered. Simon, detective, vehicle piloting, and knife skills. When it was Zhang Heng's turn, he casually picked a few skills to talk about. When he finished, he realized that the room was silent. Those 2 simple words seemed to have some kind of magic, causing everyone to stop what they were doing simultaneously. As for the young man, his mouth was wide open. He looked as if he could swallow 2 pancakes and 2 sesame paste pancakes in one gulp. After a long while, he regained his speaking ability and subconsciously asked again. Who are you? Simon. Oh my God, I actually met the #1 god in the national server in a single row. You're Simon, you're really Simon. The young man gushed in excitement. Does this mean that I can totally win this time? The expressions on the other players' faces were also different. If one were to talk about who was the most popular in the player circle, 9 out of 10 people would say Simon. He overpowered the 3 big guilds and the mysterious beta, obtaining the highest score in the first round of the proxy war. Thus, the critical point was that Simon only used 2 games, which was ridiculous compared to the others. Chapter 1127, Open Door. No one had expected to encounter the legendary Simon in this dungeon, not to mention in the collaborative dungeon mode. When they realized what was happening, their faces were filled with the same joy that beheaded the youth. Indeed, this dungeon had the #1 player, Simon, presiding over it. This was equivalent to reduce the dungeon's difficulty significantly. In addition to the nearly unlimited game time, no one could think of any reason for their side to roll over. In addition, they did not have to worry about being robbed by influential players when the dungeon was almost over. Since Simon could offer a reward of 200,000 points, it was unlikely that he would take a fancy to the 3 melons on them. From the looks of it, they had hit the jackpot in this dungeon. The nervous expressions on everyone's faces relaxed, and some of them even began to chat happily. Zhang Heng was not in the best mood. The conditions of this dungeon were unbelievably relaxed, but because of that, it gave off a strange aura, primarily when related to its name, the Invisible Killer. It was inevitable that bad premonitions about unknown danger waiting for them ahead would surface. Thus, after introducing himself, Zhang Heng immediately began to study the room they were in. There were no windows, but only a door. Furthermore, it was locked from the outside. They could not open it from the inside, and they could not see what was happening outside. However, they could hear the sounds coming from the outside, including the whirring of the machines and the sound of water flowing through the pumps. Coupled with the 2 seemingly sophisticated machines in the room, they could deduce that they were currently in a factory. Meanwhile, the other players didn't idle around. Even though they were lucky enough to bump into Simon this time, they wouldn't be pulling this off if they really wanted to survive. In fact, in this day and age, very few players dared to play single-player mode, one that had a way higher risk. Not only did they have to deal with all sorts of complicated environments, but they also had to face competition from other players. If they were not careful, they might get into trouble. If they really wanted to play, it would be more convenient to play as a team. Therefore, although the atmosphere had become relaxed, everyone did not really idle around. On the contrary, they had a tacit understanding to spread out and collect clues on their own. The young man with the code named Mouse took off the white hat on his head and pinched it twice. Does the white clothes we wear hint that our professions in this pocket dimension are all doctors? Well, not necessarily. The doctor said. The white coat was indeed invented by a 19th century surgeon named Liszt. The founder of modern microbiology, Louis Pasteur, once put forth a theory that microbes were the main cause of human and animal diseases. List heard Pasteur's theory and began to advocate for doctors to wear white coats because it was difficult to hide dirt and was more hygienic. However, as more and more people accepted the existence of microorganisms, some researchers and workers on special occasions also started to wear white coats. Everyone mainly valued the relatively hygienic characteristics of white coats, and although compared to modern protective clothing, white coats were actually not very hygienic. Finally, to answer your question, I don't think we carry the identities of doctors in this dungeon because I don't smell the familiar scent from this coat. On the other side, a player with the code name of Repairman was squatting on the ground, studying the two machines in front of him. After the doctor finished speaking, he said, "These things are ancient." "Is that so? But I think they are quite new." He said, "I'm not talking about their age, but the manufacturing date. It seems to be something from the last century." "This means that our dungeon was in the 20th century. The doctor raised his eyebrows. "It seems we are in good luck. In the 20th century, the greatest danger to humanity was the First and Second World Wars. Could war this invisible killer?" "Correction, war is still visible." Mouse said, "What is invisible should be human greed. But we don't look like we're in a war." Another girl, Coconut, said, "Besides numbers, there are letters on the machine. It doesn't look like English. Do you know what those words are?" "Latin is ruled out." Master Koei said, "Rule out French and Japanese too," added the doctor. "It doesn't look like Italian or Spanish either." "It's Russian." Zhang Heng, who had been silent all the while, said, "God, have you learned Russian before?" The young man's eyes lit up. "It's rumored on the forums that you have a near-complete skill reserve. One person is equal to a small party of players, so when you play the game, you will always be in a single row, and you won't form a party with other players." "No, I haven't learned Russian either." Zhang Heng shook his head. "If I could understand what the words meant, I would have known where we are by now. In fact, I used the same elimination method as you. In addition, with our appearance, I think we are now in Russia, or more accurately, in Soviet territory." Cold War background. The boy began to rack his brain. Could we be a group of scientists that America has sent to infiltrate some secret Soviet factory to steal research data? If that's the case, then the main mission, to find the key people, matches. Master Koei said, "What we need to do is to find the person who has the core information to complete this mission." It sounds quite simple. Yes, during the Cold War, was there anything that the Americans coveted in the Soviet Union? There's a lot. Space technology such as artificial satellites, armed technology such as missiles and airplanes, and heavy industry technology. The key is that none of us understand Russian. After we get out, we need to find a translator first. Someone had already started to plan their next move. However, because Simon was there, everyone only made suggestions. Then, they all turned their eyes to Zhang Heng, as if hoping that he would make the decision. Undoubtedly, Zhang Heng did not stand on ceremony. "Since there's no time limit for this game, let's leave this place first before we make any plans." For some reason, as Zhang Heng listened to the sound of machines and water pumps outside, he felt that dwelling in this place for a long time wasn't the best idea. "No problem, I'll open the door." The youth volunteered. Even though the players were locked inside the room, a mere door was not enough to stop them. The youth took out a piece of wire from his pocket. When he held the wire in his hand, it felt like it had come alive. The tip of the wire was probing around, and the youth hoped that would put his face on it. "Stop fooling around. I was hoping you would do something serious." The young man reprimanded. "Open the door for me." With that, he stuck the piece of wire through the crack in the door. Chapter 1128, Factory Workshop. The wire reached out from the gap of the door. It first twisted left and right a few times, looking rather excited, like a dog that had gone out to have fun. However, it did not forget what it wanted to do, soon looking for the keyhole. The people in the room heard the sound of the front of the wire scratching the door. After about half a minute, the wire seemed to have found the position of the door lock. After going in and fiddling around inside for a while, with a click, the door that was locked from the inside was finally opened again. The young man was quite pleased with himself as he put the iron wire back into his pocket. He was about to push the door open when he was stopped by the repairman. We don't know what's going on outside. Should we discuss what to do if we encounter a battle later? What's there to be afraid of? We have Simon on our side. The young man said confidently. No matter what enemies are outside, we'll just trample them. Zhang Heng initially thought that the repair union would refute him, but the latter actually nodded in agreement. That makes sense. Fortunately, Master Kuei was more reliable. With a frown, he said, Don't be silly. If you want to chase after a star, you should wait until you get out. After a pause, he turned to Zhang Heng and said, I didn't mean to offend you. No, you're right. Zhang Heng said as he took his pestilence bone bow off his back. With him leading the way, everyone else was ready for battle. Zhang Heng nodded at the young man before he pushed the door open. The young man was obviously a veteran. Even though he claimed that Simon was the best in the world, he knew that he had to worry about his own life. After he pushed the door open, he immediately moved to the side. Zhang Heng stood on the left side of the door. After he opened the door, he raised the pestilence bow and aimed directly in front of him. He saw a small balcony, where a man dressed like them was there. He wore a white coat, and at that moment, was looking down, as if checking the equipment below. He heard the sound of the door opening, and he raised his head to look in the direction of the 7 people. Many thoughts flashed through Zhang Heng's mind at that moment. But in the end, the man who had rushed to the balcony turned his gaze to the front and quietly put the plague bone bow behind him. Then, he heard the man across from him open his mouth and shout something at him. Zhang Heng didn't understand Russian, but from his expression, he could tell that the man wasn't calling for a guard or anyone else. He was just a little surprised at why he was there. What do we do? Do we go out? The young man asked in a low voice. Yes, 3 people should go out first to check on the situation. Leave 4 people in the room. Zhang Heng said. After that, he, Zhanfu, and Master Kuei walked out of the small room. Finally, they could see more of the outside world. This was indeed the common factory layout. Surrounded by concrete walls, iron frames, and some machinery as far as the eye could see, the most intriguing part was at the bottom of the factory. There was a huge round lid, with a diameter of about 15 meters. The amazing thing was that the lid wasn't in a piece, but divided into small cubes. There were about 2,000 pieces of those cubes. This number was calculated from the rows and columns on the side. In addition, some of the cubes were painted with different colors, and others with numbers on them. What is that? The youth asked. I don't know. Is it some kind of maze? Master Kuei guessed. Those stainless steel cubes looked like the cubes in the Huarong Road game they had played before, and it was inevitable Master Kuei would have such thoughts. Besides that, he also noticed that on the left side, opposite the balcony, there was also an office. Through the glass window, he could see the 2 workers inside, and these were all the people in the factory. Without the guards that the players were worried about, they didn't even run into any decent armed forces. The 7 of them seemed to be continuing their good luck from when they first entered the game. Is that all you have? The youth in the uniform said eagerly. Give me 3 minutes, and I can take them all down. I'll only need 2.5. Master Kuei said calmly. How is that possible? They are quite far away from each other. The young man in the Zhanfu said indignantly. It takes a lot of time just to run there. But then again, it seems that we are indeed in the production workshop of the factory. No wonder there are no security guards. But why don't I see a few workers? Is the productivity of 20th century Soviet Union really so high? While the 2 of them were talking in low voices, the man on the balcony opposite them shouted a few more words. The 3 fake foreigners in white clothes across from them wouldn't say anything other than Wula. Of course, they couldn't give him any answers either, so the man on the balcony shouted a few times, but no one paid attention to him. Thus, he had no choice but to walk over. I'll take him down. You go deal with the 2 in the office. Master Kuei began to assign tasks. Why? The teenager was quite dissatisfied with this arrangement. The office needs to run a few steps, okay? And who knows if there's an alarm button inside. If you miss and alert the people inside, I'll be the one to blame. What else? Don't you want to move these little fish and shrimp? Do you want your idol Simon to do it? Of course not. I'm the one who's going. The young man said. After a while, he came back to his senses. Wait a minute. Aren't we supposed to assign tasks to each other? You're really annoying, Master Kuei said impatiently. If I ask you to do something, why don't we switch places? Do you have a way to control that guy so that he doesn't make any noise and alert the two people behind the glass window? The young man was speechless. In the end, he had no choice but to look to Zhang Heng for help. Eventually, he found that Zhang Heng had been staring at the big metal lid below. Is there a problem? The young man asked. Oh, I'm wondering what this workshop is for. Zhang Heng said. What is it for? Speaking of which, it does seem to be a problem. The young man asked curiously. Although this place also has a few machines, why are they all installed against the wall? The empty space in the middle only has a large manhole cover. Could the production line is below? All of a sudden, a tremor came from beneath his feet. Immediately after, the entire factory workshop started to shake as well. The three of them discovered that the metal cubes underground suddenly started to move, jumping up and down like the lid of a pot that was lifted by boiling steam. At first, there were only a few cubes, but soon, almost all of the cubes were running up and down crazily. The round lid now looked like a distorted human face. Chapter 1129, Explosion. What the hell? The youth in the Zhanfu was shocked by the sudden vibration. Is this a normal childbirth process? He still had a sliver of hope in his heart, but in the end, he saw the man who was initially walking towards them on the balcony suddenly stop in his tracks. The expression on his face became incomparably terrified, as if he had seen an incomparably terrifying scene. Then, ignoring them, he rushed toward the spiral staircase. I don't think it's a good idea to stay here any longer, Master Kuei said with a severe expression. Although she had just entered the dungeon and hadn't figured out what the factory was for, she could tell that something terrible was about to happen. Follow him, Zhang Heng said. With that, he took a step forward, and the players in the room followed behind him as they ran toward the helix. As the players ran, they looked down at their feet, only to find that not only were the cubes jumping more and more, even the insulation boards around them were bent by the impact. It was as if a terrifying demon was sealed under the round lid, and the latter was about to break free from its cage, bringing forth disaster to the human world. Without Zhang Heng's warning, everyone realized the danger and quickened their pace. They rushed down the spiral staircase and came to a passage about 10 meters above the ground. The group had just come out of the room, so they were familiar with the factory. In fact, they didn't know where to run to for safety. Under such circumstances, they had few options. The safest option was to follow the man on the balcony. No matter what, the latter was a serious factory employee. He wouldn't do something like that to himself, right? However, to be honest, everyone wasn't too sure. Moreover, they had lost sight of their target as soon as they entered the tunnel. Fortunately, they heard the sound of the door opening from the left side. Judging from the sound, the door should be quite heavy. The man on the balcony seemed to be struggling a little. At the same time, they heard the sound of air behind them. Something that looked like a safety valve was opened, releasing a stream of white steam. It seemed to have relieved some of the pressure on the large manhole cover, but it didn't take long before the valve broke, and the noise under the circular manhole cover grew even louder. The group didn't dare to delay any longer. They rushed to the left. There, the man standing on the balcony had already opened a safety door that looked like a bank vault, squeezing his body through it. Zhang Heng was the first to arrive, but he wasn't in a hurry to squeeze in. Instead, he pulled the door open a little more, so that at least two people could pass through, greatly reducing the group's travel time. After that, Zhang Heng, the engineer, and the young man worked together to close the safety door. However, not long after they closed the door, they heard a loud bang from the other side. The entire factory shook. Did something explode down there? The young man asked nervously as he continued to run. I was so nervous just now. It was too close a call. However, before he could finish his sentence, he heard an even more terrifying explosion. This time, it wasn't the plant that shook, but it felt as if an earthquake before the end of the world. Unable to even stand properly, the youth was directly jolted to the ground. He saw that the wall to his right had a few cracks, to the point the steel bars inside were revealed. The lamppost above his head had also been jolted down. The air was filled with a thick haze of dust. The young man's ears rang. After a while, he regained his hearing. He shook his dizzy head and asked, Is everyone okay? The players responded one by one. There was a safety door separating them. At the same time, they ran a distance forward. At least, the terrifying explosion did not directly affect them. Therefore, there was no loss of players in the party. Zhang Heng's attention was now on the man who had been standing on the balcony not too far away. Although the man had fallen, he did not seem to be in any danger. However, there was no joy on his face, the fear becoming even more intense. He muttered a single word repeatedly. Then, he got up from the ground and staggered toward the corridor in front of him. Zhang Heng didn't know what that word meant until a long time later. What do we do now? Do we continue to follow? The repairman said as he dusted off his clothes. There's no need. Coconut said. From the looks of it, that guy is probably going to inform the others. He'll probably call for the factory security or something. If we go up there, there's an 80% chance that we'll be exposed. Even if we don't, there's a high chance that we'll be dragged to the fire rescue or something. Of course, I'll still follow the leader's orders. Previously, when Zhang Heng revealed his code name, it attracted a wave of gasps. However, other than the fanboy, the other players still treated Zhang Heng with more respect than trust. After all, they didn't have much interaction with Simon before, only knowing that he was strong enough. They knew nothing about his character and moral standards. Furthermore, they couldn't rule out the possibility that Zhang Heng was using Simon's name to cause trouble. Therefore, even though most of the players were very polite to Zhang Heng on the surface, they were still wary of him in private. They would listen to Zhang Heng's arrangements as long as it really went against their plans. However, after Zhang Heng's action of pushing open the safety door, everyone could at least confirm that he was not the kind of person who was completely selfish and did not care about the lives of others. This also made many players have a good impression of Zhang Heng. People like Coconut had already started to view Zhang Heng as the leader of this team. They were no longer the kind of ragtag gang that would randomly pull people on the road. Everyone had their own ulterior motive. Zhang Heng looked ahead. At the end of the corridor, about 100 meters away, there was a room that looked like some control room. The man who had been standing on the balcony earlier had run there. Zhang Heng also went there to take a look. He should be able to gather some clues related to the 2 explosions earlier. Unfortunately, none of the 7 players who participated in the game knew Russian. Even if the clues were right in front of their eyes, they probably wouldn't be able to see it, leaving Zhang Heng to merely say, "Let's leave this place first." The players didn't have any objections when they heard that. The earlier explosion had shattered the glass in the corridor. Glass shards were scattered all over. It looked like a mess, but from here, they could see what was below. Not only were the floor filled with rubble, but there were also glowing objects that looked like burning charcoal. There was also the distant door. Good news. At least we'll be able to leave this damned place soon. Mouse said. I'm almost choking to death from the smoke and dust here. Also, what is that smell? Why does my mouth have a metallic taste? Chapter 1130, Chernobyl. Mouse's words changed the doctor's expression drastically. In fact, it wasn't just Mouse. Almost all the players could taste a metallic taste in their mouths. Other than that, they could also smell the strong smell of ozone. Many people's temples were tense, their eyelids were stinging, and their chests burning. However, this dungeon was basically filled with experienced players. It wasn't the first time they had faced danger, so no one would make a fuss over such a small matter. Moreover, there had just been an explosion here, and many places were still burning. Of course, no one expected the air quality to be good, but thoughts toward the possibility of some chemicals burning began to materialize. Until the doctor said one word. Nuclear radiation. Huh. Master Koei frowned. We are suffering the effects of high-intensity radiation poisoning. No, to be more precise, we are still in the midst of intense radiation. The doctor looked extremely nervous. His voice could not help but tremble. How are you so sure? Radioactive iodine. Radioactive iodine produced by nuclear radiation has a metallic taste. In the recent Fukushima nuclear accident, many of the interviewees mentioned that they had tasted metal when they were exposed to radiation. Wait, we're in 20th century Soviet Union. The plot of this game shouldn't be. Although Mouse did not say the name in the end, it was no longer important, because all the players present knew what he was going to say. Chernobyl. The worst nightmare of hundreds of thousands of people, the worst and most terrifying nuclear accident in human history. The first international nuclear accident was defined as a Level 7 accident, and the other Level 7 nuclear accident was the Fukushima nuclear accident in 2011. At the most dangerous time of the Chernobyl nuclear accident, it almost pushed the entire European continent into the abyss. "We are at Chernobyl." The repairman's expression also darkened. This ozone smell is the smell of air ionized by high-energy nuclear radiation, just like during a thunderstorm. "We are here, April 25th, 1986, or the 26th. I can't remember, but we are here. This is Chernobyl's reactor number 4, the one that exploded just now." While he was talking, 2 more explosions came from the other side of the metal door. However, this time, the explosion was not as violent as the previous one. The corridor only shook a little. Mouse was completely dumbfounded. "We were exposed to nuclear radiation just now? And it was at the center of the explosion. Are we going to die soon?" "I heard that the radiation level of Chernobyl's number 4 reactor after the explosion was 30,000 rankins per hour." The maintenance worker's face turned extremely pale. No living creature can withstand such a high level of radiation. The situation is not that bad. 30,000 rankins should be the total amount of radiation. The specific amount of radiation will vary greatly depending on the region. Although we are very close to the reactor, we were inside the building when the explosion happened. The doctor gradually calmed down at this time, and he continued to explain. "Although the concrete cannot help us completely isolate the radiation, it can indeed help me resist a considerable portion of the radiation. If we die, we are definitely dead, but we should still have some time." "How long?" "I can't say exactly how long, but it has something to do with everyone's physical condition," the doctor said. "A few days, a few weeks, a few months. If we're lucky, we might live for a few years. Of course, there are also people who will die in a few hours. We don't have any equipment, so we can't detect the current radiation level. But we can be sure that the sooner we leave this place, the better. No wonder this dungeon is called the Invisible Killer, and there's no time limit for the quest." Coconut gave off a messed-up expression. Right now, everyone felt as if there was a time bomb embedded in their hearts. The numbers on the dial were ticking, representing their remaining lives. No one knew when the needle would return to 0. Just a few minutes ago, most people had thought that this would be an easy and enjoyable experience-grinding trip. With Simon leading the team, it did not matter who their opponent was. However, no one had expected the situation to turn for the worse in an instant. They were about to face an invisible and deadly enemy. Under such circumstances, no matter how powerful Simon was, he could not do anything against such an enemy. Therefore, the players were no longer as relaxed and cheerful as before. However, even though their morale was low, the players still accepted reality in the shortest time possible. Zhang Heng asked the doctor, "Is there any way to extend our survival time?" "I'll try to explain our current situation in simple terms. Nuclear radiation from nuclear fission reactions, or more accurately, ionizing radiation, includes all kinds of rays, such as alpha rays, beta rays, gamma rays, X-rays, and neutrons. These rays can be roughly divided into 2 categories. One is a high-speed particle flow dominated by alpha rays, beta rays, and neutrons, and the other is a high-energy electromagnetic wave like X-rays and gamma rays." The doctor sped up his speech. "Regardless of whether it's the high-speed particle flow or the high-energy electromagnetic waves, the most fundamental cause of damage to the human body is the transfer of energy. Matter is made up of atoms, and our bodies are no exception. The energy carried by the high-energy electromagnetic waves will be absorbed by the atoms after entering the body, and then released in the form of kinetic energy, thus destroying the structure of the molecules. The high-speed particle flow is even more powerful because the mass can directly break the molecular bonds. The cuticles and proteins are fine. Even if they are destroyed, they can gradually recover. However, the most fatal thing is that the DNA is destroyed. This is because the genetic information carried by the DNA is guiding the activities of all the cells in the human body. If the DNA is destroyed, it will cause our cells to malfunction. Unfortunately, even with our technology in the 21st century, There is nothing we can do about this kind of damage on the molecular level. Therefore, the treatment in the hospital can only help you to alleviate some of the pain or prolong your life through equipment. But what? We can't do anything about the external radiation. We can only try to avoid places with high radiation values, but we can still find ways to reduce the internal radiation. The metallic taste we're tasting now comes from iodine 131. Iodine 131 will enter our bodies through breathing and food. Eventually, it will accumulate in the thyroid. To solve this problem, we can inject some iodine in advance. The doctor said, "It's like going to a restaurant and booking the table in advance. So next I suggest we go to the hospital and get some iodine pills, which should help." Chapter 11:31, Blue Flames. Since they had discussed their next destination, the seven naturally did not want to stay in the nuclear power plant and continue to be exposed to radiation. In fact, the nuclear power plant had already become a complete purgatory at the moment. The fire caused by the explosion began to spread wildly, and sirens ominously blared one after another. Shattered glass flew everywhere. The seven soon found the stairs that led down and were about to run down the stairs when, to their surprise, they saw the door of the room at the end of the corridor, which looked like a central control room, opening again. 3 people wearing white clothes ran out. 2 of them looked very young, looking like they were in their early 20s, and the person behind them was none other than the man who had escaped the reactor explosion with the 7 of them. He was standing on the balcony. As they were quite a distance away, there was a lot of dust floating in the air. In addition, the 3 of them seemed to be a little unsettled. It was as if they had not noticed the players at the first moment. Hence, when the players saw this, they hurriedly retreated into the stairway. The youth and Master Kue looked at each other. The latter made a knockout gesture. The youth nodded, but the players did not expect that the 3 of them would not turn around when they passed the stairway. They did not even glance at the stairway and just walked straight ahead. The youth was stunned. "What do you mean? Where are they going? There shouldn't be any other stairways behind them, right?" He wasn't the only one puzzled. The others were as well. Could it be that they want to go to the reactor? Although Master Kue said those things, it appeared from her expressions that she did not really trust this deduction. After all, it was understandable that the players didn't know how powerful the reactor was when they first entered the dungeon. However, the man standing on the balcony was obviously an employee of the nuclear power plant. He also seemed to be in charge of the reactor. Judging from his frightened look at that time, it was impossible that he didn't know what had happened. And now, he didn't want to leave this place as soon as possible. Counterintuitively, he actually turned around and walked back to the reactor. Did he not know what was waiting for him after he opened the safety door? As if answering the players' questions, the 3 of them really came to the safety door. They even seemed like they were preparing to open the door. Are they crazy? The young man in the Zhanfu who stuck his head out asked in surprise. Don't bother with their matters. Let's leave this place as soon as possible. The doctor said with a solemn expression. If they open the door, the radiation will definitely rise. As expected, everyone lost interest in watching the show. They continued to run down the stairs, and along the way, they met a few people in white coats. They were all workers from the nuclear power plant, filled with panic and confusion. However, they did not run out. Some were busy rescuing the injured, some were busy putting out the fire, and some remained at their posts. Regardless of what the nuclear power plant workers were doing, none of them wore any protective equipment. Be it protective clothing or breathing masks that could prevent radioactive dust from falling on their skin, they were basically dressed as they usually did at work. However, what was even more unbelievable was what the players saw after they ran out of the building. They saw that the roof of the reactor building they were previously in had been completely blown apart by the explosion. Half of the wall facing the road had also collapsed. Broken bricks, concrete, and some black substance flew everywhere, some still cindering when they landed on the asphalt pavement. The steel bars and pipes that were initially buried in the building were now exposed. A massive pillar of fire soared into the sky, emitting a faint blue luster under the effects of Chernkov's radiation. However, behind this beautiful luster was an incomparably terrifying danger. Without the protection of the protective cover and concrete, the high-intensity radiation was spreading from the damaged core in all directions. At this moment, the players only wanted to do everything possible to leave this radiation hell. However, The sharp-eyed mouse saw a figure appear from within the ruins. It was the man who had been standing on the balcony. He had returned to the building where the reactor was located. He was climbing up the ruins, and below his feet was the damaged reactor core. At this moment, his body was enduring an unimaginable amount of radiation. His skin burned by the nuclear radiation became darker and darker, and his eyes swelled. He crawled using both his hands and feet while shouting something intelligible. Who is he shouting at? The teenager asked subconsciously. His colleagues, I think. Zhang Heng said. Didn't we see the workers of the other 2 nuclear power plants in that building? The direction he is heading to is the office where the 2 workers are. However, the players only took one look before they averted their gazes. According to the doctor, after leaving the building, the radiation doses they received would increase significantly. Considering the distance between them and the core, every second they stayed here increased their risks exponentially. This time, the maintenance worker ran at the front and rushed toward the door. Coconut was right behind her. However, after running for about 50 to 60 meters, Coconut let out a muffled groan. A chaotic set of circumstances. It was also in the night, and she couldn't see the road under her feet. She stepped on a piece of construction waste and fell to the ground. Mouse, behind her, immediately stopped and helped her up. Are you bleeding? It's just a scratch. It's not a big deal. Coconut said. There was a black stone where she fell just now, which had grazed her palm. Coconut, however, didn't take this minor injury to heart. Instead, she tried walking a few steps only to discover that she had sprained her ankle. She was limping a little. Then, the mouse and the teenager lifted her and continued to run toward the gate. There's a bus over there. Let's get on the bus first. The doctor said. He pointed at a bus parked not far away from the gate. The maintenance man got on the bus first before the driver waved his hands and feet in excitement, attempting to tell him something. However, he was interrupted by a punch from the maintenance man before he could say anything. Master Kuei followed him onto the bus. He glanced sideways and saw that the maintenance man was holding onto the driver's neck. The latter's face was flushed red from holding his breath. Are you planning to kill him to silence him? No, I just want him to be quiet. The maintenance man explained. The muscles in his body tensed. In the end, Kuei grabbed the driver's hair and knocked the latter's head against the iron handrail. The bus driver immediately rolled his eyes and fainted. Now he's quiet. Chapter 1132, Countdown. When the last player climbed onto the bus, the doctor immediately called for everyone to shut the doors and windows. The repairman was already sitting in the driver's seat, holding the steering wheel. However, the next question he asked left all the players dumbfounded. The hospital, which way? Previously, everyone had decided their next plan in the corridor, preparing to go to the hospital to get iodine tablets. However, they had neglected the most crucial problem. They did not know where the hospital was. They were now certain that this dungeon's background was Chernobyl, and based on their historical knowledge, they knew that Pripyat was the nearest town to the nuclear power plant. However, they were clueless about the more detailed information, such as the number of available hospitals in Pripyat and where they were located. They could not be blamed for being careless, though. The main reason was that it was never difficult to find a place for those who lived in the information-laden 21st century and were already familiar with the internet. All they had to do was take out their mobile phones and search for a location. Now, not only was there no internet, but even though the players wore white skins, no one knew and spoke Russian. In the end, it was Zhang Heng who reminded them. Ambulance. He didn't explain much because after observing the game for a while, he realized that although most players in this round were single players without guilds, their average skill level was still pretty good. Even though they were a little dazed from the first nuclear explosion, he believed they had not completely lost their ability to think and understand what he meant. There would definitely be injured people after the explosion at the Chernobyl nuclear power plant, so there would definitely be someone who would call for an ambulance. By then, as long as they followed the ambulance, they would naturally find the hospital. The first ones to arrive, however, weren't the ambulances but the firefighters. In fact, before the players had even run out of the building, the first batch of firefighters had already arrived at the scene only 2 minutes since the explosion. Subsequently, the second and third teams of firefighters arrived at the scene within 5 minutes. Almost as soon as the fire engine came to a stop, The firefighters on board hastily jumped down the truck and rushed into the sea of fire with water guns in their hands. A few workers in white coats had been fighting there for some time. They had used nitrogen to replace the hydrogen in the generator in the turbine hall to prevent an explosion before transferring the diesel supply from the turbine fuel tank to the emergency water tank above the reactor unit. All the work was done under unimaginable radiation doses of 500 to 15,000 Rankine per hour. Thanks to their valiant actions, the turbine hall was saved from being engulfed by the flames. If the fire spread to the other reactors, this would lead to an even larger disaster. The firefighters climbed to the roof through the fire escape and began to think of ways to fill the reactor with water. Like the workers at the nuclear power plant, the firefighters weren't in any radiation protective gear. They were only wearing their ordinary fire uniforms and were completely exposed to the radiation. Some of them even took off their helmets because they were too hot. Though the smoke from the burning asphalt on the roof severely blurred vision and made breathing a chore, the firemen still tried to get as close to the fire as they could. At the same time, fire engines were coming in from all directions, not only from around Chernobyl, but also from Kiev and other areas. After receiving the call for help, under the doctor's guidance, the maintenance workers drove the bus to a wall to prevent it from being continuously exposed to radiation. Until they could no longer see the scene inside the nuclear power plant, the hearts of the players still could not calm down for a long time. Most of them had heard of the name of Chernobyl more than once, but the disaster that year was too far away from them, and most hadn't even been born at that time. All of their knowledge of Chernobyl came from news and anecdotes, novels, and games on the internet. Never in their wildest dream had they ever thought that someday they too would be involved, witnessing one of the most tragic disasters in human history, and from such close proximity as well. "I feel terrible now," Mouse said. He sat on the chair of the bus and panted heavily. However, it was not because of the intense exercise just now, but purely because of the physiological reaction after heavy palpitations. When he thought about the reactor scene that had just exploded, Mouse's legs went weak. "Who isn't? I thought it was a welfare book, but I didn't expect it to be a life-ending book after I came in," the maintenance man said with a wry smile. "No wonder the mission time is unlimited. Who would want to stay here? I can't wait to go back now. The situation isn't that bad. At least we don't have to worry about the after-effects." Master Koei had calmed down at this time. "We are in a game after all. Compared to the firefighters and the workers of the nuclear power plant, as long as we can return to the real world alive, our physical condition will return to normal." As soon as she finished her sentence, Coconut, who was sitting in the back seat of the bus, suddenly vomited. "Are you okay?" Mouse had been following her and carried her all the way to the bus. As a result, the two had drawn close. Seeing how unwell Coconut was, he asked with concern. "Vomiting is one of the common adverse reactions brought about by radiation overdose," the doctor said. "Because lots of cells die when exposed to this much radiation, new cells need to be divided to make up for them. To produce cells, you need water and energy. This will lead to an insufficient blood supply to your stomach, which will eventually lead to vomiting." "I'm fine." Coconut wiped the vomit from his mouth with his hand and smiled weakly at Mouse. "You don't have to explain everything in such detail. It makes me want to vomit myself," the boy said. "Sorry, I like to keep talking when I'm nervous." After waiting for a few minutes, the ambulance finally appeared. A doctor ran down from the ambulance and injected some tranquilizer into an unlucky person hit by a crossbeam during the explosion. He did some simple triage, then ordered his men to carry the injured man into the ambulance while he stayed behind to deal with burn victims and mildly injured. The players were also cheered up when they saw the ambulance because this meant that they could finally leave this godforsaken place. When the ambulance drove out of the main entrance with the injured, the maintenance workers stepped on the accelerator impatiently. The bus returned to the road from under the wall and followed the ambulance in front, heading toward the nearby town of Pripyat. Zhang Heng turned back to look in the direction of the nuclear power plant. A few brave firefighters had climbed up to the roof of the reactor and were attempting to fill it with water. Under their feet was a huge crack, where the melted core was spewing out a vast amount of radioactive particles. The invisible flame had burned everyone present. Chapter 1133, Pripyat. The wheels of the bus rubbed against the asphalt surface, making a dull grinding, its roaring engine particularly clear in the silence of the night. The players had obtained a watch from the unconscious bus driver, so they finally knew the exact time. It was 1:44 a.m., and according to Zhang Heng's calculations, the explosion should have happened 15 to 20 minutes ago. There was still a long time before daybreak. For the town of Pripyat, 3 kilometers away from the nuclear power plant, most of the residents were still sleeping soundly. Having none, the explosion shockwave had already sent a portion of the core's material into the sky, forming a large masses of strong radioactive particles. At first, the mass only wrapped around the nuclear power plant, but it quickly began to expand and spread in all directions with the wind. The residents of Pripyat who first noticed the explosion were probably a group of night anglers. The nuclear power plant would drain the cold water from the steam turbine's preheat exchanger into the Pripyat River on the side. Because the water was warm and attracted fish, it was an excellent fishing spot, not to mention that it was just in time for the spring fish spawning season. Thus anglers came here one after another. Even at night, there were many people. The people came as close to less than 300 meters from reactor number 4. When the maintenance workers drove past them in a bus, the players saw some anglers looking up at the thick smoke in the direction of the reactor. Some were only beginning to pack up, but more people chose to stay where they were. They seemed to believe that the fire would not spread to where they were, especially after a few fire trucks had just arrived, convincing the anglers that the fire would be brought under control soon. Some, thinking that witnessing the heroic firemen putting out the fire up close would be a fine tale they could brag to their friends about, continued to hold their fishing rods and stayed by the river. In addition, a young couple was even secretly tasting the forbidden fruit by the river. They turned a blind eye to the explosion behind them and were tightly entangled together. Further away, several workers patrolling the railway bridge had also stopped to watch. It looks like we're the only ones who are busy running for their lives within 100 miles. Master Kuei said cynically. They'll pay the price. The doctor droned as he put on a serious note. The radioactive dust above the nuclear power plant has already drifted here and landed on their skin. With every breath they take, it enters their lungs. When they recall it in the future, if they still have a future, this will be the moment they will regret the most in their lives. What exactly are these people thinking? How can you be indifferent to the explosion in the nuclear power plant when you are moving around it? Mouse's face was filled with disbelief. I don't know. I'm just a surgeon, not a psychiatrist. The doctor shrugged. Will the radioactive dust drift into the town? At this moment, Master Kuei was concerned about another question. Without a doubt, this is already happening. So, if we stay in the town, we'll continue to be exposed to the radiation? Mouse asked. His words sank the hearts of all the players. Moreover, unlike the anglers and lovey-dovey couples by the river, the players knew that to complete their quest, they had to stay in the town even if they knew that there was a risk of radiation. Thus, the carriage fell into silence. A moment later, Coconut began to vomit again. However, because she had already vomited all her dinner before, she could only vomit nonstop now. It was the rats that were taking care of her. Sorry, I still feel a little carsick. Coconut said. I'll try to drive steadily, but this isn't a very smooth section of the road. The maintenance man said. As he spoke, he saw a few passing cars from the opposite side. There were fire engines that followed them, as well as private cars. One of them even honked at them, as if wanting them to stop. However, the maintenance man would not listen obediently. He turned the direction, bypassed the car, and continued to drive forward. He looked at the rearview mirror and saw that the owner of the car had already walked down. Seeing that the bus was far away, he seemed a little helpless. He had no intention of continuing to chase after them. However, after about 5 minutes, the ambulance and the bus drove past the safety zone near the nuclear power plant and finally entered the town one after the other. Everyone's impression of Pripyat was basically inseparable from the word Ghost City. After the Chernobyl incident, the city became desolate and no longer had any people. In addition, Ukraine later launched an adventure tourism program, which basically confirmed Pripyat's identity as a ghost city. Tourists held radiators in their hands and wore protective clothing as they walked between the abandoned school and the stadium. Listening to the creaking of the counters, They seemed to be able to feel the terrible disaster that happened here decades ago. At the same time, they enjoyed a ghost city's desolation. However, at this time, Pripyat looked no different from other towns. In fact, it was more accurate to say that Pripyat looked more beautiful than most of the towns in this era. The town was built before the Chernobyl nuclear power plant in the east. After the plan for the nuclear power plant was approved, the dormitories of the workers and the office buildings of the administrators were built first. As the project progressed, the families of the workers also moved to the town. People named the new town after the Pripyat River. As the number of residents in the town increased, there were more and more houses. There were shops, schools, stadiums, even buses and railways. When the number 1 reactor of the nuclear power plant was put into operation, the workers of the nuclear power plant and their families also moved into the town. After that, the construction of the reactor continued. After the number 4 reactor, the number 5 and number 6 reactors went into intense construction. The number of residents in the town also increased. So far, there were more than 50,000 people. Moreover, unlike those compact and crowded old cities, Pripyat was a typical Brezhnev-like city. The streets were wide, neat, and geometrically distributed, and the houses were well arranged. There was also a magnificent palace for teenagers and the 11th cinema of the Soviet Union. Whether it was the design or the planning of the city, everything was determined by top Soviet leadership. It also showed the bloc's ambition for the use of atomic energy. Everyone who came to Pripyat was fascinated by its charm. In order to get a living witness here, people fought over it. But now Pripyat was still in deep sleep. Only a few people noticed the light of the distant nuclear power station. Chapter 1134, Changes. The ambulance stopped outside Pripyat's medical center. The nurses, who had been preparing for a long time, immediately carried the injured into the emergency room and began to treat them. At this time, the maintenance workers had already parked the bus in the parking lot of the medical center, and the players got off the bus. At this time, there were not many patients in the medical center. It looked a little deserted, but everyone knew that it would not be long before the doctors and nurses here would be swamped. The clothes we're wearing now are still from the nuclear power plant. They're too eye-catching. Moreover, there's quite a lot of radioactive dust on them. Let's go and change our clothes first. The doctor suggested. No one had any objections. Therefore, the players quietly bypassed the outpatient building and arrived at the inpatient department at the back. There were 2 young nurses on duty there. When they saw the players walking in, they were stunned. One of them stood up and asked, but in the blink of an eye, the group of uninvited guests in front of her restrained her. Her companions were no exception. Master Kuei killed the 2 people cleanly. After that, the players found 2 unoccupied rooms. The male and female players were each given 1 room, and the youth in the Zhanfu found the place where the patient gowns were kept. The players each took a set. Just as they were about to go to the room to change, they were stopped by the doctor. Wait, I see a bathroom at the end of the corridor. Let's go take a shower first. Although 80% of the radioactive elements have already accumulated in the granular layer under our skin, it's still useful to use water to wash them down. The 2 ladies, Coconut and Master Kuei, went to wash up, followed by the maintenance worker and Mouse. Zhang Heng and the young man in the uniform were in line behind them. Zhang Heng walked to the sink and took off his clothes and shoes first. Then, he turned on the tap and heard the young man in uniform praise him. Idol, you have a real good figure. You probably spend a good deal of time working out, right? Or are you some soldier king or special force or something in the real world? What's a soldier king? Zhang Heng asked as he splashed water on his arm. It's the kind of soldier king that, when the god of war returns home and sees his daughter living in a doghouse, he orders 100,000 soldiers to go to the battlefield. The young man said with a sneer, but it didn't seem to have any effect on Zhang Heng. Zhang Heng turned to look at him and said calmly, Aren't you going to take a shower? I've already been exposed to radiation, so I don't care about this half a minute. I'll shower with the doctor. The young man said with a wave of his hand. Suit yourself. Zhang Heng washed his hair and back after washing his arms. Also, stay away from me. I don't want my skin to be contaminated with radioactive dust again. Okay, no problem. The young man took half a step back and commended. As expected of my idol. He's always so cautious. After the doctor and the young man had showered and changed, the team of players transformed from nuclear power plant employees to patients in the medical center. With the help of the fluorescent lights in the ward, everyone noticed the changes in their bodies. Their previously exposed skin had turned red, and according to the doctor, was because their stratum corneum had disintegrated after being exposed to the high-intensity electromagnetic waves, exposing the cells under their skin. Other than that, a portion of the players also felt a headache and nausea. However, the most serious one was the coconut. Her hand, which had been grazed by the high-energy electromagnetic waves, had actually started to swell up. Moreover, the wound had even split open. Any slight movement would cause severe pain. In addition, her lips were also slightly swollen. The doctor's expression changed slightly. "Did you touch anything that you shouldn't have touched before?" However, when Coconut heard this, she suddenly exploded for no reason. "What's something that you shouldn't have touched? Is there anything that you should have touched in that nuclear power plant?" She exploded. Her sudden anger also confused the players. Among them, the maintenance worker and the young man in the Jianfu showed a hint of displeasure on their faces. It was clearly not the time to be petty, although they had become closer after experiencing the explosion of the nuclear power plant and escaping together, and they had begun to act like a small team. In the end, they had only known each other for less than an hour. No one would coddle anyone unconditionally. In the end, it was one of the doctors who came out to comfort the others. "It's okay. This is not her intention. She should be suffering from radiation-induced mania in the nervous system now. Such an illness only appears extremely severe in the beginning. What happens after that?" The dissatisfaction in the maintenance worker's eyes disappeared when he heard that it was the illness. "After that, it will turn into a deep depression. It's fine. We'll get some antidepressants later," the doctor said and looked at Coconut. "How's your hand? What do you think? I feel fucked right now. It's like someone is constantly slicing through my palm with a knife," Coconut said. "And my mouth is swollen. I want to cut it with a knife." "When you fell at the nuclear power plant, you probably encountered some powerful radiation. That's why your hand became like this." The doctor took gauze from the nurse's station and wrapped 2 layers around Coconut's injured hand. "After that, when you vomited, you covered your mouth with your hand, so your mouth was also exposed to a high dose of radiation." The other players' expressions froze when they heard this. They had thought that the radiation they had suffered from being so close to the core of the reactor was already very high. They had not expected that there would be such a dangerous thing in the nuclear power plant. "Let's find a wide-range radiation measuring instrument to test it. This kind of instrument can measure the nature and degree of radiation inside and outside." The doctor paused for a moment before adding, "In the future, it would be best if we all take a test together. At the very least, we can know how much radiation we have been exposed to." After that, everyone left the ward and went to the outpatient building. What the players did not expect was that they could not find the kind of measuring instrument that the doctor had mentioned, even though they had searched several places to place the instruments. At this moment, more and more injured people were sent to the hospital. Among them, there were quite a number of people who had suffered from severe radiation. The doctor suggested that the hospital check their radiation dose, but it turned out that the hospital only used a relatively simple measuring instrument to perform a simple radiation test on the incoming patients. After confirming that they were all radioactive, the doctor gave them a bath, changed their clothes, and injected them intravenously. The doctor was also surprised. "That's it. Why? Is there something wrong with their methods?" Zhang Heng asked. "There are still a lot of problems. The medical equipment that I mentioned before is not particularly advanced, so it should be available in this era. Furthermore, this hospital provides medical services to nuclear power plants. At the very least, you should know how much radiation your patients have absorbed. In addition, the number of patients that have been sent here has also increased. Logically, the hospital should be classifying the patients according to the progress of acute radiation syndrome. However, all the patients that I've seen have been mixed together, and the medical staff's protective gear is not in place." Chapter 1135, Potassium Iodide. The doctors were surprised by the lack of preparedness of the Pripyat Medical Center for acute radiation sickness. In particular, The lack of large-range radiometers meant that the players had no way of determining how much RAD of radiation they had absorbed in the previous explosion. This meant that they had no method of estimating how much time they had left. However, the good news was that they had found potassium iodide injection in the hospital. The best time for this thing to take effect is before your exposure is to radiation. It is, however, still effective even after you are exposed to radiation. The doctor gave the players, including himself, and 4 drip. With drip stands in hand, coupled with the hospital gowns, they looked no different from patients now. When they were done, the hospital was finally bustling with activity. The wounded had been streaming in from Chernobyl, and many had their skins turned dark brown and their bodies swelled. As they were being carried out of the ambulance, they couldn't stop moaning. Some became hysterical. They looked very manic, but soon, his severe hiccups forced him to calm down. Zhang Heng and the others also saw a familiar face among them. It was the man who had stood on the balcony in front of the reactor. His condition was also the most serious of all. Because he was too close to the reactor, all the skin on his body had almost been burned off. The strips of skin hung on his body, exposing the flesh underneath. His entire body was swollen beyond recognition, and he could not move at all. Even moving his fingers proved impossible. In order to relieve the poor man from the excruciating pain he was experiencing, people in the same ward had to find some vodka for him to drink. However, before he could even swallow any, he retched it out violently. His condition did not look good, and it seemed that he had little time left to live. The off-duty doctors and nurses had also mobilized. There were also people borrowed from the nuclear power installation company, mainly Andes, cleaning the corridors and wards over and over again. Considering that each of the injured from the nuclear power plant contained a lot of radiation, the players and their team had all left the medical center with 4 bottles. However, they did not return to the original bus, finding a jeep instead. After witnessing the current state of the medical center, everyone could not help but worry about their future, especially Coconut. The doctor had to give her a sedative to calm her down. Now that we've obtained the potassium iodide, what's our next step? Master Kuei asked. Of course, we have to hurry and complete the main storyline. The maintenance man said without hesitation. He didn't want to stay in this dungeon a second longer. What do you guys think about the main storyline quest, then? Let's hear it. Zhang Heng said. Okay, I'll go first. To everyone's surprise, the first person to raise his hand this time was unexpectedly the server youth. I feel that the situation in this dungeon is actually not that bad. Even though everyone survived a nuclear explosion, it looks like they don't have much time left to live. Your definition of not that bad is quite ingenious. Master Kuei mocked. No, the first part isn't the main point. What I want to say is that this mission isn't too difficult. Finding the key person should mean we have to find the key person that caused this disaster. And don't forget that we have an advantage in this. What advantage? We don't need to really investigate this accident because we're from the 21st century. We've all read some information related to Chernobyl. I haven't really read much about it. Coconut yawned. Because of the sedative, she couldn't feel the pain in her palms and lips anymore. However, the side effect was that her senses would be dulled, and she'd feel a little sleepy. All right, most of us should have seen it. The young man immediately corrected himself. What we need to do now is to find the most responsible person for this accident based on the information everyone has. Then, we can find him and directly complete the mission and leave this damn place. I remember that this accident seems to be due to some safety test. The person in charge of this test was the deputy chief engineer of the reactor. His name is Otlov, or Todorov. It's tough to remember Russian names. The maintenance worker complained. Gatlov. The doctor said. And the foreman on duty and an operator at that time. But I don't remember their names. In short, the 3 of them should be the main people responsible person for this disaster. Did their mistakes lead to the accident? Master Kuei raised her eyebrows. No, I remember a passage saying that there was something wrong with the design of the reactor itself. Their experimental operation that night was the cause. The maintenance man said. So, if it's the second possibility, do we have to find the designer of the power plant? Mouse asked anxiously. Does he live in Pripyat or nearby? Who approved tonight's safety test? Master Kuei asked again. The chief engineer, the director of the nuclear power plant? Don't you think they should be more responsible for the accident? Yes, that makes sense, but then we'll have to add names to our list. We should list all the suspects and prioritize them according to their importance. We should first take care of the people who live here or nearby. Zhang Heng said. Also, the most important thing right now is to find a translator. Otherwise, our actions will be too limited, be it investigating or integrating into the city. Finding a translator is not a problem, but how can we guarantee that he won't betray us? We don't understand Russian, after all, so we rely on translators to communicate with the outside world. Furthermore, we have a Cold War background now, so we might be treated as spies sent by the West. I'll solve this problem. Zhang Heng said. That would be the best. With Simon's words, the players could finally heave a sigh of relief. The next step was to find a translator. Pripyat was the newly built atomic city of the Soviet Union, complete with all manner of facilities. However, there was also a problem. This city had only been developed because of the nuclear power plant, and most who settled here were also related to the nuclear power plant. They were either builders or staff at the plant. There were few around who worked in other professions, even more so for those who translated for a living. It was not easy to find a competent translator in the massive city of Pripyat. Chapter 1136, Whispers. Chapter 1136, Whispers. If I'm not mistaken, there are quite a few countries in the Soviet Union, and there should be more than one language, right? Mouse asked. Yes, the Soviet Union is an alliance of 15 countries, and there are quite a few ethnic groups in each country. Therefore, there are quite a few languages. Russian is the main language of communication, and the government has been working hard to popularize it. However, there are still languages in different places. For example, in Ukraine, where we are now, everyone can speak Ukrainian. Do any of you know Ukrainian? The doctor asked. In the end, the players looked at each other, but no one answered. Even though Zhang Heng had mastered 9 languages, there was, unfortunately, no Russian or Ukrainian among them. Just as everyone was staring at each other, Coconut, who looked sleepy, suddenly said, I have that kind of tool that can communicate with your mind. What? I'm not joking. Coconut said as she took out an earring from her pocket. Here, this is it. Just when everyone was overjoyed, Coconut opened her mouth and swallowed the earring. What drug did you inject her with? Mouse angrily scolded the doctor. Don't tell me that her mental disorder is also due to nuclear radiation. The doctor's expression changed slightly as if he thought of something, but he didn't say anything. It's none of his business. Coconut swallowed with difficulty and gulped the earring before she spoke. Her expression was very calm. Although she looked a little dull under the effect of the tranquilizer and her eyes were lifeless, she didn't seem to have lost her basic ability to think. After that, she stretched out her uninjured hand and opened it. Mouse saw the earring on her hand and heaved a sigh of relief. So you didn't need it. Then what was that? Did you do a magic trick? No, the earring is a pair. I swallowed one just now, and there's another one here. Coconut said. It seems like you still don't trust us. The doctor sighed. Since everyone dares to come out to play single player, of course we have to be careful. I don't intend to harm others, but I don't want to die for no reason. Furthermore, my current situation isn't good, and I'm a burden to the team. If I take out a valuable game item at this time, it's hard to say if people won't have other thoughts. Coconut said. Then why did you reveal that you have a telepathic item? Zhang Heng asked. Because I'm part of the team, and we're all on the same boat. Naturally, I want to help the team clear this dungeon. Seeing that everyone is in trouble, and I happen to have a solution, I can't just sit still. Coconut said. So you swallowed that earring. That's right. The earring is a pair called whispers. People who hold whispers can communicate through thoughts, though there are still many limitations to this. First, both parties need to agree. And just like you sending and receiving messages, you need to focus your mind to convey what you want to say, then accept the other party's words. You swallowed an earring, so as long as you give the other earring to the translator we're looking for, you'll be able to talk to him. In this way, the team won't be able to leave you behind, right? That's right. As expected of the number 1 player, he's very organized. Coconut commended. Mouse was dumbfounded. He didn't expect Coconut's seemingly irrational actions to actually contain a calm plan. I have no objections, Zhang Heng said. After that, he looked around at the other players in the car. In the end, everyone shook their heads. The maintenance worker muttered softly, "You're asking for it." However, he didn't say anything else after that. With whispers, the matter of finding a translator became much easier. The crowd didn't waste any more time. They directly dragged one of the two young nurses who had been knocked unconscious in the inpatient department into the car. In order to seize every second and buy as much time as possible, the players did not even wait for the young nurse to wake up by herself. Instead, they went to fetch a basin of water. They first put an earring on her ear before pressing her face into it. Stimulated by the cold water, the young nurse woke up. Then, she saw that she was being imprisoned in a jeep by a group of people. These were the same people who had knocked her unconscious previously. The nurse wanted to scream, but then she was covered by someone. So she could only use her big black eyes to pray that the bandits in front of her would find their conscience and let her go home. However, her beautiful wish was destined to fail. The nurse saw a woman with slightly swollen lips in front of her and pointed at her head, indicating for her to focus. However, the young nurse was completely scared silly at this moment. She could not concentrate at all, and her mind was a mess. All her thoughts were busy guessing where this group of people came from and what they would do to her. Her entire body was constantly trembling. Hence, after trying for a while, Coconut got tired. "No, this coordination is too bad. Do we need to use some tricks?" The maintenance man asked. "It's useless. She was scared to begin with. If you scare her again, it will only make things worse. Let's move on to the next one," Coconut said calmly. Thus, Master Kue had no choice but to knock the little nurse unconscious again and drag her colleague over. The second little nurse looked much taller and bigger. When she was subdued, she still wanted to resist. This was also the reason why the players wanted the first little nurse to be the translator. Unfortunately, the first nurse's mental strength was too weak, while the second one was much better. Coconut took less than 5 minutes to connect with the girl. She learned that the girl's name was Besnova, a Ukrainian who came to Pripyat 3 years ago after graduating school. She became a nurse at the medical center and had no other relatives there except a roommate who shared a room with her. The other was a new boyfriend who worked at the train station as a ticket inspector. "Tell her that as long as she does as we say, we won't hurt her, and it'll be good for her and her boyfriend," Zhang Heng said. Coconut closed her eyes and passed the message to Besnova, who quickly nodded in agreement. She was a smart girl, and she could tell that she was no match for these people. Since that was the case, she had to work with them first. That was the only way to save her life. "Okay, let's ask her the first question first. There's a parchment seller in town," Zhang Heng said. Chapter 1137, The Old Bookstore. Chapter 1137, The Old Bookstore. The team searched through the town's grocery stores and shops before they found a notebook wrapped in parchment. Zhang Heng used the parchment and Besnova to complete the vow rings ceremony. If Besnova harbored any bad intentions toward them, Zhang Heng would be the first to know and stop her. Of course, it would be best if such a situation didn't occur. To make Besnova realize this, Zhang Heng even invited her to play a little game. He allowed her to think about anything. Besnova thought about her boyfriend and whether the hospital would send people to look for her after they found out that she was missing. Zhang Heng didn't respond. However, once she thought about how to escape, a small knife was placed on her neck. The chill from the blade caused goosebumps to sprout on her neck. Even with Besnova's boldness, she was shocked by the sight. The way she looked at Zhang Heng changed completely. She said, "You're the devil." Coconut, who was in charge of translating, said, "Okay, let her think I'm the devil then." Zhang Heng said lightly. He paused before continuing. "Ask her if she knows about Jardalov." Coconut closed her eyes and said after a while. She said that she has heard of the name. She knows that Jardalov is the deputy chief engineer of Chernobyl reactor number 4. Some of the nuclear power plant workers who used to go to the hospital for treatment used to chat about Jardalov in private. Is that so? What did they talk about? Most of the time, they complained that Jardalov wasn't easy to get along with. He is always shirking his responsibilities. He often shouts in meetings and is dissatisfied with everything, stubborn, and does not socialize much. In addition, there is a worker who came to see the dentist who said that he likes to be corny. Most of the physicists hired are from the Far East, where his old boss lives. The foreman called Jartilov a despicable bastard because before the reactor unit even started operating, he had a chance to study, but Jartilov didn't give it to him. He said that he had enough knowledge and didn't need to study anymore, so he sent 2 other people to do it. However, during the final assembly and startup phase, those who didn't study did most of the hardest work, and they didn't get paid as much as those who went to study. The foreman angrily went to Jartilov to demand an explanation, but Jartilov told him that those people had gone to study, but he didn't. Hence it was reasonable for those people to get a high salary. He was so angry that he scolded them for the whole morning. It may sound like a jerk, but as long as the company and organization are large enough, there will always be such inappropriate leaders. Zhang Heng said. Now that we know that our deputy chief engineer of Jartilov is not very popular at the nuclear power plant, we can't blame him for the accident. We need to meet with him to understand the details of the accident. Zhang Heng glanced at the watch that he had taken from the bus driver. It was 5:30 in the morning. It had been 4 hours since the explosion. After a night of heroic fighting by the firefighters, the fire in the direction of the nuclear power plant seemed to have been put out. At least there was no pillar of fire that soared into the sky. However, the crisis did not pass as smoothly as most people thought. The doctor stood on the 2nd floor of the old bookstore and looked out of the window, looking very worried. At this moment, the sky had begun to turn white, and the sun was ready to take over the position of the moon. It seemed it would be another bright and sunny morning. On the balcony of the residential houses opposite, laundry and sheets were fluttering in the wind, and some early women had already started preparing breakfast for their husbands and sons in the kitchen. The flower beds downstairs were in full bloom. For the residents of Pripyat, the day seemed no different than usual. People woke up from their warm beds, opened the windows, poured themselves a glass of water, kissed their loved ones, and contemplated the day's work. They thought about the weekend, on whether they should go fishing, set up a picnic, or just go hunting in the forest across the river. In fact, it was May Day in a few days, a holiday for workers around the world. All factories and units would be on holiday, and cities would hold grand celebrations, with throngs of people flooding the streets. The whole city would be beaming with joy. No one, however, realized that their lives had already been completely different since the explosion at 1:23 a.m. The radioactive fallout had drifted into Pripyat with the wind, sticking onto their clothes that had been hung out to dry, and into the room as the windows opened, onto everyone's skin. Adults, children, and the elderly could not escape, where particles even made their way into uncapped cups and breakfast plates, filling the air with plutonium, cesium, strontium, and massive amounts of iodine. 131, not to mention the huge radioactive cloud that was slowly drifting in the sky. Unfortunately, these real dangers could not be seen with the naked eye. They should evacuate the residents here as soon as possible. The doctor sighed. I saw the news on the internet. It was said that Soviets only began evacuating the residents here after 34 hours. The maintenance man said. Is it because it takes time to gather vehicles? Mouse asked, confused. Yes, it takes a lot of vehicles to transport 50,000 people, but it shouldn't have taken that long. Also, apparently, ordinary people haven't been notified since the accident. The repairman said as he looked at Besnova. As expected, Besnova was confused. She didn't seem to understand why the players looked like they were about to face a great enemy. Everyone was fully dressed, trying not to leave their skin exposed. They also wore gloves on their hands and masks over their faces. Zhang Heng also tossed a protective suit to Besnova. They were quite lucky. Previously, they had passed a fire supply store and found a respirator and breathing apparatus, but now that they were quite far away from the radiation source, they didn't have much use for it. The mask could stop some large particles of radioactive dust from entering their mouths. Although this might sound cruel, it's actually a good thing for us. Since the main culprits on the list are still here and haven't been dragged to Moscow or anywhere else, it'll be easier for us to investigate. The young man said, blinking his eyes. Yes, the owner of this old bookstore is about to wake up. He'll probably be here soon, so it's about time for us to leave. Zhang Heng said. He then glanced at Coconut, The latter started to vomit again after finishing the conversation with Besnova. Chapter 1138, Looking for Kadyrov. Chapter 1138, Looking for Kadyrov. In fact, Coconut was not the only one in the party who vomited. The maintenance guy and Mouse had vomited twice, but their condition wasn't as severe as Coconut. The wound on her hand, which had been bandaged by the doctor, seemed to be unable to heal. Fresh blood kept oozing out, and she needed to change the bandage every once in a while. Even under the effect of the tranquilizer, Coconut did not seem to be feeling very well. Her lips also seemed to be on the verge of cracking. All that, and not to mention the lingering nausea. The players could basically feel it, but the degree of severity was different. There was also a faint sour smell in the air, but it was not that obvious. The players had already left the bookstore and got back into the jeep. Zhang Heng walked behind them and said to Coconut, "Help me tell her that she can call her boyfriend and ask him to stay at home for the day. But don't say anything unnecessary. If she tries anything funny, I'll find out." Coconut rinsed her mouth with the water from the old bookstore's canteen. She glanced at Zhang Heng and asked, "Do you want to tell her the reason?" "Yes, tell her the truth about the nuclear power plant explosion." Coconut nodded. A moment later, a look of surprise appeared on Besnova's face. She seemed to be in disbelief, but there was not much fear in her eyes. Zhang Heng guessed that she did not know the severity of the situation at all, just like the night anglers they saw on the road. Zhang Heng did not explain, though. Firstly, Coconut, who was the middleman, looked very tired. Zhang Heng did not want to trouble her with any more words. Secondly, Zhang Heng had already done his best by asking Besnova to call her boyfriend. If she was unwilling or did not believe him, Zhang Heng would let her be. However, after thinking for a moment, Besnova actually used the bookstore's phone to call her boyfriend. In fact, she was very obedient the whole time. Not long after, she seemed to get a little angry and slammed the receiver on the phone. She said that her boyfriend didn't listen to her and insisted on going to work at the train station. He also told her not to say anything. He said that a colleague of his had received the news that there was an explosion at a water tank at the nuclear power plant, and the accident was under control. Coconut said, "Anyone who had been to the scene and had any sense wouldn't have thought it was just a water tank explosion." However, Zhang Heng didn't say anything and just got into the car with Besnova and Coconut. Because the maintenance man was feeling a little dizzy, the driver was now Master Kuei. After everyone had arrived, she asked, "Do any of you know where Kadyrov is now?" "I think that guy has already run. He's the deputy chief engineer of reactor number 4, and unlike the ordinary people in town, he should know a lot about the reactor. Therefore, he must know that the reactor has already exploded. If he stays there, he will be exposed to even more radiation. Don't let him get caught already." The maintenance man said with a frown, "Then we'll have to think of a way to get him out of the police station." Zhang Heng was not in a hurry to come to a conclusion. "Let's go to his place first," was all he said. Although Besnova did not know where Kadyrov lived, the man wasn't a nobody in Pripyat, so it wasn't that difficult to find out. She got out of the car and made 2 phone calls, a friend married to a gas line operator at the power plant. Hence, she quickly got the address. Under Besnova's human navigation, Kay drove the car to Kadyrov's door. However, to his disappointment, Kadyrov did not come back after the explosion. "He didn't come home. Did he just run away?" Mouse asked. Zhang Heng thought about it and turned to look at Coconut, who looked a little pained. "Ask her if she knows any of the family and workers of reactor number 4. See if you can get any information about Kadyrov's whereabouts from them." Coconut took 2 deep breaths and closed her eyes. Then, she saw Besnova shake her head. After a moment of hesitation, she nodded again. She got out of the car again and walked to the public phone booth. This time, it took her a long time, but Zhang Heng was watching her from the side, and during that time, she did not feel any change in the vow ring she was wearing. After about half an hour, the public phone rang again. Besnova only said 2 sentences before hanging up. She asked someone to contact Viktor Grigorievich Smagin, the shift leader of the number 4 reactor unit. Smagin is the shift leader of the number 2 reactor unit. He was in charge of the day's work and went home at night. In the end, he was picked up by a van not long ago. Apparently, he went back to the nuclear power plant to help. According to Smagin, Kadyrov left the nuclear power plant about 3 hours ago. According to the people at the administrative building, he went to the civil defense headquarters. Coconut said. 3 hours ago. In other words, he stayed there for at least 2 hours after we left the plant. Why? Does he want to die? The maintenance man asked in confusion. The 3-hour civil defense meeting should be over. Kadyrov was in the control room when the accident happened. He was not far from the reactor, so he should have been exposed to a lot of radiation. The young man said. If he really stayed there for another 2 hours, the radiation dose would have increased. He should probably be feeling very unwell by now. The hospital. Mouse and the maintenance man said in unison. Kadyrov is probably in the hospital now. It's not just him. The people in the control room that night are probably in the medical center as well. Zhang Heng said. We should be able to meet a lot of people on this trip. Zhang Heng was right. When they returned to the medical center, they realized that it was completely different from the first time they came. The number of patients had increased by at least 5-fold, most being firefighters and employees at the power plant that night. Not only were there people from reactor number 4, but there were also people on duty from reactor number 3 next door. The other night anglers also noticed that they were not feeling well when the sun rose. Their breathing was rapid, and their lungs looked as if they had been burned by fire. Their skin was sunburned and had turned dark, caused by the nuclear fire. The sound of coughing rose and fell in the ward. There was also a radiation detector. The alarm was constantly beeping, so the cleaner had to disinfect the corridor and the ward. He threw away all the clothes of the wounded, all to no avail to the beeps of the Geiger counter. No one realized that it was actually because of the radioactive dust floating in the air. At this moment, there was no place without radiation in Pripyat. Some of the patients seemed to be in a serious condition, but most of them could still bear it. At least for now, it seemed that their physical and mental conditions were still normal. Some of them were still chatting, and little did they realize that their bodies might rot bit by bit in a few days. Chapter 1139 New Plan. Chapter 1139 New Plan. Besnova worked as a nurse in the medical center. With her around, the players' movements in the hospital became more convenient. Besnova even helped them get the names of the patients in each ward. However, after that, another problem was placed in front of the players. That was how to make contact with the target. Currently, the medical center's wards were practically full. Every ward was filled with patients, and the corridors were filled with people. For a town of only 50,000 residents like Pripyat, the hospital itself did not have too many wards. This major accident at Chernobyl caused over 100 patients to flood into the hospital at once, instantly putting the limited medical resources under great strain. Despite the hospital having already arranged for the normal patients to be sent to the 2 clinics in Pripyat, the situation didn't look too optimistic. This was only the beginning. The fallout had already reached the town, and more sick patients would come to see them later. There were already militia setting up a cordon in front of the hospital, blocking the families of the firefighters and power plant employees who had rushed over after hearing the news. Only Zhang Heng was among the players, and Coconut had followed Besnova in. However, it was not easy to get Kadyrov out of the crowd. Of course, considering that the militia did not have any weapons and there was no armed force in the hospital, it was not impossible for the players to rob people. However, the commotion was definitely not a minor one. Kadyrov, however, was only the first person on the list. Behind him were the shift leader, Alexander Akimov, and the advanced reactor control engineer, Leonid Toptanov. At this stage, the best solution was to pack them up and take them away. However, Akimov and Toptanov's condition was much worse than Kadyrov's. Their skin had completely turned dark brown, and they looked like they were in great pain, having no choice but to rely on powerful sedatives to alleviate their suffering. Zhang Heng did not know if the 2 of them would be able to withstand the pain. Furthermore, there was another problem with taking the 3 of them away. It would alert those who were behind the list but were not in the hospital. If the 3 of them were excluded, it would be even more difficult to investigate those not on the list. The best way was to have a conversation with the 3 of them at the hospital. They would try their best not to cause any trouble. The players only wanted to know what had happened in the control room last night, and who was responsible for the accident. However, even without asking Zhang Heng, he knew that the 3 of them would not cooperate obediently. After all, the players were just uninvited guests who had suddenly appeared here. They did not even have any identities, so it would be strange if Kadyrov were willing to pay attention to these suspicious people. Therefore, he had to think of another way. Coconut and Bezanova were waiting for Zhang Heng's decision. At that moment, Akamov and another planned employee suddenly broke into an argument in the ward. Zhang Heng raised his eyebrows and asked Coconut, "What are they arguing about?" Besnova said that they were arguing about the explosion last night. Sitnikov said that he had just checked all the places, and the reactor was gone. There were graphite blocks all over the floor. Akamov said that he was mistaken. Sitnikov said that the experts would be coming soon, and they will find out. Experts? Yes, they did mention that word. Zhang Heng thought about it, and said, "Got it. Let's leave this place for now." After listening to Zhang Heng's introduction of the situation in the hospital, all the players realized the seriousness of the situation. They started to discuss the next step of the plan in the car. Some people supported the idea of directly robbing people, while others suggested finding other targets first and putting the three at the end of the investigation. That way, they wouldn't be afraid even if the situation got out of hand. "I'm afraid we don't have much time left," Zhang Heng said after everyone had finished speaking. "We just received another piece of news at the medical center. Moscow's hospital number 6 has sent doctors here. They're probably preparing to transfer the patients." Although Pripyat Medical Center was the largest hospital beside the nuclear power plant, it hadn't faced such a challenging situation since it was built. The doctors had previously complained about their lack of inspection and treatment methods, and the hospital did not even have the equipment to check how much radiation everyone had been exposed to, so they had to call for help from the hospitals in Kiev and Moscow. When the doctors from those hospitals arrived, they would realize how serious the condition of the patients were, and they would definitely transfer them away. "Let's talk to Kadyrov and the others first," Zhang Heng said. "I have a plan. Maybe we don't have to kidnap them from the hospital." "What plan?" "Moscow seems to have sent a team of experts to this place." Mouse was stunned. "You mean you plan to disguise yourself as part of that team?" "That's right," Zhang Heng said. "We share a similar goal. We want to investigate what happened at the nuclear power plant. We can use their identities so that no one will suspect our actions." Will this work?" "Let's give it a try. Since we're all Soviets in this dungeon, we'll use force if we can't do it," Zhang Heng said. "But we don't know Russian, so we can't talk," the doctor said with a frown. "We're experts from Moscow, but we don't speak Russian. No one will believe this, right?" Zhang Heng glanced at Besnova. "She can speak, and she can speak on our behalf. Also, I was outside the ward for a while. It's very noisy there now, so as long as we keep a distance, they won't hear us talking in private. She's just a nurse. How can she do such a thing? Besides, many people in the hospital know her." The doctor was still skeptical about Besnova's new identity. "I can help her put on makeup and teach her some manners and words so that she appears capable of being an expert," Zhang Heng said. "Besnova is talented and a quick learner. She's a smart girl, so the only problem is..." Zhang Heng looked at Coconut. "The rest of you can stay in the car, but you have to go. Only you can communicate with Besnova and adjust your questions accordingly. This conversation will probably take a long time. Can you handle it?" Coconut nodded without hesitation. Even though her face looked terrible, she still said, "I'm probably the person who's most eager for this dungeon to end as soon as possible, so as long as I can leave this godforsaken place a minute earlier, I'll do anything you want me to do. In that case, let's go to the clothing store to buy some clothes and toiletries. We'll be back in an hour," Zhang Heng said. Chapter 1140, The Experts. An hour later, a black Volga sedan stopped at the entrance of the medical center. Four people stepped out of the car, 2 men and 2 women, all looking very serious and wearing formal clothing. One of the men, in particular, had an expressionless face the entire time. Looking to be in his 40s, the people who stared at him could not help but feel their hearts skip a beat. They lowered their heads, daring not to look him in the eye. It was evident that he usually held a lot of power at work, the reason he could develop such an autocratic temperament. In comparison, the 3 people around him looked much worse. One of them, in particular, wore glasses and looked like a scholar. Some even noticed that one of her legs could not help but tremble slightly. This poor girl appeared to have been bullied by that detestable boss many times along the way. The other 2 people were much more normal. However, one of the women wore a mask, and did not look very well. She seemed to be feeling ill or something. The four of them attracted the attention of many people as soon as they got off the car. Saying nothing, they directly walked toward the medical center. In the end, the captain of the militia team in charge of the patrol hesitated for a moment, but he still extended his hand to stop the four people because he had received the order to not allow other unrelated people to enter the hospital. The leader of the militia squad felt that he should still obey the order, but the middle-aged man who looked like a leader did not say a word. He only gave him a cold glance, and the leader immediately regretted his actions. Fortunately, the bespectacled girl who seemed to be easier to talk to stood up and said to him, "We are the expert team from Moscow. We received an order to investigate the accident at the Chernobyl nuclear power plant. We are here to talk to the staff on duty that night." A team of experts from Moscow? They came so quickly? The captain of the militia team was stunned. According to the rules, he should check the documents of the four people next, but he saw that the girl wearing glasses kept winking at him. At the same time, the middle-aged man, who looked very mean and challenging to get along with, showed an impatient look, as if trying hard to suppress the anger in his heart. Thus, the captain of the militia team finally gave in. He saluted and allowed the four people into the medical center. Besnova heaved a long sigh of relief. Although it was a brief confrontation, her heart almost jumped out of her chest. Fortunately, she managed to muddle through in the end. As long as she passed through the outermost defense line, naturally, no one in the hospital would dare stop them. Thus, the four fake experts swaggered their way into the inpatient department. However, when they entered the inpatient department, Besnova's heart started to race again. She had been working here all this time, and all the doctors and nurses knew her. She was afraid that her identity would be exposed. After deceiving the captain of the militia unit downstairs, Besnova knew that she had completely fallen into the trap. If their identities were exposed now, she was afraid that she would be assigned to Zhang Heng's group as well. Losing her job was certain, and she might even be sent to prison if unlucky. She certainly didn't want to play the expert with Zhang Heng and Coconut if she had a choice. Unfortunately, from the moment she fell into the player's hands, she no longer had any freedom. She could only pinch her nose and accept Zhang Heng's makeup. After that, she spent half an hour learning all kinds of posture and speech skills. Zhang Heng did not expect Besnova to become a genius overnight, so he arranged for her to be a nuclear physicist. She was more of a research-oriented person, so she shouldn't be too exposed to the ways of the world. In addition to him and Coconut, a doctor was also present. Their doctor's identity was a radiation specialist. This was the role he was most familiar with, so he wouldn't be easily found out. After entering the hospital, Besnova felt a little nervous, but she quickly realized that her former colleagues couldn't seem to confirm her appearance. She even deliberately walked around in front of her best friend, to which the latter had no reactions either. Meanwhile, the head nurse complained. "Where did Besnova and Daisy go? Weren't they supposed to be on duty last night? Why haven't I seen them until now? The hospital is currently short of manpower. Can someone please call them back? I think I saw Besnova come back. Perhaps something happened at home, and she left again." Besnova's good friend explained in a low voice. Neither of them expected the person they were looking for had just walked past them. It was only then that Besnova realized just how good Zhang Heng's makeup skills were. She knew which ward Kadyrov was in, but she didn't forget her current identity. She coughed twice and asked the head nurse beside her, "Are Anatoly Stepanovich, Comrade Kadyrov, and Alexander Akimov here?" "You are?" The head nurse looked at Besnova and felt that the person in front of her seemed a little familiar, but she could not tell how. She then looked at the serious-looking middle-aged man behind her and was also shocked. "We are the team of experts from Moscow. We have received orders to investigate the accident at the Chernobyl nuclear power plant. We needed to talk to the staff on duty last night." Besnova repeated what she had said to the captain of the militia team. "They appear to be big shots from Moscow?" The head nurse thought to herself. She received a call early in the morning and went back to work. She had heard the power plant staff that had been sent over talk about this matter before dawn. Therefore, compared to the militia team downstairs, she did not doubt the identity of the four people at all. She hurriedly said, "Come with me, but some of them are not in good condition. You'd better be mentally prepared." Even though the head nurse was a little afraid of the middle-aged leader, she mustered up her courage on the way to the ward. There are a bunch of good people inside. Really, some of them are my neighbors. Sometimes when I get off work late, his wife will ask my children to have dinner at their house. This accident is a tragedy, and no one wants it to happen, but fortunately, I heard that it has been controlled. The expert group is here to investigate this matter. We will definitely find out the cause of the accident, and when the time comes, we will naturally clear the name of an innocent person. Vesnova tried hard to recall whatever Zhang Heng had told her with a straight face, as calmly as she could. Sure enough, the head nurse did not dare say anything else. She led them to a ward and knocked on the half-open door. Mr. Kadyrov, the group of experts is here to see you. Chapter 1141, Deputy Chief Engineer. A tall, thin man with grizzled hair sat on the third bed in the ward. He had his back to the door and was looking out the window at a pine tree. It was hard to tell what he was thinking, but when the head nurse called his name, he paused for a few seconds before slowly turning his head around. This was also the first time Zhang Heng had seen Kadyrov. He had only glanced at him from the corridor outside the ward. This was a name that would be inescapable once Chernobyl was mentioned in the future, with many news editorials regarding him as the first person responsible for the accident at the nuclear power plant. In those articles, he was described as an arrogant, greedy, and stupid leader. However, Zhang Heng could not see much from Kadyrov for the time being. The man in front of him had a well-defined face, deep-set eyes, and a dull gaze. Like his colleagues, Kadyrov had been exposed to high doses of radiation. His skin was red, and there were traces of vomit on the collar of his hospital gown. He looked at the 5 people who had entered the room without saying a word. The head nurse had no choice but to repeat. Mr. Kadyrov, the expert team is here to see you. I heard that. The deputy chief engineer said. The room fell silent. Not long ago, everyone was talking about the expert group, but in the blink of an eye, the expert group had arrived in Pripyat. This also showed the significance that the higher-ups attributed to the accident. Everyone couldn't help but worry. The atmosphere suddenly became a little weird. Vesnova was the first to break the silence. I'm Dahlia, an engineer from the Atomic Energy Alliance. Beside me are acute radiation specialist Evelyn, nuclear physicist Valentina, and senior assistant prosecutor Mr. Sergey. The doctor and Coconut nodded at Kadyrov as a greeting, but Zhang Heng did not move. He merely stared coldly at the deputy chief engineer in front of him, like a venomous snake staring at its prey before a hunt. That cold gaze made Kadyrov feel very uncomfortable, and his stomach sent a signal to his brain. He quickly picked up the trash can beside his bed and started vomiting again. Zhang Heng noticed Coconut trembling as well. Kadyrov's actions had obviously made her sick, but fortunately, she overcame her physical discomfort with her will. She gritted her teeth and left the mask on her face. Kadyrov did not vomit anything either. His stomach had already been emptied several hours ago, and there was nothing left except gastric juice. Jardalov retched for a while and rinsed his mouth with salt water. Then he raised his head again and said weakly, "What do you want from me?" "Everything you know about this accident, Comrade Kadyrov," Vesnova said with a serious expression. After the initial nervousness, she gradually entered her own role. Zhang Heng was not wrong about her. This girl was indeed a very talented actor. She was initially a nurse at Pripyat Medical Center, and Kadyrov was the deputy chief engineer of the Chernobyl reactor units 3 and 4. He was also a big shot in the atomic city. Vesnova would never dare to speak to him in such a tone. But now, she felt a strange feeling that she had never felt before. It was as if her hands were really in control of Kadyrov's fate, and she knew that the latter also knew this. Perhaps because he knew that he had made a big mistake, that Kadyrov did not ask the expert group in front of him to show their identification, nor did he go to the chief engineer, fuming, or the person in charge of the nuclear power plant, Bulanov, to verify. Of course, more importantly, he did not expect that someone would impersonate the expert group. Courage was secondary. The main reason was that this method would not bring any benefits. As a result, Kadyrov nodded. "Okay, I will tell everyone what I know." Vesnova turned to the head nurse. "Find us a place where we can talk." The hospital wards are all full now," the head nurse said awkwardly. "Isn't there still a dressing room for the nurses?" Vesnova immediately regretted her last words. She had always worked here and was too familiar with this place, especially after hearing the head nurse said she had thought of a solution. However, her current identity was Dahlia, an engineer of the Atomic Energy Alliance. Obviously, she wouldn't be familiar with the dressing room of the medical center. As expected, the head nurse's face revealed a strange expression. Nonetheless, she said nothing and led the group to the changing room. Before she left, Besnova said to Akamov and Toptanov, "After you finish chatting with Mr. Kadyrov, it will be your turn. Therefore, better make use of this time to make some preparations in advance." The on-duty foreman and the advanced reactor control engineer looked at each other. They could read the anxiety and worry in each other's eyes. 3 minutes later, only Kadyrov and the 4 members of the expert group were left in the changing room. The doctor took out a tape recorder from the shopping mall and placed it on the table, pressing the recording button. On the other side, Besnova had already walked to the deputy chief engineer. She was in an exceptionally good condition now. She looked into Jardilov's eyes and said in a gentle tone, "Don't be nervous, Comrade Kadyrov. We will start with a relatively simple question. You are Anatol Stepanovich Kadyrov, Deputy Chief Engineer of the Chernobyl Nuclear Power Plant's Reactor Number 4, right?" "That's right. It's me." Kadyrov appeared to be a little uneasy. He crossed his hands in front of his chest, and his voice sounded a little hoarse. "Can you briefly explain how you came to be here?" "Here, Chernobyl? Oh, I used to be in charge of a physics laboratory in the Far East." Kadyrov sorted out his thoughts and continued, "To study the physical characteristics of the core of a small reactor." "Yes." Besnova pretended to nod. In fact, she did not understand a single word about Kadyrov's research, but that did not stop her from continuing to ask, "So, is your work here going well?" "Generally speaking, it is relatively smooth, although there have been some minor problems with the reactor before." "Such as?" Kadyrov hesitated for a moment, but still said, "In the previous report, we have actually mentioned that it is mainly about some leakage situations, most of which are in the drainage ditches and vents. The leakage of radioactive wastewater is about 50 cubic meters per hour. There are also some waste treatments. In addition, the main part of the cement structure of the nuclear power plant also needs to be strengthened. But as I said before, these are all minor problems." Chapter 1142, Kadyrov's Memories. Let's talk about what happened early this morning. After a few questions, Besnova gradually shifted to the main topic. Kadyrov subconsciously looked at the 3 players not far away. He could already tell that the expert group was led by the 3 people on the other side. They stood on the other side of the room as if playing the role of a jury, whispering to each other to exchange opinions from time to time. They spoke in a low voice, but there was a distance between the 2 sides, so he did not know what they were talking about. Thus, the deputy engineer could only look away and rewind his thoughts to a few hours ago. "In the early morning of the 26th, we were conducting a safety test," Kadyrov recalled. "You should be clear about the content of the experiment because in January today, Factory Director Brunov reported the test procedure to the Institute of Hydroelectric Engineering." However, he was rudely interrupted by Besnova. "Comrade Kadyrov, you just need to tell us the details in full accuracy. As for what we already know and what we don't know, you don't have to worry. In addition, if possible, please explain clearly the principles involved. Dr. Evelyn also hopes to understand the incident." All right. Although Kadyrov was a little puzzled by Besnova's words and did not understand why the experts of acute radiation disease would want to listen to the analysis of the accident, he still agreed. He organized his thoughts and continued. "In short, we were scheduled for a safety test. The original time was scheduled for April 25th, before the reactor was shut down for maintenance. As you know, the reactor needs to be shut for regular maintenance, and we could take the opportunity to do a straightforward safety experiment. Chernobyl uses a graphite-moderated boiling water reactor. Using the electricity generated, the water pump of the nuclear power plant can continuously pour cold water into the reactor, producing steam to drive the generator to generate electricity. At the same time, the high-temperature wastewater is carried away from the reactor to ensure that the core doesn't melt down. I believe you can also see how important the water pump is in this process. We need to do everything possible to ensure the normal operations of the water pump. In an emergency, even if all the power in the nuclear power plant is cut off, we still have a backup diesel generator to power the pumps. but it takes a little while for the diesel generator to start, which means we have to keep the pumps running for a short period of time. Kadyrov tried to be as detailed as possible to ensure that even a layman like Dr. Yevreem could understand. This safety experiment is to solve this problem. We are considering using the inertia of the steam turbine. When the power is cut off, steam is still being produced, and the turbine still runs. This can generate electricity, and borrowing this part of the electricity can help us get through the difficulties. At 1 p.m., we lowered the power of the number 4 reactor to 1,600 megawatts according to the original plan and shut down a steam turbine. At 2 p.m., we cut off the emergency core cooling system and the multiple force circulation circuits, and were ready to carry out the safety experiment designed by Chief Engineer Fomin. However, at this time, we received a call from Kiev, saying that there was an accident at a small power station there, and the power supply in Kiev was tight, so we were asked to postpone the shutdown of the reactor. What could I have done? I could only suspend the experiment. Kadyrov spread his hands. I also went home and slept for a few hours during this time. When I came back, it was already 11 p.m., and an hour ago, I received permission to continue reducing the power. For this, I contacted the on-duty foreman of the reactor at that time, Yuri Lykub, and Akamov, who would take over from him. I clearly told them to continue reducing power from 1,000 to 700 megawatts according to the requirements of the experiment. After arranging the tasks, I left the control room and looked around to observe the situation before the power went out. Then, at 12:30, I returned to the control room. At that time, Akamov, Toptanov, Stolyarkok were in the control room. Tragov, who was supposed to be off work, was also there, along with a few other interns and someone else. I noticed that the power of the reactor had dropped to 30 megawatts, far below the 700 megawatts required for the test. I asked Akamov what was going on. He said that shutting down the local automatic control system and switching to manual control should solve this problem, so I approved him to continue increasing the power. After that, I left the control room again to observe the situation at the turbine. When I came back, the power of the reactor had risen to about 200 megawatts. We finally decided to conduct the test under this power. I called all the participants to give a briefing, then asked them to return to their posts to get ready. The safety experiment started at 1 hour 23 minutes and 4 seconds. Everything went smoothly, and all the operations were carried out according to the regulations. I was busy studying the readings on the instruments, and I heard Akamov say he would shut down the reactor. With that, he reached out and pressed the emergency power reduction button. Not long after that, I heard the sound of an explosion. What happened? Besnova asked. That's what I want to know. Kadyrov said. After the explosion, I immediately left the control room to inspect the situation outside. In the end, I found that for some unknown reason, the emergency water tank of the protection and control system had exploded. That water tank was very large, 110 cubic meters. Such an explosion would have blown the roof off. If it were serious, it would blow up the entire reactor unit. Fortunately, the reactor below was still intact. I immediately ordered water to be injected into the reactor to keep the reactor stable. After that, I joined the rescue with the others. Around 3 o'clock, I received a call and went to the Civil Defense Headquarters to report the accident to Factory Manager Bulanov. Then, because I was not feeling well, I came to Pripyat Medical Center for treatment. That's all I know. The reactor was safe and sound. Are you sure, Comrade Kadyrov? Yes, I am sure. The deputy chief engineer said with affirmation. I have been around the reactor since the accident. What about the radiation? Gorbachenko's radiometer showed that the background radiation was 1,000 micro-Roentgen per second. It doesn't sound good. Yes, there's no doubt that there was a radiation leak, but fortunately, it's still under control. We'll get through it. Kadyrov said. Is that so? But as far as I know, 3.6 Roentgen happens to be the upper limit of small-scale radiometers. Besnova said coldly. Why doesn't the nuclear power plant have one of a larger range? Kadyrov was silent for a moment. Yes, there is one. We have a measuring instrument with a range of 1,000 Roentgen, but it was locked in a safe and buried under the debris of the building. But the values shouldn't be too far off. After all, it only blew up a water tank. Chapter 1143, The Reactor Burns Like a Furnace. The conversation with Kadyrov lasted about half an hour. Besnova had done her best. Not only did she have to convey Kadyrov's words to Coconut with her mind, but she also had to ask him questions she received from Coconut. The trip was taxing, in particular, the many technical terms that confused her a lot. But in order to play her current role, she had to act as if she knew everything. That said, she had actually taken the opportunity to learn about the power generation principle of the nuclear power plant and some related knowledge. As a person who lived in Pripyat, Besnova naturally knew that the existence of this city was inseparable from the nuclear power plant 3 kilometers away. After all, the first residents here were nuclear power plant construction workers, and their lives revolved around the construction and operation of the plant. Since then, we have long been accustomed to the existence of nuclear power plants. As for the safety of nuclear power plants, the vice chairman of the National Nuclear Energy Utilization Commission Come in. That's what Sinov said. A reactor is like a furnace, and the reactor operator is like a furnace driver. Therefore, according to the understanding of Besnova and most of the regular folk, the Chernobyl nuclear power plant was simply a large furnace, not unlike other thermal power plants. The exploration and utilization of nuclear energy in both the Eastern and Western world were now decades old, and the technology had increasingly matured. The unfortunate nuclear accident not long ago on 3 Mile Island, Pennsylvania, notwithstanding, nuclear power plants were typically safe, especially in the Soviet Union itself. Besnova had hardly seen any reports of nuclear power plant accidents before. The construction of nuclear power plants had progressed steadily, their completion greatly easing the electricity shortage everywhere in the Soviet Union. Just like the bulk of Soviets, Besnova was also proud of her country's achievements in the use of nuclear energy. After listening to Kadyrov's answer to the group of experts, however, Besnova realized that the nuclear power plant didn't seem as safe as she had always imagined. At least, Chernobyl's reactor wasn't quite the same as a boiler, but although the steam turbines that generated electricity were all driven by steam, this was perhaps the only commonality between the two. Fortunately, according to Kadyrov, although the nuclear accident seemed quite serious, the final outcome was not that bad. A water tank had been blown up, the roof was destroyed, and there was a radiation leak at the scene, but the dose was not too large and was basically under control. However, the players kept asking Kadyrov repeatedly if the reactor was really as intact as he said. Besnova also smelled something unusual. After interrogating Kadyrov, the players did not immediately go to Asimov and Toptanov. Instead, they first exchanged opinions. The most important thing was to let Coconut take a breather. The latter had already taken off her mask. She hugged the trash can and started to vomit. "What do you think?" the doctor asked. Of course, he was not asking Zhang Heng what he thought about the current situation at the Chernobyl nuclear power plant, because everyone from 30 years later knew that it was the reactor that had exploded in the early morning of April 26th, and not some bullshit water tank. Furthermore, they had been there at the time and witnessed the tragic scene with their own eyes. They, too, had been exposed to lethal doses of radiation. Coconuts had only scratched her hand a little, but the bleeding had not stopped completely. The situation was getting worse and worse. Zhang Heng thought about it. Kadyrov lied, that's for sure. But for the time being, we still don't know which parts of his story are true and which parts are fabricated. Let Coconut rest a while. After that, we'll have a chat with Asimov and Toptanov. We can compare testimonies after we get them. Unfortunately, now that the vow rings were being used on Besnova, Zhang Heng could only rely on observation and comparison to detect lies. After a pause, he continued. We do have an advantage in investigating Chernobyl because compared to the people of today, we already know the results in advance, and there are many analyses and speculations in the future. However, we also have a disadvantage on our side. The biggest problem is that none of us are nuclear physicists or nuclear power plant designers. I also listened carefully to Kadyrov's introduction just now, including the working principle of the graphite-moderated boiling water reactor and also this time's safety test. Although I have a general understanding of what they were doing, this knowledge is far from enough for us to figure out what happened in the reactor at that time and the reason for the Chernobyl accident. Coconut was almost done puking. She looked up and said weakly, We've talked to Kadyrov, but I haven't received any system notifications. What about you? Me neither. The doctor shook his head. Does that mean we can exclude Kadyrov? Coconut asked. At least it means that he is not the main person responsible for the accident. Although I don't like him very much, that bastard always intentionally or unintentionally pulled himself out of the middle of the story. He was, coincidentally, not at the scene at several key points. Whether it was when the reactor power was rapidly decreasing or when he pressed the emergency power reduction button later, he was either outside inspecting the work or looking at the dashboard. But no matter what, the system did not react after talking to him. It's hard to say right now. The doctor frowned. The description of the main mission this time is exceptionally simple. There's only one sentence: find the key person. But whether it's find or key person, there are actually many definitions, especially the word find. If we're referring to our investigation identifying the main culprit, then the conversation just now was clearly not enough to achieve this. Because according to Jardilov's own description, his responsibility in the accident is not that great. Coconut used her uninjured hand to punch a nearby locker. Call Akimov and Toptanov. Are you sure? You've only rested less than 5 minutes. We still have time. Zhang Heng said. No, I'm fine. Okay, if you really can't take it anymore, we can stop the interview for now. The doctor said. Then he signaled for Besnova to call the next person in. A hint of worry flashed across Besnova's eyes. She didn't know what the players were talking about, but she could tell that the first conversation didn't go as they had expected. In fact, the female nurse was a little lost at the moment. From the moment she was kidnapped, she had been trying to guess the identity of Zhang Heng's group, but until now, she hadn't the slightest clue. Chapter 1144, Safe and Sound. At first, Besnova thought that the players were bandits who had appeared out of nowhere. However, the other party didn't rob any of her belongings, and although they secretly pry open the doors of several shops during the night, they only took some emergency change. Most of them were daily necessities that could be used, and they did not take too much either. In addition, they all looked Ukrainian or Russian, but strangely, none of them could speak the language. Besnova had initially thought that she could infer their identity from this. This was most likely a group of Americans or Europeans who lived in the Western world but had Russian and Ukrainian blood. They were specially selected to carry out secret espionage activities by infiltrating the Soviet Union. However, Besnova thought about it again, and the more this didn't seem to make sense. How could a spy infiltrating an enemy country not learn their language? What kind of infiltration was this? Moreover, this group of people didn't speak English. She didn't know which country's language it was. However, they were indeed particularly interested in the nuclear power plant. They even disguised themselves as experts to talk to its engineers. That being said, Besnova soon discovered that they didn't seem to be interested in the technology of the nuclear power plant, but the accident that happened last night. In other words, these people who pretended to be experts were indeed doing what the expert group in Moscow was supposed to do. Thus, Besnova was completely confused. She had no idea where the players came from. She even had the illusion that they were standing together with the residents of Pripyat. On the contrary, the nuclear power plant seemed to be hiding something. Although Besnova knew next to nothing about nuclear physics, she was a nurse in the medical center after all, and she knew a little about radiation sickness. Seeing that the players had all been exposed to different doses of radiation, she recalled the scene when they first met. The players had rushed into the ward wearing the clothes of the nuclear power plant staff. It happened to be shortly after the Chernobyl accident. Besnova remembered very clearly that because of the huge fire at the time of the explosion, the nurse on duty with her even pulled her to the window to look. They were guessing what happened to the nuclear power plant at that time, and not long after that, they were all captured by the players. In other words, they were most likely at the scene when the nuclear power plant exploded last night. Did they discover something? Was that why they started to investigate? However, Besnova did not know what would happen even if they found out the results. She could tell that some of the players were not in good condition. Although the doctors could provide some treatment, they basically only focused on alleviating pain. Coconut, in particular, was in an even worse condition than some of the nuclear power plant workers who were sent to the hospital. Right now, what she needed the most was to receive proper treatment, not forcing herself to carry out some investigation here. However, Besnova also knew that her words would not have any effect on the players. She did not forget her current identity, that she was still a captive. Besnova followed Coconut's request and called Akamov after Kadyrov. Akamov was the foreman on duty at reactor number 4 last night. Aged 33, he wore glasses and had a head of thick, curly hair. He looked quite strong, but now he was extremely weak. His skin had been completely burned by the radiation and had turned dark brown. His face and hands, and even his tongue were swollen. Even speaking seemed a mighty chore. His radiation situation was much worse than Kadyrov's because, according to his own account, after the accident, he had run with Toptanov to the reactor to try to restore the water supply. When he said this, he was interrupted by Besnova, who, as she had once confronted Jartlov, confronted the foreman on duty. "Are you sure the reactor is still intact?" Akamov obviously hesitated. He began to tremble. At the same time, he kept repeating what he had been repeating when he first entered the room. "Everything we did was right. We followed the rules in the operating manual. We didn't make a mistake, really." "Calm down, Comrade Akamov. We are not here to hold you accountable, at least not now. We just want to know the specific situation of the reactor to provide a scientific basis for the next decision of the higher-ups. So, you just need to tell us what you saw." Akamov opened his mouth. "We experienced a serious radiation accident, but fortunately, the reactor is still safe and sound." It took a lot of effort to say this, but he obviously felt better after saying it. "What was the radiation value at that time?" 1,000 microenkins per second. Akamov adjusted the glasses on his face. After the explosion, the most important thing was to inject water into the reactor to prevent the reactor from melting due to the high temperature. Therefore, we prepared to open the number 2 emergency water pump and began to inject water into the reactor according to the request of Chief Engineer Fomin. However, because we lost the power supply, the gate valve could only be opened manually. So, Toptanov and I rotated the handle along the line. We spent a few hours opening the regulating valves on the 2 branches, but for some reason, the reactors seemed to be leaking. At that time, we were completely exhausted and were sent to the medical center by ambulance. Our replacement was Smagin. Akamov's account sounded as if it was full of guilt and self-blame. Besnova could see that the man in front of her had become really upset about the trouble he'd caused, but he didn't seem to know what he'd done wrong. He could only repeat that he didn't do anything wrong. Everything was in accordance with the rules, and so on to try to make her conscience feel better. At one point, Besnova didn't even have the heart to ask any more questions. She continued to exert pressure on the poor man, forcing him to recall all the details of the incident. All she knew was that this wasn't a matter she could decide. Zhang Heng and the others had no intention of interrupting or pausing the conversation at all. However, they did learn something. At least, from Akamov's answer, they discovered something different from what Kadyrov said. For example, when the power went down, according to Akamov, Kadyrov was also in the control room at the time. He was so angry that he scolded Topchanov. He then rampaged on a senior reactor control engineer before demanding that Topchanov increase the power, only to Topchanov's refusal. Thus, Kadyrov brought up the safety regulations, saying that if the power levels dropped below 80%, it could only be increased after 24 hours. Now that the power was below 50%, nowhere in the safety regulations was it stated that the power couldn't be increased immediately. Chapter 1145, The Voice of Reason. In order to counteract the leak, we have taken out some control rods one after another. The power of the reactor increased to 200 megawatts. How many? What? How many control rods have you taken out? Besnova asked. I don't remember very clearly. The specific operation was completed by Topchanov. Akamov gulped hard. He looked very nervous, and his breathing was rapid as if he was about to drown. Besnova had to find a pack of cigarettes and lit one for him. Akamov took a puff and began to cough nonstop. The hand holding the cigarette was trembling. However, half a minute later, he took 2 deep puffs, and his emotions calmed slightly. 28. In the end, there are still 28 control rods left in the reactor. This is the bottom line stipulated in the safety manual. The core needs at least 28 to 30 control rods to remain inserted during the fuel combustion process. We follow the safety manual to operate, so there should be 28 control rods left in the core at that time. Okay, then let's talk about the explosion. Okay. Akamov nodded. His eyes looked a little dull, but he still forced himself to recall the situation at that time. At 1:23, Topchinov first noticed the increase in reactor power. He told me that there was an energy surge, which meant that the nuclear fission reaction in the reactor had become very intense. Therefore, according to safety regulations, I pressed the level 5 emergency power reduction button, and all the control rods extracted previously were reinserted into the core of the reactor. Can you briefly explain the operation of the control rods to Dr. Yavrim? Of course, the control rods are used to stop the fission reaction. They are made of boron, which can completely absorb fixed neutrons. We can adjust the power of the reactor by adjusting the number of control rods in the reactor. When I press the level 5 emergency power reduction button, all 211 control rods will be inserted back into the core of the reactor, which will rapidly reduce the power of the reactor. Akamov looked a little perturbed. He paused at this point and raised his head to look at Bensonova. Why are you asking this? The reactor is not damaged. What exploded was only the water tank. We did everything we could to continue supplying water to the reactor. Because of this, my companions and I were also exposed to quite a bit of radiation. Don't misunderstand. I'm not taking credit for myself. This is what we should do. I just thought, Aye. Calm down, Comrade Akamov. Seeing that the shift leader's entire face had turned red and he was beginning to speak incoherently, Besnova quickly comforted him. It'll be fine. The fire has been controlled. We're just doing a routine check, reporting to the higher-ups, and discussing the repair plan. It won't be long before you and your colleagues can go back to work, so you don't have to be nervous. Take 2 puffs of smoke and slowly exhale. Yes, that's right. That's it. All right, you can leave now. Our conversation has ended. Thank you for your cooperation, Comrade Akamov. Thank you. Akamov looked relieved. He stood up from the stool and left the locker room with a hole-riddled body. After that, the player spent another 15 minutes chatting with the operator that night, Topchinov. He was very young, only 26. He looked terrified and finished the conversation almost in tears. The contents of his story were basically the same as what Akamov had said. Topchinov had repeatedly sworn that all the operations were done according to the safety manual. When it came to the part related to Kadyrov, it was obvious that Topchinov was a little afraid of the deputy chief engineer, so he had been vague about it. When Zhang Heng and the others left the hospital, it was already 10:30 a.m. They drove the Volga, borrowed from DW's office to meet up with the other 4 and shared the results of their trip to the hospital with them. Mouse's eyes widened. Are they blind? Why are they still talking about the explosion of the water tank at this time? They are all experts in nuclear power plants. How could they be so shameless? People will lie to themselves when faced with unsolvable difficulties and responsibilities. Just like many people who run away from a hit and run, they know the consequences of doing so are very serious, but they still take the chance to gamble on that 1 in a million chance. The same goes for the people at Chernobyl. Zhang Heng said lightly. As they talked, he could clearly sense the different degrees of entanglement in their hearts. It was especially true for Topchinov, the youngest among them. This young man was suffering all the time, even though they kept saying that the water tank had exploded and the reactor was safe. Apparently, only such an answer would make them feel better and relinquish their minds of the fear of the future, but somewhere in their hearts, a weak voice from science and reason was constantly reminding them of the real truth, the cruel reality that they refused to believe in. The doctor also added, Also, don't forget that almost all of our current understanding of the dangers of a nuclear accident came from this Chernobyl incident. Before this, people couldn't have imagined that such a serious accident would happen at a nuclear power plant. Most of these people didn't even believe that the core would explode, even with all that graphite blocks everywhere. This is an all-out disaster. We just passed by the school gate and saw a group of children carrying school bags. They were even buying food by the roadside. The maintenance worker handed Zhang Heng and the others a bag of biscuits and a bottle of mineral water for breakfast. They no longer dared to eat outside, nor did they dare to eat any fresh ingredients. Only the puffed food that was isolated from the packaging gave them a slight sense of security. Although it did not taste good, they would not be picky anymore at a time like this. Zhang Heng and the doctor endured the discomfort in their stomachs and finished the biscuits. However, Coconut only took a few bites before she put it down. She had finished the bottle of water. Because she had vomited too much earlier, she was short of water and urgently needed to replenish some. Meanwhile, Master Kuei didn't care about the lives of the 50,000 residents in the town or whether they would be exposed to radiation. She frowned. So, you've asked the 3 people at the hospital, but they didn't give us the mission completion notice. Then, we'll have to look for the person behind the list. Who is it again? Chief Engineer Famin and Factory Manager Bulanov. The doctor said. According to Deputy Chief Engineer Katarov, when he left, Famin and Bulanov had already arrived at the administrative building number 1 of the nuclear power plant. Chapter 1146, Returning to the Nuclear Power Plant. We're going back to the nuclear power plant? Mouse's expression changed slightly. There's a distance between the administration building and the reactor, and we don't have to go back all the way. Zhang Heng said. If you're worried, I'll go with Coconut and Best Nova. I'll go this time too. Master Kuei said. My health isn't too bad either. Are you guys still going to pretend to be experts? I'm afraid that won't work this time. Fu Ming and Bulanov are in contact with Moscow, so they might even have a list of experts. Furthermore, they're not in the hospital, so they can check with Moscow at any time. Zhang Heng said. Fortunately, we've chatted with Katarov, Akamov, and Toptanov, so this time, we can be a little rougher. Let's go together, then. The doctor hesitated for a moment before saying. Let's work together so we can take care of each other. However, he didn't expect Zhang Heng to shake his head. The nuclear power plant has been locked down, but I don't want a direct confrontation with the town's armed forces for the time being. After all, we don't know how long everyone will be staying here. If possible, I want to sneak in, so it's easier to move with fewer people. Zhang Heng turned to look at Coconut. Your body. My hand fucking hurts. Coconut raised her injured hand. She had just changed the bandage, but when she tore off the old bandage, the skin on her hand peeled off along with it. Coconut was also surprised. When she saw this, she was still stunned. She didn't seem to understand why her skin had peeled off so easily. But I'm still alive, so of course I can go to the nuclear power plant with you, she said as she reached out her hand to the repairman. The latter raised his eyebrows. What? When we were in the supermarket, I saw you steal 2 bottles of vodka from the shelf. Coconut said. Let me have a sip. This is not something a woman should drink. Are you sure you want to drink it? The repairman muttered skeptically. Be straightforward. Don't be so wishy-washy. I've already been exposed to radiation. Why would I be afraid of a mouthful of vodka? Coconut scolded. All right. The maintenance man took out a bottle of vodka from his bag. The doctor said that you have nuclear mania in your nervous system. I won't lower myself to a patient's level. I'll give you this bottle. I won't dare to drink it even if your mouth touches the bottle's mouth. Don't worry. If we don't complete the main mission, everyone will die. It's just a matter of time. Coconut said lightly. If you die later, it simply means that you'll be suffering more than I am. Then it'll just be the 4 of us this time. Zhang Heng said. You can send us to the vicinity of the nuclear power plant. We'll set up a time and place, and you can pick us up later. Mao sighed with a worried look on his face. Sigh, I wonder when we'll be able to complete the mission and leave this godforsaken place. The maintenance worker drove the jeep back to the nuclear power plant. The bad start at the medical center made everyone realize that the main mission this time was not as simple as it seemed. So far, they had not received any hints. Everything came from their own fumbling, and they did not even know if they were heading in the right direction. It was as frustrating as the radioactive cloud not far away. Especially when it came to the background of this game. The players felt that they were powerful but unable to use it. They had experienced more than one round of the game, and they had encountered all kinds of opponents, but none of the challenges had made them as powerless as they were now. They could not even find a target to retaliate. It was completely one-sided. The maintenance workers drove the jeep carefully away from the disturbing cloud, but the residents of the town clearly did not think so. Children rode their bikes from there. all the way to the small bridge near the Yanov train station. From there, one could clearly see the destroyed reactor. Of course, the radiation in that place was also terrifyingly high. There were also people who deliberately moved a rubber mat on the roof and stretched their limbs to lie on it. Under the radioactive cloud, they looked at their skin getting suntanned bit by bit and were probably quite satisfied. After all, the effect of the sun today was comparable to a month's worth of sunbathing. And they didn't even have to spend any money. After the initial shock, the players had gradually become numb to this scene. They were used to it. Not too long ago, Zhang Heng saw a few people fishing by the river at the hospital. In real history, one of them later appeared on the cover of a foreign magazine and became famous throughout Europe. In his own words, if you are ignorant, then curiosity will only get you into trouble, especially when you have no sense of responsibility. At that moment in Pripyat, it was true that very few people, out of their ignorance or the lackadaisical official response, realized what had happened, and those who had relevant knowledge were terrified. For some reason, they simply didn't want to believe what their eyes saw. Considering that there was still action to be taken, Coconut only drank a few mouthfuls of vodka to slightly ease the pain on her hands and mouth. Then, she closed her eyes and leaned against the back of the chair. There was not a single grain in her stomach now, but she still felt incredibly nauseous. To make matters worse, the metallic smell had already drifted from the nuclear power plant to the town. Fortunately, the players had already injected potassium iodide. The maintenance workers drove the jeep back to the nuclear power plant with ease. However, the nuclear power plant was very different from when they left. The militia had set up a cordon and did not allow outsiders to enter, but they still behaved amicably. However, when they were asked what had happened, they said that they did not know and were waiting for notification from their superiors. The firefighters had also finished their work and left, but most of them were sent to the hospital. The maintenance workers drove the jeep around the nuclear power plant and noticed that the security at the number 5 reactor, which was under construction, was relatively lax. A group of workers stayed there. They had arrived early in the morning and noticed that there was something wrong with the number 4 reactor. They didn't continue with the construction, but no one seemed to have informed them to leave, so they just stood there, discussing something. Zhang Heng brought Coconut and Besnova out of the car and asked Coconut, "What are they talking about? How bad is the radiation situation? How long can they work here? In addition, they want a higher reward as compensation for working in such a dangerous environment." Besnova said truthfully. Chapter 1147, Radiation Levels Are Off the Charts. Zhang Heng had the 3 women wait by the side of the road. He sneaked into the side room while the workers gathered to discuss what to do next. This was where the construction workers usually took their lunch breaks. Currently, there were only 3 people in the room. One was the chef and his assistant, and the other was sleeping soundly on the table. Zhang Heng lowered his body and under the cover of the dining table, quietly slipped into the room to take a few sets of work clothes from the wire bed. He changed into a set first. During this time, he even heard complaints from the chef. Then, he heard footsteps approaching the room. Zhang Heng quickly looked around and finally rolled under a wire bed by the door. Through the gap between the bed's board and the floor, he saw a pair of boots walk in from outside the door. Judging from the style of the boots, it should be the assistant. He came in and mumbled something before walking out again. Just as he left, Zhang Heng rolled out from under the bed. During the whole process, he had perfectly controlled the strength of his body. With the help of Chrysa's heart, and even though the distance between the two was less than half a meter, the worker didn't realize that there was someone behind him. Zhang Heng even glanced at the thing in his hand. It was a box of mints. The chef took it from the worker and opened the box as he continued to complain. He grabbed a handful of mints and threw them into his mouth to soothe his throat. 5 minutes later, Zhang Heng returned to the 3 women with his work clothes. Master Kuei raised his eyebrows. "I now believe that you're really the number 1 Simon on the leaderboard." On the other side, Besnova had witnessed how Zhang Heng had managed to sneak into the building under the watchful eyes of a group of workers. He then came out with his clothes in his arms. The workers looked as if they had gone blind, completely unaware of his existence. Besnova had no idea how Zhang Heng managed to do it. When she recalled how he had read her mind, she began to believe that Zhang Heng must be the devil himself. However, Zhang Heng did not seem to feel anything. It was as if he had done something insignificant. He told the 3 of them, "Change your clothes." We're going to meet Fu Ming and Bulahanov. After going through the Roman dungeon, Zhang Heng's assassin skill had reached LV.3. This level of stealth was no longer a problem for him. In reality, if they had still been wearing their white clothes when they first entered the dungeon, it would have been easier to disguise themselves as workers from the nuclear power plant. However, considering the radiation suffered last night, the players had already thrown those clothes away. Now, they could only settle for the second best and change into the construction workers' clothes. After the three women changed, Zhang Heng and the others passed through reactor number 5 that was still under construction. They climbed over the guardrail by the roadside and entered the nuclear power plant. Where is the number 1 administrative building? Master Kuei frowned. Find someone and ask. Just say that we're the worker representatives, and we're here to ask if the construction of reactor number 5 is still going on. Zhang Heng said to Coconut. The latter nodded and communicated with Besnova through whispers. However, before the group could find anyone, they saw a figure walking toward them from afar. A tall and strong man. The muscles on his body and the movements of his hands and feet showed he once served in the military. He opened his mouth from a long distance and said with a serious expression, "You shouldn't be here. Leave now." "Sir, we are the construction workers of reactor number 5. We are here to see plant manager Bulahanov to ask if our work is still going on as usual." "Since when did reactor number 5 have female workers?" The person frowned. Actually, we are the management staff of the construction site." Besnova appeared a little flustered and stuttered. Fortunately, the person who came did not dwell on this point. He just waved his hand to chase the four away. "I don't care where you come from. Just leave this place as soon as possible. The further the better." He waved the equipment in his hand and said with a straight face, "I am SS Vorobyov, the director of the Civil Defense Department of the nuclear power plant. I have just measured the radiation value of the nuclear power plant. The radiation here is very strong. In many places, it has exceeded 250 Renkin." 250 Renkin? Besnova was surprised. "Didn't you say that the measuring limit of the instrument is only 3.6 Renkin? That's a normal measuring instrument." Vorobyov looked very angry. "They still have a measuring instrument with a range of 1,000 Renkin, but it's buried under the ruins. The one in my hand is from the Civil Defense Department, and it has a measuring range of 250 Renkin. That's great. Did you tell the others about this result?" "I reported it to Bulahanov, but he said that my instrument had a malfunction, so it's impossible for it to have such a high radiation value. He also asked me to throw the equipment into the garbage." Vorobyov shook his head. He and Fomin have both lost their minds. "The situation here is very critical. You should leave immediately." "But we haven't received the order. The workers are still waiting at the construction site." Besnova pretended to insist. "Then get them to go home together. The current radiation level is not suitable for outdoor work. I'm planning to go to the DW's office. I have to warn the others." Vorobyov displayed the inherent integrity of a soldier. "But this job is very important to us. I still hope to meet with factory director Bulahanov before I leave." Besnova pleaded. "You guys are really—" Vorobyov was a little speechless, but in the end, the director of the Civil Defense Department still gave in. "All right, I'll take you to Bulahanov. I know that the radiation at the nuclear power plant is relatively low now, so you will get less exposure if you follow me. But remember, once you meet Bulahanov, call your people immediately, and no matter what he says, leave the nuclear power plant." It could be seen that Vorobyov was already starting to distrust plant manager Bulahanov. The conversation between the two parties must have been unpleasant, and this was not surprising. With Vorobyov's headstrong and stern personality, he was clearly more willing to believe the readings his eyes saw. Everyone carefully passed through the two buildings in front of them. The explosion spewed fuel and graphite everywhere, not only on the ground, but also on the roof. In addition, they had also caused a few small fires elsewhere. Fortunately, the workers of the nuclear power plant put them out immediately. The players now knew what the black objects on the ground were. It was the graphite that wrapped the fuel rods. If they were close enough, they could even see the grooves or the holes in the middle of the fuel rods. Without exception, these graphite blocks were quite very radioactive. According to Vorobyov, if you got close enough, the meter would go off the charts. Chapter 1148, The Death Journey of a Nuclear Physicist. Wolubayev also noticed that among the strange group of workers, only Besnova kept talking to her. The others had been silent or whispered from a distance. If it were any other time, Vorobayev would have been suspicious of the identities of the four of them, but now his mind was not on it. He did not have the time to care about the origins of the four on the team. All he could think about was how to solve this matter quickly. After that, he went to the DW office to warn the others that Pripyat might have already been exposed to radiation, and the people in the town might not even know anything about it. When Vorobayev thought of this, he too became angry. Beluhanov was simply lying through his teeth, turning a blind eye to the numbers on the radiation meter. For the factory director to do this, it was better not to have any at all. The five of them were preoccupied, so they did not talk much on the way. The director of the Civil Defense Department brought the four of them to the front of Administrative Building No. 1 and said, "Buranov is in the underground bunker of the Administrative Building. Go down the stairs directly, and you will find him soon." Vorobayev's words meant that he intended to break up with the four of them here. It seemed that he did not want to see Buranov's face again. At that time, a figure staggered out of the administrative building. The person's skin was red, and he was accompanied by a violent cough. It was obvious that he had just been exposed to high doses of radiation. However, compared to his physical condition, the worst thing was the state his mind was in. He looked very absent-minded, and when he walked to the front of the steps, his legs went soft, and he sat directly on them. At the same time, he muttered, "It's over, it's all over." "Anatoly." Wolubayev recognized the person and said in surprise, "Why are you here?" Hearing this, Anatoly raised his head. His eyes seemed to be a little hesitant. Then, after a moment, he recognized the person in front of him and squeezed out a smile that was uglier than a cry. "Wolubayev, are you still here?" "Yes, I just measured the radiation values in various places again and recorded it down to prepare to go to the DW office to warn the people in town. You look very uncomfortable. Did something happen?" Anatoly sighed. "Sigh. You reported the radiation meter explosion to Brunov and warned him that there was a serious nuclear accident and that the reactor was leaking radiation, but Brunov didn't believe it, so he found me after that. He told me that he wanted me to be one of the most experienced physicists in the nuclear power plant. Moreover, I'm the deputy chief engineer of the first phase of the construction project. I'm considered a neutral outsider in this accident. He asked me to climb to the roof of Area V to see what was going on in the central hall." "You promised him?" Vorobayev was shocked. "The radiation near the reactor is too high. I can't get close to it. Just a little closer, and the meter won't stop buzzing. I can't refuse. After all, he is the plant manager, and most importantly, I want to know what happened and whether there are any problems with our current response plan." Anatoly said, "I passed through the unit and went to the central hall. I knew that the reactor was doomed. But to further prove this point, I climbed up to the roof of Area V according to Brunov's request. I saw that the reactor's lid had been blown open by the explosion. It probably flew over the roof and smashed down the concrete wall. Only half of the reactor is still covered. The reactor is still burning down there, and the nuclear fission reaction is still happening. Vorobayev, my bones can feel it." Anatoly smiled bitterly. "It's the scariest thing I've seen. I saw graphite everywhere on the roof. The graphite came from the reactor core. It's not a water tank, but the core of the reactor exploded." "Did you tell Brunov what you saw?" "Of course, I told him everything I saw, but he was very angry. He just refused to believe that the core had been destroyed. He and Fomin were still getting people to fill the reactor with water, but from what I saw, all the low-level water communication lines had been blown off. In order to restore the water supply, Akamov, Toptanov, and the others worked down there for a few hours. Their courage was commendable, but unfortunately, the water flowed into the underground compartment, flooding the cable room and the high-voltage switchgear. Instead of fixing things, it might have just caused the other three reactors to lose power as well. Brekhanov and Fomin are no longer reliable. We should inform the others immediately," Vorobayev said seriously. "Baldassarov has already shut down reactor number 3, although Fomin did not allow him to do so. He shut it down anyway when he noticed that the water level in the degassing tank getting lower. Fomin is probably furious about this, but he will thank Baldassarov one day. If Baldassarov had not shut down reactor number 3, its core would have melted down by now. As Anatoly spoke, he coughed violently again. It's so uncomfortable. I feel like my lungs are on fire. Vorobayev, I don't think I can survive this. Hang in there, buddy. I'll take you to the medical center now. Vorobayev no longer cared about Zhang Heng and the others. He stepped forward and helped Anatoly up, letting the latter lean on his shoulder. They then walked quickly toward the parking lot. The players looked at each other. Even though they had more or less realized that Bruinov and Fomin were suspected of negligence, this was still beyond everyone's expectations. In particular, the fact that Bruinov had sent his top nuclear physicist to investigate the reactor with his life. However, once the results were different from what he had imagined, he refused to believe the facts before him. On the other hand, Vorobayev and Anatoly's words shocked Besnova even more. Even though Zhang Heng had told her that the reactor had exploded when they first met, she did not know nuclear physics at that time, so she had no idea how serious the situation was. As she came into contact with more and more nuclear power plant workers, from Kadyrov to Anatoly, her understanding of the reactor grew deeper and deeper. However, it was still far from being comparable to those nuclear physicists. Nevertheless, it was also because of this that she understood what she was facing now. This was a catastrophe of apocalyptic proportions, and now she was following the players, trying to piece together the cause of this disaster like a jigsaw puzzle. Chapter 1149, Bryanov. After Vorobayev and Anatoly left, Zhang Heng and the other two walked into administration building number 1. Compared to the usual, the administration building looked a little deserted, especially the part on the ground. There were almost no souls left. The underground bunker, on the other hand, was still quite busy. Due to the radiation, many people who worked there had moved to this place. Besnova pulled a passing woman who looked like a secretary and asked her where Beluanov and Fomin were. There are 2 offices at the end of the corridor. One is for Chief Engineer Fomin, and the other is for Factory Manager Bryanov. The woman who looked like a secretary adjusted the glasses on her face and sized up the 4 of them. She asked, puzzled, "Who are you?" "We're from the construction company. We're asking when reactor number 5 can start work." Bezanova had been completely corrupted by the players, not blushing the least, even though she was lying through her teeth. "Then I'll help you ask." The woman who looked like a secretary turned around and walked to Bryanov's door. However, before she knocked on the door, she heard a voice coming from inside. Bryanov seemed to be talking to someone. His posture was very low, and his voice sounded like he was trying to curry favor. "Okay, I got it. Don't worry. The situation is not serious. We are supplying water to the reactor. Currently, the number of deaths caused by the accident is 2. I know, I'm definitely responsible." After saying this, Bulahanov paused. "And the thing I said earlier, just in case, you see." However, before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by the other party. After that, he heard Bryanov repeatedly say yes. The atmosphere in the corridor was a little awkward. The woman who looked like a secretary waited until the call ended. Then, she stood outside the door for about half a minute before she knocked on the door. "Come in." "Factory manager, the workers' representative from reactor number 5 is here to see you. He wants to ask if the project on your side is still going on." "Didn't I tell their supervisor to wait for the news? We can't be sure yet." Bryanov sounded very tired. He had rushed to the nuclear power plant right after the explosion, first calling the secretary of the Central Nuclear Energy Department, Marlin, who was still at home. Then he reported the news to the Ministry of Energy and Electricity. He was also the one who had contacted the Ukrainian side. Not only was he looking for people, but people from different departments were also looking for him after the explosion. They asked him what exactly happened, and Bryanov had no choice but to explain to appease them again and again. Thus, he hadn't caught a wink of sleep until now. He didn't even have time to eat breakfast. He was in a terrible mood, and he really didn't have the energy to care about the workers at reactor number 5 anymore. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he heard a scream from his female subordinate. "Factory manager Bryanov hasn't let you in yet." However, no one paid attention to her. Zhang Heng and the others had already squeezed past her, and Master Koei was at the back. After entering, he even closed the door behind him. "What are you guys trying to do?" Bryanov was stunned. Behind the desk was a short man with curly hair. He looked quite smooth, and his skin was slightly tanned. There were many wrinkles on his face, probably due to his dizziness from the morning, and it wasn't until Grandpa Koei gave him a sinister smile that he realized something was wrong. He picked up the phone next to him and prepared to call the nuclear power plant security. However, he didn't expect his head to be pressed against the table first. Zhang Heng stuck the knife he had gotten from the shop in front of Bryanov's face, less than a centimeter away from his eyes. The secretary-like woman wanted to scream when she saw this, but the next moment, her mouth was covered by Master Koei. She attempted to struggle, only to be warned quickly by Koei. "If you value your life, don't move." "Who exactly are you people?" Bryanov looked at the knife that was about to cut open his eyelids and asked in fear. "Tell him that we just want to ask him a few questions. After that, we'll check with Chief Engineer Famin, so he'd better be honest. Or else." Zhang Heng reached out to grab the knife on the table again and cut off a part of Bryanov's finger. Bryanov's eyes widened in disbelief. He could not believe that he had become a disabled person so quickly. The pain from his broken finger made him want to scream, but at least he had not lost his mind. Seeing Zhang Heng placing the bloody knife against his throat, he swallowed the pain. Then, Besnova translated Zhang Heng's message to Bryanov. The bridge of Bulahanov's nose was starting to sweat from the pain. He only looked at his severed finger. He couldn't even hear what Besnova was saying. Coconut took out a pack of gauze from her pocket and tossed it to Bryanov. The latter quickly wrapped it around his bleeding, severed finger. Then, he raised his head and looked at Zhang Heng's group once more. He now knew that the other party had come with ill intentions. The ferocity of this group of people was beyond his imagination. In that short span of time, many guesses flashed through Bryanov's mind. Most of them were related to the origins of the four people. He even thought of a certain secret department, but he could not understand why Chernobyl was worth the trip. "Who were you on the phone with?" Besnova asked. "Oh, I was on the phone with Shelbina, the vice-chairman of the Soviet Council of Ministers," said Bulahanov. "In fact, he called me to ask about the current situation of the nuclear power plant." "What did you tell him?" "I just told him the truth," said Bulahanov. "The water tank exploded, and we have been supplying water to the reactor according to the instructions from above. Chief Engineer Famin is in charge of this work. If you don't believe me, you can ask him." "You're lying." This time, before Coconut could pass the question to Besnova, the latter exploded first. "The reactor is finished. Didn't Vorobyov tell you the readings of the measuring instrument? And Anatoly, who was sent to his death by you, was sent to the roof according to your orders. Why don't you want to believe it? You are the director of the nuclear power plant. Shouldn't you do something? Your wife and children are also in Pripyat town, right? Do you want to see them being exposed to radiation with your own eyes?" "What can I do?" Bulahanov looked sad. "I just proposed to Shelbina to evacuate the residents of Pripyat, but he rejected me. He told me not to cause panic." Chapter 1150, Life-Saving Straw. "Did you tell him the real situation here? Did you tell him what the explosion of reactor number 4 reactor means?" Besnova asked. "The explosion of the reactor? That's impossible. Nothing like this has ever happened before. The reactor is not an atomic bomb. How could it explode?" Bulahanov shook his head. "Then how do you explain the graphite fragments on the ground?" "I don't know. There is still some graphite in storage at the incomplete reactor number 5. Maybe it came from there." Bulahanov quibbled. "Then why did you suggest to Shelbina that he should evacuate the residents of Pripyat?" Besnova continued coldly. "Is it because of a voice in your heart telling you that it wasn't the water tank that exploded but the reactor itself? You don't believe your own nonsense, do you? I asked Dyatlov and the shift leader Akamov that night. They told me that it was the water tank that exploded and the radiation was 3.6 Roentgen. I've confirmed with them again and again that they are all experienced engineers in the power plant. When it came to such times, I needed to trust my subordinates. After that, I called Moscow. The higher-ups told us to continue pouring water into the reactor, and we have been doing that ever since." Brukhanov looked very aggrieved. "I called Moscow every hour to report the reactor situation. Fomin was also trying to find water to pour into the reactor. Then, suddenly, Vorobyov came to me and told me that the radiation was over 250 Rentgen. Now, who do you want me to believe? My men, or the cold instrument in Vorobyov's hands? If you've been working in my line long enough, you'll know that machines break down from time to time. That's why we hired experienced engineers. Fuck your experienced engineers. Besnova didn't resist her urge to swear. Didn't you send Anatoly to his death? He's also an experienced engineer, so why didn't you listen to him? Bulahanov was speechless. While Besnova was asking questions, Zhang Heng was also observing Brukhanov coldly. Like Kadyrov and Akhimov, Brukhanov's heart was obviously suffering. His rationality had already detected what had happened at the nuclear power plant, but he refused to admit it. In particular, it was too difficult for that man to reverse what he had just said a few hours ago, in front of his boss. He simply lacked the courage to do so. It wasn't as if there hadn't been some minor accident at the previous nuclear power plant. Because it was not too serious, Bulahanov suppressed the issue using some little tricks of his own. This had made his resume very beautiful, and he had been working hard recently. He wanted to go further. Thus his heart was more inclined to trust what Kadyrov and Akhimov said. He kept comforting himself in his heart. It was just that the water tank had exploded. Although he drove around the reactor once and saw the terrible situation there, Kadyrov and Akhimov's explanation was like a life-saving straw to him. Once he grabbed it, he could not let go anymore. He could only repeat the original lie over and over again until he was completely overwhelmed by it. When he realized that the radiation was more serious than he had imagined, he finally summoned up his courage and proposed to Moscow that they should evacuate Pripyat. This was also probably the only useful thing he did amid the lengthy time after the explosion. Shelbina, however, rejected him. With the reactor intact and the radiation under control, the state wasn't willing to evacuate Pripyat. In his view, this was fabricating nuclear panic, not to mention that this stab in the Soviets' push for nuclear energy was likely to trigger public resistance to it. The energy plan that had been previously drawn up would probably have to be put on hold for a while. This was also the reason why Shelbina had rejected the evacuation proposal from Brukhanov. However, even after receiving the whitewashed report from Brukhanov, Moscow still immediately set up an accident investigation committee. Ask him about the group of experts. Zhang Heng said to Coconut. The first group of experts boarded the plane at 9 a.m. I just received news that they have already arrived at the Kiev airport and are rushing to Chernobyl. The leader is the chief engineer of the Atomic Energy Alliance, B. Yaprusins. Other than that, there is also the vice chairman of the foundation, Ignatchenko, the vice president of the Hydroelectric Engineering Research Institute, V.S. Kowitz. The Reactor Design and the Atomic Energy Research Institute have also sent people. There are also some other people. Brukhanov was very honest on this matter. After a pause, he continued. The second group is of a higher rank. Among them are senior assistant prosecutors, civil defense ministers, chemical warfare force commanders, and several other ministers and academicians. Their plane will take off in half an hour. But I have received news that it is not easy to contact them during the weekend, and the takeoff time may be delayed. It's said that Shelbina will fly over after he's done with work. Then, how are you going to explain all this to them? Besnova sneered. Enough. Zhang Heng interrupted Besnova. After realizing that the team of experts would arrive at any moment, he didn't want to waste any more time. Zhang Heng didn't forget that their goal was to investigate the cause of the nuclear power plant explosion. He could understand Besnova's anger at the fact that Brukhanov had concealed the truth. She was a true blue Pripyat resident and lived in that beautiful town. Her friends and loved ones all resided there, and now, just because of Brukhanov's refusal to believe the truth, these people were exposed to deadly radiation. However, this was not a problem that the players were concerned about. Compared to the disaster Brukhanov had condemned Pripyat and the nuclear power plant workers too, Zhang Heng was more concerned about his role in the explosion. Ask him how much he knows about the safety experiment. Zhang Heng said to Coconut. The latter nodded, and after a moment, Besnova spoke again. Bulahanov hesitated for a moment. The safety test was designed by Chief Engineer Fomin. I'm actually not too sure about the specific steps, and I just briefly understood what the experiment was about. We wanted to simulate an emergency power cut and use the inertia of the steam turbine to power the pump. We've done this test before, but it didn't succeed. It didn't cause any danger, though, and since Chief Engineer Faman felt that the conditions were right, he wanted to try again. I swear I didn't know it would turn out like this, or I would have stopped the test before it even started.